We are live, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's draft night. We've been waiting for this night for a long time. I got my good friends with me tonight, friends, brothers, cousins, etc., etc. We got the posse. I'm going to steal that from Rocky Mountain Sports Network. I'm going to get to in a very second, but I'm stealing that from them. We got fans, we got posse, we got family. Let's go. Kenny K here. I'm from the K&K Sports Show, and we're teaming up with the Rocky Mountain Sports Network for 3 full nights of draft coverage for you guys. I'm going to start it off right now and say, let's go. It's going to be a fun night, fun 4 hours plus with everybody. We're going to get to our fans and posse in a second, but I'm going to pass it off to my co-host tonight. We put this together for you. He's the man. He's the OG from the Rocky Mountain Sports Network and Denver Bronco Roundup. Keith Brugman, take it away, and then introduce your co-hosts on DBR, please.
Absolutely, man. Kenny, we are so excited to be here tonight, man. Draft night, all the anticipation, man. It seems like all the buildup, all the work that we put in, all the work that these athletes have put in, the coaches, the front offices, it's all about to play out, man. All our hopes, all our dreams, hopefully are ready to be fulfilled here in our next, 6, 12, 32 picks, right? We're so excited, man. I'm excited to be here, man. Can't really say how great it is to team up with K&K, to team up with Kenny Kirkpatrick, all the work that he put in. I am Keith. I am the owner of Rocky Mountain Sports Network. I'm the host of Denver Bronco Roundup. I'm going to kick it over to a few of my co-hosts that we have on here this evening right off the bat. I'm going to jump all the way over to Mr. Albert Mile High Dutchy in the corner. How you doing, Albert?
Woo! Isn't it exciting to be here today? It is going to be a magnificent evening, I hope, because we never know what's going to happen in the draft. So it's going to be an exciting evening. I sure hope so.
It's going to be, I think it's going to be a fantastic evening, Albert. Albert's been with us for quite some time, man. He's been on the Denver Bronco Roundup. He is one of the stables in the stable on the Denver Bronco Roundup every Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, as well as Mr. Trevor Saltzman right down there, dead center in the middle. Came on. He's part of not only the Tuesday show, but the Friday show as well. Welcome, Trevor. One of my co-hosts on the Denver Bronco Roundup. How you doing, sir?
Doing well, Keith. Can't wait to get excited. Can't wait to get everything started. It's an exciting time, and expect the unexpected with the NFL draft. You just never know. We predicted this, for months now, what might happen, but tonight we see results.
Absolutely, man. I can't agree more, man. But what I can't agree more with is really giving it back over to the real host of tonight, the real host, and that's Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick. I'll kick it back over to you. You talking to us about a couple other guys on the screen here.
Yeah, and then you know what? We got a late arrival, and I'm glad he's here. Our good friend Jody Moncrief from the Denver Bronco Roundup. I'm going to give him the introduction.
You do it, buddy.
He's had a couple long months of the Russell Wilson, but I think he's going to be happy tonight. We're going to have a fun night when the Broncos pick. You guys are going to do a little Denver Bronco Roundup for us when the Broncos are up. I think it's going to be a fun 10-plus minutes of hearing what Jody's got to say, and you all got to say about that. But, Jody, how are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. And Jody might be having a little mic issue. Let me get to my K&K Sports Show hosts.
Yeah, absolutely, bud.
First, I'll introduce Paul Rosen. He's in between Dutchy and Keith there. For those who don't know, he's waving. He's a big Giant fan like myself. We do a Giants sports talk show. Strictly Giants show on Monday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern. 8 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Mountain time. Talk all things Giants. He's also a big co-host of ours, big part of ours on Wednesday night's show. Part of the four of us, and we also do a New York baseball show that'll be getting back in form after the football season winds down a little bit. Paul, how you doing?
Doing fantastic.
Good to be back. I'm excited for tonight. Hopefully, we get our quarterback of the future.
I'll let Jody go.
It's on you. It's on you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
This is a pre-draft show, so we're allowed to have bloopers on the pre-draft.
Exactly.
No kidding, man.
15 minutes. There's no more bloopers, guys. It's on.
This is what happens when you're live. Anyway, great to be here, guys. It's with such a extinguished or distinguished panel of football experts, Rocky Mountain guys, Kenny. It's phenomenal to be here. What better way to celebrate the best holiday, as someone on TV said, football today, first day of the draft. So can't wait to get started. It looks like it's going to be just an unpredictable evening for all of us. So can't wait to get started.
Absolutely. And our Giants, we're going to do a little Giants football talk. Pick six, or if they pick earlier than that, we're going to get to that. I'm going to get to these comments in a second. I want to get to our audience. Let me get two more intros in. Jody, take two. How you doing, my friend? All right, Jody, hang on. You're on delay, so we're going to put you on mute till you figure things out, my friend. Last but certainly not least, might be the MVP, guys, because he's part of K&K Sports Show. He's got a show called What's the Scoop, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. He talks all things. He's got that mentality, not mentality. He's got that it factor. You want to listen to somebody who knows, but we actually scratch that. We're going temporarily Sunday, 9 p.m. Scoops, right? 9 p.m. Sorry about that. Schedule change. And then, Keith, what has he got going on at RMSN as well?
Man, I'll tell you what, came on and he's got a fantastic show. If you're into Major League Baseball, if you're into analytics in Major League Baseball, you're already hooked. And then if you're a Rockies fan, that's the cherry on the top. We got Settle the Scores with Mr. Scoops, man. And we've been playing around with a little bit of times lately around the NFL draft, but typically we're on Friday, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That's when we're going to be on. Of course, this week we're going to be a little bit different. We can't be in the middle of the draft, guys. That's not going to work, but we're still going on. I'll let Scoops talk about that. But Scoops, tell us all about your show too, man.
Appreciate the kind word, Joe. Yeah. So this week it's going to be Saturday, but typically on Friday nights at 10:30 Eastern, 8:30 Mountain Times. Settle the Scores. That's every on the Rocky Mountain Sports Network, and then as was already aforementioned, we've got What's the Scoop, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, temporarily going to be on Sundays, which has been on Saturdays to this point. So that's everything on those two shows. But I'm really excited for the next couple of days. Good luck to everybody, including the Giants and Commanders fans. Yes, I'm including everybody with that. Normally when I hear pick six for the Giants, this isn't what I'm looking for, but I'm looking forward to seeing what everybody's teams do this weekend.
All right, guys, let's get to the comments. The reason why we're doing this tonight is our support that we have from all of our friends and family and from both of our shows. So let's get into them. Keith, that PA Scratcher guy, he's on Kick. He's a big follower of K&K. He's always saying hello. He's saying, here we go. Cody Wild saying, here we go. Miss Pearl's in. She's saying, okay, we are all ready. Cody saying the start of a fresh start for the Giants. Go Big Blue. Big Giant fan, Cody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Miss Pearl saying, let's go Broncos. There's the Bronco love, guys. Nicole Gizzy giving Scoops of love. Go. Kurt Valenti looking sharp, boys. Let's PG-13 tonight, Kurt. Remember that when you come on later. Kurt will be joining later. Good friend Roy Osborne of the Rocky Mountain Sports Network, Denver Bronco Roundup, saying good evening, all, including the posse. Kurt's throwing the Knicks love in there. Miss Pearl saying let's go. And Kurt, let's get our quarterback. Mark Calderio, good friend, good Giant, fellow Giant fan. Good evening, guys. Paul's lovely wife, Luby. You guys have fun. Sports Show was never as handsome as tonight. Roy Osborne, big Denver Bronco Roundup fan. The Judge is back.
Sure is.
Michelle Knoppers, Dutchy's lovely wife. Good evening, gents. You all are looking great. And Adam and Kayla Koppel, if I'm saying that right, family love you all. Let's go. And Trevor giving breaking news that A.J. Brown agreed to a new contract extension, 3 years, $96 million. We'll get to that. We'll get to that while the draft show is on, guys, because we got about 10 minutes, and I definitely want to do something K&K style that Kurt started doing with everybody. And I love you guys to death, so you're all going to get roasted tonight. So, Paul and Jody, I apologize. I didn't know you guys were coming. I did this last week. I set this up, so I didn't know when Paul was coming on. So, Paul, I promise I will have one for you for K&K Sports Show. So tune into that Wednesday night. But we're calling
he promises he'll make fun of you later. Don't worry.
So keep this up first. And for the audience, I want you to play along, and we'll all play along. We'll do this rapid fire style, guys. So this segment's called What Would You Like to See Keith Do? And there's going to be 3 options.
Oh, no.
So would you like to see Keith, A, play in a ZZ Top cover band? B, would you like to see him face paint his face Bronco blue and beard orange on a future Denver Bronco Roundup show?
Oh.
Or C, become DC movies' next super villain. So you got Mr. Freeze, you got the Joker, you got Captain Zod over there. What would you like to see Keith do? Audience, play along. I'll start with Paul. ZZ Top,
Keith,
villain or face paint on a future Denver
Keith,
Bronco Roundup show?
I love you, brother, but I'd love to see you paint the beard orange and the face blue and go Broncos. Let's ride.
Love it.
And I got to keep score here. Because I got 2 A's. Kurt's throwing the ZZ Top in. I'm surprised at that. Luby's going B and Ernie's going ZZ Top. So we got 2 B's and 2 A's. Dutchy, you're up next.
B. I want to see him in different colors.
Okay, so we got 3 for that. Definitely option 2. So we got 4 Keith for that. Cody's going A, ZZ Top. So we're close here. 4-3. Scoops. Scoops, you there? Scoops is not there. Trevor,
I got to go with the beard and face.
Scoops is breaking up. I think he said B. I got a PA scratcher guy, our good friend, saying A. Michelle giving the first supervillain vote there. Trevor, you get the last vote here. I'm going to be the tiebreaker if you go with. I'll tell you, let you know if it's a tie. It's close between A and B right now.
Ooh, I think I want him to paint himself orange because he's a Bronco fan, and I think to be part of the ZZ Top, it looks like you have to paint your beard a little bit orange, Keith.
2 for 1.
Well, you know what? The face paint won, Keith. So remember Dutchy and remember Trevor and Dutchy. You guys are coming up, so Keith's going to get his revenge.
Oh,
there
no
you
problem.
go.
All right, so let's move on to our next Denver Bronco Roundup host, and it's Trevor. I got a young picture there, Trevor. I couldn't find a more recent one that fit. So what would you like to see Trevor do? Flip a bat at Scoops in the style of Rocket Clemens for having a Taylor Swift listening party?
Oh my God.
Would you like to see Scoops? Would you like to see Trevor play nose tackle for the Broncos, sacking Mahomes twice a game? Or C, would you like to hear him sing Rocket Man by Elton John live on the air for the DVR posse? Keith, you're first on my screen. You get the answer. Remember I said revenge here.
I'm all playing in orange and blue, but man, I can't remember the last time we had a nose tackle get 2 sacks in a season. So I'll have Trevor Saltzman out there doing that, man. I'm gonna go with B.
All right. Scoops, who are you going with here?
I'm a huge Elton John fan. I got to go with Rocket Man.
Luby and Cody are voting for that too, so we got 2 for that one. Paul.
You know I'm the king of song parodies, so I'm going to go with the Rocket Man and Trevor's attempt to sing that.
Nice. And then the last one on here, I got Roy saying C, Pearl saying C, and Dutchy, you get the last vote here. Ernie going with B, so you got a second vote for B there. Michelle voting B, so you got a couple Bs.
So I go with C, but it has to have a matching hat for Elton John.
Nice. Dutch,
very good.
Trevor, future Denver Bronco Roundup show, getting a couple lines of Rocket Man. Be sure to tune into that, everybody.
Okay, that was
Friday
a
night
given.
special.
Okay, that was a given. I think I would have picked C2 for myself. I don't want to C, but I'm just saying if I had to go against myself, I pick C.
Got a couple more. We're right on time, guys, so this is good. We're going to Dutchy's up, so I hope, Michelle, you're listening. I'd love to hear your vote here because that's the one that's going to count. Dutchy's up. I'll start with Scoops in this one. Would you like to see Dutchy A star in a Ricola commercial? Remember, he's been doing that Fisherman's Friend, but there I see Dutchy doing Ricola.
That's great.
B, become a member of the Four Horsemen, Dutchy, Ric Flair. Or C, hang out with Alexander Madison on the Strip in Las Vegas. We'll let Scoops get the first vote in this one.
Ricola.
Trevor.
Give me Alexander Madison all day.
I'm sorry, I got to go Madison too. You know that's my vote. Keith.
Ricola, man. As soon as I hit the screen, man, I was about in hysterics, man. Go with Ricola.
We got another vote for Ricola. With this one's close. Roy going Ricola, PA going Ricola, Ernie and Luby are going B with the Four Horsemen. Michelle's going Four Horsemen. That's the vote that counts, Dutchy. Paul, did you get your vote in? You didn't, right?
No, I'm going Ricola.
Well, Dutchy, you're going to be a member of the Four Horsemen. I see it's a tie, and I said Michelle's vote is the one that counts. So, Michelle, your husband, member of the Four Horsemen. Give us a woo one more time, Dutchy.
Woo!
Last but not least, Scoops is up. Scoops is part of RMSN, so we got to throw him in there. What would you like to see Scoops do? Sumo wrestle Kurt.
Oh, good God.
Interviewed a Philly fanatic. For those who don't know, Scoops had an internship with the Eagles, and he interviewed Tim Tebow and Sam Bradford. Is that correct, Scoops? Both of them?
That was the second one, yes.
So would you like to see Scoops interview a Philly fanatic? Or C, host a 7-day-a-week Taylor Swift podcast called Swifty Scoops with Keith producing and Trevor as his special guest?
Ooh.
Paul, you get the first vote.
I'm going to go with C, and he's a Swifty scooper.
Dutchy.
I have to go with C.
Got 2 votes for A, Michelle. Oh, three votes for A for Scoops. We got C's coming in galore. Now the 2 votes that count. Keith, you're up first.
Well, first you're putting me up for work, but at the same time, man, like I said, I wouldn't mind breaking down a little teardrops on my guitar with him. That's all good. We can do some Swifty Scoops. Let's do it, buddy.
Trevor, you got the final vote. I got to tell you, there's a lot of C's coming in.
Of course there are.
Of course there are. I mean, again, this is another C answer, but I'm going to go with B because I do not want to see Kurt and Scoops wrestle, and I do not want to see. I do not want to be part of the Swifty Scoops.
Leanna's going C, but PA's with you. He wants to see Scoops interview the Philly fanatic. I think that'd be pretty fun seeing him do that. I was going to go that way too because I don't want to torture Trevor, my good friend Trevor, over there being a guest.
Kenny, funny
Eddie
fun
Murphy
real quickly. I accidentally knocked over Mr. Met once.
Eddie Murphy saying 40 seconds to the draft, guys. So why don't we do one more minute countdown? Get yourselves ready. We'll see everybody in a minute. Yes, we are back live. I hope the audience, you guys are great sports. Love that, doing that with you guys. You guys are awesome. Audience, great interaction. Love to lighten up the crowd before the nerve wrack. There's going to be some nervous times now. We did our intros, but I'm going to pass it right off to Keith because he's going to be our host for the next 4 minutes, Keith.
Next 4 minutes, next 4 picks, man. I know
that
I know that clock is ticking, man. It's the Chicago's Bears are on the clock, guys. And man, this has been an epic journey for all 32 of these teams, but it seems like Chicago's had this planned out from the very start. I want to know, does anybody think it's anything other than Caleb Williams? I'm going to go over to Paul. I see him first. It's Caleb, right, sir?
100,000,000%. If it's not, then we're all in trouble.
We're in it for a shocker. What do you think, Mr. Dutchy?
I think so too, unless they trade down. But no, it's going to be Williams.
And we're going to shoot over to Scoops because the Rocket Man shot off screen. So what do you got, Scoops?
Yeah, I still wouldn't take Caleb if I were the one picking here, but I think it's going to be him.
Yeah. If you had to put money on it, if you really had to go with your gut, it all seems like it's going to be Caleb Williams. I'll see. Well, I'll go over to Kenny. Kenny, what are your thoughts, man? Caleb all the way?
It's definitely all the way Caleb for sure.
And last one, man, Trevor. He jumped in screen. The Rocket Man shot back in. What do you think, man? Caleb Williams? Is there any chance it's not Caleb Williams?
No, I think it has to be Caleb Williams. Their GM kind of hinted at it the other day, so I think it's Caleb Williams without a doubt here.
Absolutely, man. It's amazing. We have this consensus number 1, guys. But how many of you guys have a consensus number 2? Lock it in. It's kind of up in the air. It's all going to get it's going to get a little bit iffy. What are your thoughts around that number 2 pick? Because that's really where it's going to all get started, man. Everyone thinks maybe it's the 3 spot, maybe it's the 4 spot. I still think it's the number 2 spot because it's really up in the air all the way through. And I can't say that there's a consensus, this guy's going this position through the entire draft. Who do you have? And I know this is sneaking it out of the bottle just a little bit. We're sneaking ahead to number 2 as we go on the clock for the Chicago Bears, but I'll do it backwards. Kenny, who's your sneaking suspicion at number 2 at this point?
I do think it's Daniels. I live in Southern Maryland. Our good friend, Coach Breslin, big Commanders fan. He wants Daniels as well, but I've been talking to a lot of fans here. It's about 75 to 80 Daniels as to May. That's the news I'm hearing here throughout everything. I'd be surprised if it's Drake May over Daniels. I just think he fits Cliff Kingsbury's system a little better.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Scoops, there was a lot of reports over a Top Golf outing with a bunch of quarterbacks there in Maryland. Does that change things though? And what do you think? What are your thoughts on this number 2 pick? I know we're getting a little ahead, but what are your thoughts at number 2?
No, there was some word that had come out that there was some ruffled feathers between the team, his agent, and Jaden's camp. That appears to be in the rearview mirror, and I expect that he's going to be the second overall pick. And you guys know that I've had him as my number 1 QB for some time now.
Absolutely. I'll throw it over to Trevor. I think we're in a similar mindset, by the way, Scoops. But what are your thoughts, Trevor?
Yeah, I've said this for a couple months now. I think that Jaden Daniels is going to be the number 2 overall pick in the draft. Dan Quinn actually went and picked up Jaden Daniels from the airport when they brought all those quarterbacks in for Tom Pelissero. So the rest of those quarterbacks came in. Dan Quinn specifically picked up Jaden Daniels from the airport. So it tells me that that's their guy that they're leaning towards right now.
There you go, man. Well, I didn't think it was going to be so consensus, but I'm going to run around to Dutchy and Paul as well before we continue on the conversation. What are your thoughts, Dutchy? Is it consensus all the way? Jaden Daniels, does Drake May have a chance of sneaking in there at number 2?
No, I think Jaden Daniels goes to number 3. That is my. So I have Caleb Williams, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels as the first 3 picks.
There you go. Sneak peek all the way throughout, man. Sneak peek all the way throughout, and then the first shakeup on the show. So, Paul, are you gonna follow the lead of Dutchy, or are you gonna follow the lead of the rest of us? I guess.
No, I'm going with the rest of us, and I think it's going to be Jaden Daniels. Most of the talk now is they know who they're taking, and I believe it's going to be Jaden Daniels.
let me ask you guys. I'll go right back around to Paul. I don't know how much time we have on the clock. I'm trying to watch a few different things, guys. But where we're at and where Chicago's at. But I want to ask real quick. We can go back around the horn in just a moment. But first, I better mention this, guys. This is the Pick Is In Draft Show, and the Pick Is In Draft Show wouldn't be 100% complete if it wasn't for the amazing giveaways that we're going to have all throughout this show, guys. We have amazing giveaways planned. So I need you to stay tuned. We're going to be putting out some keywords that you're going to have to throw out there in order to register. And then just like our K&K Sports Show, like our Rocky Mountain Sports Network page, you're all registered to go. And we're going to have a ton of fun, guys. I was trying to count them up, man. We might have up to 20 different giveaways when it's all said and done. You guys are you got to be excited about that. But first, I want to get over to Paul, see how excited he is about the possibilities of Caleb in Chicago. What are your thoughts on that, bud?
Yeah, listen, I tend to agree with Scoops. He wouldn't be my necessarily number one pick, but the guy's got talent. He's generational, apparently. A lot of the experts that have been doing this a lot longer than I have, and the guy's going to fit in. The best part about him is he's coming in with some weapons that many rookie quarterbacks do not go to. So to have a DJ Moore, to have an Allen, to have a Swift in the backfield, that's a big advantage for a rookie quarterback, and they'll give him every opportunity to get comfortable, and I think he's gonna do some good things for them.
Awesome. I'm gonna head over to Albert on this. A slightly different question. 7-12 or 7-12. That's not possible. They had 7 wins last year in Chicago. Do they increase it going from Justin Fields to Caleb Williams? Is that an automatic increase?
I don't think so, because it takes a little while for a quarterback to get adjusted to the NFL, unless you're as good as Stroud from the Houston Texans. If they find a system that really works for him, it might happen, but I don't think so.
Very good. I'm going to ask the same question over to Trevor, man. Seven wins last season for Chicago. Do they improve with Caleb Williams?
I absolutely do think they improve with Caleb Williams. I think this is a quarterback that we just haven't seen in a long time. Just his elite pocket awareness is something that's it's like Mahomes likes. So I think that's what separates him from Daniels and May, is just how great he is in the pocket. And I mean, he has eyes back of his head. He can see guys coming. He can make a move. He can play in and out of the structure of an offense. I think that's really key for any head coach. This is why I think you're seeing Caleb Williams, not just what he did on the field and stat-wise, but what he can potentially do in the NFL that separates him from the rest of the guys, May and Daniels.
Since we've had such a hard time trying to get the judge, Jody Moncrief, in, I'm going to try this real quick, see if he's ready, capable, able. What's the biggest concern, Jody, that you would have for Caleb Williams heading into the NFL? And it seems like we're still on a delay there with maybe with Jody. I'm going to go up to Scoops, man, on that. What's the biggest concern you have with Caleb coming into the NFL?
Definitely for me, it's some of what we've been hearing about his quote-unquote intangibles, maturity, whatever you want to say. He's ruffled some feathers publicly. He is certainly not coming off of the strongest note at the end of his career production-wise in college. To me, unfortunately, that kind of raises some question marks and kind of almost calls to mind the UCLA Josh Rosen a few years ago. You got someone who's got this sort of prototype, quarterback makeup physically that teams dream on and salivate over, but this mentality that he is being questioned as to how great his ability to actually be ultimately for a long career in the NFL. So that's probably where I would say my biggest issue is, and why I don't have him as my top 1 or top 2 QB on my board.
And for when I'm getting reports in the private chat, guys, the pick is in.
Pick is in.
The pick is in, and it's what we all expected, man. Caleb Williams is going to be a Chicago Bear. New era. They get to reset their entire quarterback room. They get to reset that salary. They get possibly a generational talent, and I think Trevor hits it right out of the park. Here's a guy that can just execute on multiple levels, right? He can not only can he stay in the pocket, he can be outside the pocket. He can extend the pocket better than probably anybody I've seen comparatively to a Patrick Mahomes. So when we start talking and comparing guys to a Patrick Mahomes, it's a guy that you got to think about being at the very top of your board. That is the prototype of what we want in an NFL quarterback right now, because that's what a Super Bowl winning quarterback looks like right now in the NFL. I'm going to get over to Paul, man. Paul, what's any particular reaction that you have with Caleb Williams going to Chicago? I know we'd already talked about it a little bit, but now, of course, we're going to be moving on to pick 2 here in a second with the Washington Commanders. But what are your thoughts on Caleb Williams? And then, hey, give me your thoughts on where you think Washington's going here, buddy.
Yeah. Listen, it's going to be a struggle as most rookies. I mean, a CJ Stroud going into the league, that's more of the exception rather than the rule. But I think given his talent, given the talent that they're surrounding him with, I think he's going to go into a situation better than most rookie quarterbacks. And I think ultimately he'll probably succeed. In terms of the second pick, I think the Commanders will take, as we discussed, Jaden Daniels, and they're going to look to build something. They have a lot of draft picks in the first 100 or so, so they're going to look to support him, probably trying to build an offensive line, because their offensive line was almost as bad as the Giants. So I think that with the whole new organization in Washington, they're going to certainly try and support a rookie quarterback as well.
Very good. I'm going to kick it right over to the next side of you, to the side of you there. I'm going to ask Dutchy this one really quick. Jaden Daniels, is the presumptive, I guess you could say, Washington Commander. What do you think his challenges are going to be if that happens to be the case? And if it's somebody else that you think is going to be here, tell me what their challenges may be, Albert.
So one of the challenges is most likely what it's going to be is a lot of the coaching. A lot of quarterbacks and players have problems with the coaching over there. And I think that is something as a rookie you have to start dealing with. And I think that is part of the biggest problem over there. And yeah, like I said, I do not have Jaden Daniels going to the Commanders. I have Drake May. In the beginning, it was Drake May. It was all between Caleb Williams and Drake May.
Very true.
It has changed a little bit, but I think Drake May might still have a little bit of heads up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting, guys. Like I said, I think there is, as Albert's kind of pointing out, a lot of different choices and a lot of different ways you could end up going right here. And I think it's where the stumbling blocks start to go. I know, Kenny, you said that you thought this is going to be the Jaden Daniels. If it's not Jaden Daniels, if it is Drake May, does that change a lot of things for the number 3 spot all of a sudden?
I think it does. And I definitely want to give a shout out to a couple people, but one of them is Rich Katwika, a good friend of ours on K&K Sports Show, and he's a big Patriots fan. He's pointing out that Mr. Kraft does not want Drake May for the Patriots. So love his idea, love his thoughts on Jaden Daniels on the question you just asked me. If he's saying, please God, let the Commanders take Drake May. So there's your answer. He's in love with Jaden Daniels as a Patriot fan. I'll just throw Rich one. Patriots are coming up, so Keith's going to have some Patriots stuff, Rich. So please listen in. Carson Shear show. Carson Shear, co-host K&K, saying hello. What's up, boys? Carson's going to tune in a little later. Carson Shear show. Check him out on YouTube, guys. Does some YouTube shorts, a lot of Michigan sports and a lot of the news of the day. So he's going to be doing a lot of draft coverage as well. And then, like I said, keep putting your comments up. If we don't get to one, please repeat it. If you want us to answer a question or comment, there's a lot of comments coming in, so we're not ignoring you. So please keep them coming through. But just like Rich said, though, I think it does change things, Keith. I think if it will change things drastically if Drake May's taken number 2.
Very good. One more question until we see this pick kind of come in, and it kind of alludes me to this. Trevor, I'm going to go to you. I heard from an inside source. Sometimes people are running up to the podium with their pick, and we have to wait the whole 10 minutes. And sometimes they're getting calls, and they're making calls, and they're up in the air, and everything's going to the last minute. Which one is it right now with the Commanders? Are they running up there, or are they taking calls?
I think that there's a small chance they're taking calls, but I just think that they're just waiting the whole time for, there's a lot of different ways this pick can go through. I do think the Commanders, Jaden Daniels, I think, is the guy here. I don't think they're going Drake May. It sounds like from everything that I've heard that Drake May is a lock to go to the Patriots at 3. So I know that may or may not make some Patriot fans happy, but I think Jaden Daniels, perfect fit for what Kingsbury is going to do there with the Commanders. And I just think that they've known for a little while now that Jaden Daniels is their guy, and they're kind of locked in on that. There could be a lot of different reasons why the pick is taking so long to get in, but I do not think it's close. I think Jaden Daniels will be the guy here at number 2 for the Commanders.
Very good. We have a fingers crossed from Jody that he's all set up, ready to go. We're going to try this again. Jody has been trying so dang hard, man. I want to get your thoughts on Jaden Daniels and the skills that he brings to Washington, and if this is the pick, and how he can actually flourish and make the Commanders good again in the NFC East.
Jody, we might unfortunately have to get you in the chat, my friend.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to throw that over to you then, Kenny, if you don't mind. I'm going to throw that same question over to you. What do the Commanders get in a Jaden Daniels, and how does that change that franchise? How does that does that change that franchise?
Passer, he can run.
Yeah, he's on a big time delay, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jody. Really apologize that we can't get you on live like that. I think they're getting a comparison. I was telling Scoops and Trevor this last night. We were chatting. I think they're getting a comparison to Lamar Jackson. He, with an arm. Like, he's going to have some weapons there. Coach Breslin listening. He's still got Terry McLaurin. You got Josh Dotson, and Austin Eckler's going to help this guy out tremendously if they draft Jaden Daniels. So they're going to get a guy. They're going to get RG3 that they thought they had 10 years ago. The quarterback that they thought they were getting in RG3, I think they're going to get in Jaden Daniels in short words.
Very good. I know we're still waiting for the pick is in, and I'm having a hard time with all these people on the screen, and unfortunately Jody not being able to join us. Who did I miss on here? Did I miss anybody talking about Jaden Daniels? I feel Scoops maybe did I miss on this one?
I spoke a little bit a few moments ago about it, but just I'm happy to say something else. I think that he, in a lot of drafts, could have been number 1 overall. I think that the comp of, what RG3 should have been and could have been, I think is, really solid one. A lot of the comparisons that I've seen are Lamar Jackson-esque. Either way, however you cut it up, I very much expect that he's going to be the best quarterback they've had in a couple decades. And if you're an NFC East fan like I am of one of the other 3 teams, you're really hoping that your defense is coming into play against him next year.
I'm going to have to agree with you, man. Me and you have been kind of lockstep on this, and if anybody's checked in on any of our shows, maybe they've seen it, because I feel the very same way about Jaden Daniels. He's the most complete quarterback, I think, that you have out there. He can run and be that mobile quarterback and beat you on the ground. He can go ahead and he can be a legitimate pocket-style passer. He can get the ball down deep. He can put touch on the ball. I think he's an amazing, amazing athlete, and very similar to Caleb Williams in the way that he can hold rushers and extend the pocket if he needs to. So, man, I really think that that's going to be the overall pick here. Again, we could be talking about a Drake May here to the Commanders as well. We could be talking a lot of different players as they brought in the whole contingent into into their headquarters and out to Top Golf and out to restaurants. So who knows what that whole thought process was. It certainly didn't seem like it landed well with the Jaden Daniels pick. But that being said, they could, it seems like he backtracked as far as in recent time. And I think the most telling thing, I did hear him on a podcast, and he said, they asked him, do you know where you're going? And he said with a smirk, maybe. And, there's only a few possibilities that where you're going. And if it's, a draft like this where that Caleb Williams is number 1, if you think you're being picked number 2, a little smirk and a maybe is the expression I think that you end up getting. But Washington Commanders still on the clock, gentlemen. And I imagine we're going to see that pick come in here very soon. Anybody got a ticker for me at all? I'm not sure.
Caleb Williams was just picked, so that was official.
Oh,
yeah,
we're ahead. We're way ahead, huh?
Yeah, where are you getting your info from, Scoops? We all want to be on the same page here with our chat as well.
That was from an official Chicago Bears source, so that's why.
No. Yeah, let's just go with the networks. That's what we agreed on. We don't want to be 10 minutes ahead of everybody and ruin it for everybody the whole night.
My apologies.
So it's okay. First pick was going to be the pick you wanted to do it anyway, so that's fine.
I see Rich is over there taking care of us. We got 5 minutes left for Washington. That's very
Rich.
Good. Well, Washington, I think, can be taking those calls right now. This is the time where teams are looking to move up. We've heard anywhere from the Giants. We've heard talking about the Broncos. We've heard talking about the Vikings. There are so many different teams right now that are going to be quarterback needy and could be looking at any of these picks, guys, as we really expect kind of a run right here at the top. 4 quarterbacks. I think anything is on the table. I know they need a quarterback. I know they need him desperately, but the haul they could get to go to, let's say, the Giants would be amazing. Speaking of which, if it went to the Giants, if you were picking number 2, we better go to our Giants guys. We got just a couple of minutes. Paul Rosen, all of a sudden the Giants move up to number 2. Who would you want to be picking right now?
I'm going to shock everyone and say J.J. McCarthy. I think he's a winner. I think he would sit a year and then be ready in 2025. But he's the guy that I would go to as, in my opinion, the best quarterback coming out of this draft.
Very good. Most likely candidate to move up to get a quarterback, I guess, if they were going to go to 2, just because of where they already sit. The Giants, Kenny Kirkpatrick, the Giants, all of a sudden, if they were sitting at number 2, where do you think they would go? Where would you want them to go?
I've got J.J. McCarthy's a popular pick. I've been high on this guy more and more each day, including today, because, there's chances the Giants may move up for this guy, and that's Drake May. Our good friend Eddie Murphy, friend of ours, sent me something sent me a text message today. He goes, close your eyes and listen to this, and who does Drake May sound like? And I'm listening to him talk. It took me about 10 seconds. And Paul, I sent it to Paul too. And Paul's wife knew immediately, and took Paul a couple seconds. But he sounds just like Eli Manning. So how could you not want a guy like that? If he sounds like Eli Manning, maybe he'll play like him too. So I'll take that any day of the week. That'll give me a couple Super Bowls in the future. So Drake May all day.
There you go. And that's where I'm saying, man, this quarterback class, I know there's a consensus number 1, but I don't know if there's a consensus after this, guys. I know the Washington Commanders are about ready to walk up to the podium here in just a moment, or Roger Goodell will. He's going to be announcing a pick. It's most likely going to be a quarterback. It's most likely them. And, hey, that's going to be a game changer as far as their franchise. But I think that could be a number of different names, as a number of different names have been questioned right near here at the top. We just heard 2 right here on our show. If the Giants were there, it could be 2 different guys, and it wasn't neither one of the guys was the guy that we think the Commanders are going to take. It's going to be a changer for the Commanders, and it's going to be a changer for everyone in the NFC East as well. So, just waiting. I think the pick is coming in here pretty quick.
Pick is in. Yeah.
We're going to start flipping, obviously, to that number 3 pick. I want you guys starting to think about, really, what are the possibilities with that number 3 pick as we start going there? Obviously, the Patriots will be on the clock, but there's been a ton of rumors as far as that pick possibly being traded as well. I want to get to that, obviously, as well. Looks like the pick is in.
Mm-hmm.
Is it in? Is it in? Oh,
Pick is in. Yep.
the pick is in.
Here comes
Mr. Goodell walking on the stage. Yep. He's gonna get us all taken care of here in just a second. Oh boy, I think it's tense moments. It's tense moments. Tense moments for everybody who's a Commanders fan right now.
Good luck, Coach Breslin.
Good luck, Coach.
There you go.
He's saying, "Oh yes, baby." So I think it happened. Who we thought it was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
If it's who we think it's going to be, I'm going to head on over to.
And we're going to just bleep Rich out, but he's saying,
he's unhappy. Rich says he's unhappy. So confirmed. Jaden Daniels is now a Washington Commander, man. Like I said, start of a new era there for the Commanders, and I think it's a great one. But I'm going to try this one more time. I'm going to check out the guy in the corner. I've been waiting on an opportunity to say this. Jody, what are your thoughts of Jaden Daniels being a Washington Commander?
I think it's going to be a lost cause, my friend.
Yep. Yeah,
Jody. After tonight, I'll sit down with you if you're up late tonight. We'll try and get this for tomorrow, my friend. I apologize that you're not be able to, but it's unfortunately not working. We'll sit down. We'll figure out the settings, my friend.
All right. I know that we talked about it quite a bit. I'm gonna pass it off to Trevor. Always got good information, man. First, actually, I want to hit this really quick, man. I want to hit just exactly what I think the Commanders are getting in a Jaden Daniels, guys, because this is probably one of the most outstanding athletes, I think, out there. In 2023, he goes out and he completes 72.2% of his passes. This is a guy that rang up 40 touchdowns. He threw up 3,812 yards and only had 4 interceptions. On top of that, rushing for 1,134 yards and 10 TDs. I mean, this is a guy that has the opportunity to absolutely change what they have in Washington. Probably the biggest change since we've seen a guy like RG3, I think, coming in and being that change that they've seen. I know that you might not be on the same page, Trevor, but Trevor, what are your thoughts on Jaden Daniels going to Washington? Are the stats a lie, man? Or what struggles is he going to have if that happens to be the case?
Yeah, I think the struggles align with just, can he succeed with not as many weapons as he had at LSU? As great as McLaurin is, he doesn't have the weapons he had at LSU that he will have in Washington. So he's got to rely upon himself a little bit more pressure now, right? Second overall pick in the draft, and he's going to have to be smart. He's going to have to be smart with his body. He can't always go risking his body like it did in college. He's going to have to know how to get down when he needs to. He's going to have to know how to get rid of the ball when he needs to. So I think with Jaden Daniels, I guess the biggest question is he a one-hit wonder, or is he going to be the franchise quarterback of the Washington Commanders? We shall see. He had a great, outstanding year, breakout year this year. We see those guys have breakout years, and sometimes they don't always pan out in the NFL. So I think it's also going to depend on what the Commanders build around him. Do they have a plan to build around him going forward? That's what we have yet to see. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens with Jaden Daniels. But this is a guy who I think will flourish, but needs to take care of himself in the NFL so he can stay healthy and be on the field all throughout the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll throw one more. I'll go to Paul on the same exact question, man. What do you think? This pick, what it means, how he's going to be able to perform? Are those stats a lie? Can he take that to the NFL?
Yeah, listen, the guy is a fantastic athlete, number one. Number two, they will coach him up. Kingsbury will be great for him as the kind of offense they're looking to run. Third, as a division foe now, with him in the division with certainly the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Giants, the Commanders become not such an easy team to beat. You think, okay, we're going to have 2 easy wins or easy games, no more. And they become all of a sudden a competitive type of team now. And that's what he's going to bring, that competitiveness to to Washington. So add 2 more tough games as far as division foe.
Absolutely. Albert, they're running to the podium. This is one of those run to the podium type of moments because the Pats are already gotten the pick is in. We'll probably see it being announced here in just a moment, man. Is this going to, are we going to see the run continue? Is this a Drake May?
This is a Drake May. Yeah, I don't think they can continue on with Mac Jones.
Yeah, he's gone.
Exactly. So they need something different, and Drake May should be it then.
Yeah, you don't see it very often that all of a sudden, we pick number 3, we see guys run up to the podium this quickly. I'll throw it over to Kenny as well. It looks like we're getting some confirmation, and maybe whenever you want to throw it up, Kenny. But what are your thoughts, Drake May, and possibly to the Patriots and them running to the podium, sir?
Yeah, I'll read a couple comments real quick, Keith, because Richie Katwika is a big Patriots fan. He's saying Pat's pick is in. It's got to be May. It was an early pick.
Nice.
Ms. Pearl's back. She's saying it'll be interesting to see. She stepped away for 5. Monty wanted out. Kurt's saying Shefty. Breaking news from Kurt. He's saying Shefty, Adam Schefter just said the Vikings and Giants tried to get to number 3 with the Patriots.
Yep. Ooh.
And Richie's confirming that it's coming up to the podium now. Here comes the selection, Keith. And Trevor gave the confirmation, so why don't you announce it for everybody?
Da-da-ding, da-da-ding. Guys, it looks like it's going to be Mr. Drake May heading off to the New England Patriots. Again, quarterback, as we see it go, 1, 2, and 3. New England gets their guy. I guess their guy because they ran up there. I'm going to throw it over to Mr. Albert Mile High Dutchy. Give his thoughts on Drake May to the Patriots. What did they get, Dutchy?
I think they got I think for me it is a number 2 quarterback in this draft. I would have liked to see him go to the Commanders and switch around. It would have been also really good for our internal competition. But yeah, I really think everybody's flabbergasted about Caleb Williams and Jane Daniels, but I think Drake May might be surprising a lot of people the next coming season.
Keith, can I break in for 1 second?
Yeah, go right ahead, sir.
Because Richie, he might be our only Patriot fan that we have on here.
Yeah.
He's not happy, just so everybody knows, as he's a Patriot fan, and he's not happy about Drake May.
Why is that, Kenny? Did he say?
Well, look, I'm thinking Richie wanted Marvin Harrison Jr., but if he can confirm that, and tell us why you don't like May, we'd appreciate it. Because, like I said, you're going to be probably our only Patriot fan. Hopefully, we get more, but Richie's definitely one of our main guys on K&K, and we just want to acknowledge him in the chat. So he's not happy, guys.
Well, very good. I'll try to give a little bit of consolation if I can. Drake May, he didn't have the best weapons, but I can understand why he might be a little bit upset. When I start talking about Caleb Williams completing 68.6% of his passes last year. You got a guy like Jaden Daniels doing 72.2% of his passes. Drake May last year, where was he? 63.3%, 24 TDs, 9 interceptions, did put up some huge amount of yards, 36.08 in yards. He's not the same guy as what you're getting in a Caleb Williams and a Jaden Daniels, in my opinion. It'll be more of a project, and it's a lot more of a projection in the NFL because, quite honestly, stats or wins can be liars when it comes to what the performance will look like on that next level. Don't be dismayed with Drake May would be my advice. He may be better than you think. So Drake May, not a bad pick here, man, but I'm going to get it off to a few other guys. Scoops, we've seen three quarterbacks. I want to know, are we going 4 in a row? And what are your thoughts on that? Are we going to see a trade? What's going to happen in Arizona right now?
No. My strong sense is that this is going to be a pick that Arizona keeps. Expecting them to take Marvin Harrison Jr. here, and I think they might get the best overall prospect in the draft by doing so. Can't wait to see what he and Kyler Murray do next year in the offense run by John Gannon's staff.
Very good. I'm going to go up to Mr. Paul Rosen, man. Are the phones ringing off the hook there in Arizona, and are they taking the call?
I think, yeah, I think Monty's taking the calls. I mean, no harm in allowing window shopping if they get an amazing type of offer. I know he has said he doesn't want to go down further than even the Giants. So if the Giants come to him and make him an offer that he can't refuse, he could still come back and get one of the best receivers. Well, that may or may not happen. It looks like something's already gone through. But in any event, I think I agree with Scoop. I think getting Harrison is another generational talent that comparable to Fitzgerald. So I can't blame them for keeping the pick.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a lot of speculation around this pick. It looks like a lot of people, and it looks like just from what Paul's reaction was, maybe it looks like things are heading in the right direction to where a pick may be coming in here. I want to get thoughts really quick from Trevor, and Trevor, it looks like is getting some confirmation. Is Marvin Harrison, Trevor, the best pick for the Arizona Cardinals here?
See, I don't think there's a big drop off between him and Neighbors. Actually, with Marvin Harrison Jr., some of my concerns with him is run after the catch. He doesn't break tackles too often, and I think he's got great hands. He can go up and get the ball. He's also not the most speedy guy, in my opinion, as well. So actually, I'm not sure that Harrison Jr. would have been my pick here. I think that the wide receivers in between those two, Harrison and Neighbors, are actually closer than what some may think. I really like Malik Neighbors. I think his run after the catch, he can do it at a high level, and I think he's a speedy, fast wide receiver who can take the top over a defense. So I understand the pick here with Marvin Harrison Jr. here, but I like Neighbors for me. He's closer definitely to that number one wide receiver in this class, and I think some may think.
And it looks like all reports have been confirmed from what I'm seeing in the comments. Can we name it? The Marvin Harrison Jr. is the pick of the Arizona Cardinals, guys. I'm shocked at this. I'm shocked. I really thought this could be a 1, 2, 3, 4. I thought this was going to be a lot of trades in the top of these first 4 picks. But hey, we get the first shakeup. At least in what I was thinking, I guess, in what my overall thought process around this draft, and wide receiver goes number 4. Kenny, I want to kick these next 4 picks off over to you. I'm going to let you run host for a little bit. And whenever you feel free, we should talk a little bit about giveaways as well, I think, my friend.
I think so, Keith. And let me give you the Denver Bronco Kurt Valenti claps, K style claps. Amazing job there to start the show off for sure. But I got to get a comment in. Our good friend Joey Clams, he sends me texts. He sends Kurt texts. This is his text from him. Hey, boys, what's up? And my man, The Beard, and his crew from the Rockies. A big shout out from Joey Clams, the one and only. But like you said, Keith, big surprise at the top. 3 quarterbacks, but not a surprise that these 4 picks were here. I'm surprised there was no trade. You heard the Vikings and Giants trying to move up to 3. I'm hearing now nobody's saying anything about J.J. McCarthy yet. Could he fall down now like Trevor was thinking? Could this have been a smokescreen all the while? This is where it's going to get interesting, guys. The Chargers are on the clock. And Mike, I'll go to Trevor first. Trevor. Picks 5 through 8 be my first question to you, and then you know what? I'm going to talk about a giveaway. We're gonna open it up for the audience. We're going to do our first giveaway. Picks 5 through 8, Trevor. My question to you: we're going to see a trade.
I think it's definitely possible. It's definitely on the table. This is a team in the Chargers that I think if they're not in love with the player here like Joe Alt, I think this is definitely where Minnesota could move up to go get their guy. I still think we may see some sort of movement. I'm not sure JJ will fall all the way down to 11. But I mean, again, I think if you are the Vikings, you are seeing, are the Broncos in love with McCarthy? Some of these other teams around you, and you're not going to go bet against yourself and try to trade up if other teams are not interested in McCarthy as maybe you are. So I think it all depends upon what these other teams think. If the Vikings feel that the Broncos may try to move up or another team might try to move up from McCarthy, I think this is probably where you see a trade happen here, and they just be aggressive and go get their guy, secure him. But there's two different roads that can happen here. So this is, to me, as well as where this draft starts right here, pick 5 with the Chargers.
And real quick, before we do our giveaway, we got a little side contest going with the hosts. Honor system, guys. Me personally, and I'll show you my screen, I had, and trades don't count, I had the same 4 guys, but I had the Giants getting Drake May. So I'm 3 for 4 out of my first 4. Keith, how many do you have right in top 4?
I'm 4 for 4, baby. No trades.
Okay. Trevor, how about you?
I am 4 for 4.
4 for 4. Paul?
I'm 4 for 4 as well.
Dutchy?
2. I got 2.
Okay. Remember we did the around the horseshoe, you came back, so you're a late riser there. Scoops?
Someone call up Wendy's. I'm 4 for 4.
Okay, and that's the contest right now. So we got Trevor, Keith, Scoops, and Paul with 4. Myself got 3, and Dutchy 2. We'll give you another update in the next 4 picks. Keith, I'm going to pass it to you to pick after the pick is getting ready to come in, though. So we'll just talk about the Chargers. Who do you think it could be here, guys? Could they go offensive line? Are they going to go receiver? Early reports were tight end. I'll ask Dutchy. Where are we going to go with the Chargers here?
We are talking about Harbaugh here, and Harbaugh and Herbert, they want to make something happen. So they are going offensive, and they're going for Brock Bowers. Even though
I do apologize. I'm a little behind because I'm on a stream on phone, but there's still probably roughly 2 to 3 minutes left before the Chargers pick. So, right. Keith, I'm going to pass it back to you, my friend. We got a lot of giveaways. I'll let you choose what you want to make the first giveaway for everybody.
Oh, boy.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah, putting me on a spot, man. Let me ask you this, Kenny. Do you have, for any of your Giants friends out there, just a small little giveaway that we can give away in the next, let's say 5 minutes or so? Got anything just rambling around there? Just a quick one for one of your fans?
A quick one. I got some old-timer friends. Let's throw a Fran Tarkenton, classic New York Giant, 1970. Paul, your wife can enter. Dutchy, your wife can enter. Classic Hall of Famer, Fran Tarkenton. Put him in a nice frame for someone. I'll put them in. I got some nice frames coming, and we'll send that to someone. So how about in the chat? Everybody put Giants in the chat. Next 5 minutes, you'll be entered into the giveaway. Giants, for those interested, let's give away a nice Fran Tarkenton 1970 Topps football card.
All right. Albert's going to be watching the comments. He's going to be taking your names. We're going to go 5 minutes or 25 names, and then we'll go ahead and we'll put your name in a hat. We'll pull it out, and we'll announce that winner here in just a little bit, man. It's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be interesting for me. I think there's so many spots that the Chargers could go here, man. But I have wide receiver here, man. I have wide receiver. I think where you start to see runs, right? And we saw the run on the first 3 quarterbacks. We just saw Marvin Harrison Jr. come off the clock. I think Malik Neighbors, as Trevor indicated, is right there, if not better. And what better weapon to give Justin Herbert than a wide receiver like Malik Neighbors? So that's my prediction here heading into this pick. We'll see. Like I said, lots of holes, lots of different ways. Brock Bowers, why not, man? I could see that as well. Good call from Mr. Dutchy, but that's my thought, sir.
Keith, you know what? We got a lot of Bronco fans in as well, so let's give them a choice. I see Ernie's in the chat. How about a Champ Bailey legend framed card for your Bronco fans, followers of Denver Bronco Roundup and Let's Talk Broncos? So let's do Giants or Broncos in the chat. So Ernie's eligible. He put Broncos in there, Dutchy. So if you see Broncos or Giants, you're eligible.
Yeah. Big bold letters, guys. Giants or Broncos, because we have a lot of people going, go Broncos, go Giants. So type in big bold letters, Giants, big bold letters, Broncos. Let's get some prizes out here, guys. That's fun, man. Appreciate it, Kenny. Go ahead, take it away.
Chargers are up. It says the pick is in. Looks like there ain't going to be a trade. Scoops is mentioning. So real quick, I'll go around the clock here real quick before the pick comes in. Who's it going to be? Scoops?
Joe Alt.
Dutchy. You said Brock Bowers. Paul?
Joe Alt.
Trevor?
It's going to be Joe Alt, in my opinion.
I'm with them. Keith, and you said, who'd you say?
I'm going Malik Neighbors here.
They're showing the Charger draft room as we speak. Jody, I got your message. Is that confirmed or are you guessing?
Yeah. Let's not play those games, boys. Let's not play those games.
But it's coming in. I see the blue and yellow in the background. We should be getting it soon. We're going to see. And then be interesting because Paul and I will be taking over for a few minutes doing New York Giants football talk.
Oh, boy.
Eddie Murphy, make sure you get into this contest. We got Fran Tarkenton legend 1970 card there, Eddie. Put in the chat, Giants. Like to see you get a chance at a giveaway. You're always a big supporter of ours. Richie saying he thinks the Pats got this year's Zach Wilson. Kurt, I feel your pain.
Ooh.
Here he comes, Goodell.
Here comes Goodell.
Probably a couple seconds behind. So confirmed in the chat. Joe Alt is the pick, guys. What's thoughts, Keith? Joe Alt to the Chargers. You're AFC West guy, Broncos.
Yep. You know, there was a couple different ways. The Harbaugh era begins with the Chargers. They gave away some wide receivers. I thought that would be a way they would end up going. But, heck, let's face it. You need to keep Herbert upright. You need to go out there and you need to be a running-style team. That's what Harbaugh likes to do. If you want to do that, why not get the best out there? And Joe Alt, probably the best lineman definitely in this class. Joe Alt is going to be a need fulfilled for the Chargers. So, good pick. It'll be tough for our edge rushers now.
If I could just jump in there, Kenny.
Yeah.
As a Notre Dame fan, I'm sorry Jody isn't here. You've heard me say right from the get-go, this guy is a plug-and-play All-Pro next 10 years. I think it was a great pick by the Chargers, especially with Harbaugh wanting to run the ball. Just an excellent pick, legacy pick with the pedigree, with his dad being an All-Pro offensive lineman. So just a fabulous pick. I love it as far as the player and when the value meets the need. Excellent.
Real quick, I want to get to the comments. I know Eddie's saying about Sauce. I know, Eddie, that's my fault. I will get you that, but you got to give me your address and I'll get that to you.
All right.
I was going to go to you, but we're going to go up in a second. Coach Breslin saying Giants are up, linemen all to the Chargers. Great pick, Bill DOL. Carson wants to know what the G-men are doing here, Paul. So why don't we take over for a couple minutes and discuss what the Giants may do here. Neighbors is on the clock, Odunze and McCarthy all come in play here.
I mean, look, Shane has said he wants to get more weapons for Daniel Jones. He's the quarterback. It's set up perfectly. You have a choice of either Odunze or Neighbors. Neighbors, the most explosive, the yak leader, led in just about every offensive category last year in college. I wouldn't have a problem if they went Odunze either, but without having to make a trade up, they met with J.J. McCarthy a number of times, 2 or 3 times. So he's right there on the platter if they want to take him right now. And, I'm looking at their war room right now, and if he's there, if they want to take him, he's right there.
I think the Giants, they're on the phone already, guys. I think this is going to be an early pick. I don't know. This could be J.J. McCarthy. It could be Neighbors. Richie Katwika is saying wide receiver and stick with Jones. I'll go to the Bronco guys, outside perspective, and then we'll get Scoops as well, outside perspective. Neighbors, Odunze, McCarthy, Trevor, rapid fire.
it's got to be Neighbors. I think you have to help your quarterback room out. Go McCarthy here and going in a different direction wouldn't make any sense. It's got to be Neighbors here for me.
Scoops,
Pick is
rapid
in.
fire, rapid fire. Who's it? One word. Who is it? McCarthy, Neighbors, or Dunze? Give me a name.
It's Neighbors.
Keith,
Neighbors.
Dutchy.
McCarthy.
Okay, and then after the Giants pick, we'll have Dutchy pick the giveaway.
Nice.
Pick is
Someone's
in.
getting some nice.
Pick is
I'm gonna
in.
guess. I'm gonna guess Neighbors. I think McCarthy's gonna fall, boys. I'm gonna say Neighbors, and the Giants are, they get their playmaker wide receiver that's compared to Deebo Samuel here, guys.
Yeah. I mean, let's face it. They need weapons. Shane has said we have to score more points. You're not going to get more points with a quarterback as a rookie who probably wouldn't even play much, if at all, until next year. So I hope it's Neighbors or Odunze. One of them. I would have no problem with either or. What do you think, Kenny?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't have a problem either way, Paul. I think Drew Lock, guys, your former Bronco quarterback, we picked Neighbors here. Maybe Penix or Nix is in the mix late round if they're on the board. But if it's Neighbors or Dunze, guys, I think Drew Lock's going to have a lot of fun with the possibility to be the starting quarterback for the Giants.
Here comes good. Roger Goodell.
I'll let you announce the pick, Paul. I'll let you announce the Giants pick.
All right.
Let me see.
Oh, guys,
All right.
here you go, man. Here you go.
Giants
this is big for you
selection.
guys. This is big.
Yeah, very big. 6th pick in the
Don't look in
24-20.
the chat. I know who it is. I saw it in the chat. Don't look in the chat.
Malik Neighbors.
All right.
Malik Neighbors. I'm getting goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps.
What a stud, Carson's saying. Wide receiver for the one for the Giants. Great pick. Hey, I got it as an A, guys. I think he, like Trevor said, 1-1A wide receiver. Mark Calderio saying, let's go. Mark, last chance. If you want to be involved in the Giant giveaway, type in Giants in the next 15 seconds, and then we're going to have Dutchy pick the giveaway winner. Type Giants in the chat, Mark.
If I can just add this, Kenny, what I love about this pick is you add him to now a guy like Justin Hyatt and Wan'Dale Robinson, and even have Darius Slayton as your 3rd or 4th receiver. That becomes a whole different ball game in terms of the offense for this team. And the fact that you can have him as your number 1 and then a guy like Hyatt who can take the top off of any defense, I think that adds so much to the way the Giant offense can now be a little feared. So great pick. I love it, and I think they did great.
Dutchy, you want to give a final countdown for anybody who wants to do Giants or Broncos in the chat for our first giveaway, which is either going to be a Champ Bailey Legends Series framed card or
Amazing.
Fran Tarkenton 1970 New York Giants Hall of Famer NFL football card framed for our first winner. Last call, and then we're going to have Dutchy pick that first winner.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I have to put Joe in.
Just like that, man. Talk about nick of time, Joe. Holy mackerel.
Coach B. The last second blitz.
Oh, okay. Is Eddie in there? Hopefully Eddie's in there.
Yeah, Eddie's in there.
All right.
Can you put the sound on?
And the winner is Michelle.
Michelle Knoppers. Very good.
That's all right. So I'm guessing Michelle would like the legend, Champ Bailey.
I will leave that up to her, but
Fran Tarkenton, whatever she wants, with whoever she doesn't pick, will go back into the mix for a later giveaway.
And then here's the thing: all these names will be kept for the last drawing, and then all the names will be added for the last drawing for the big prize.
Keith, you want to announce what the big prize is going to be?
Oh boy. Well, why don't you tell me? Why don't you clue them into your big prize, and I'll clue them into our big prize.
Okay, so for the Giant fans out there, our final Giants giveaway is going to be. It's actually going to be two winners. There's going to be a Giant winner and a Bronco winner, I guess, for later on in the show. This is Super Bowl 36 game-used turf, and I'm going to put together a nice little collection here. I got Eli Manning. He was big in Super Bowl 36, obviously, so going to put a nice little package together. But the main thing on this one's the Super Bowl turf. Somebody can put that as a nice souvenir collection for their Giants piece. So looking forward to giving that away to somebody later on in the draft on date, when we give away our big prizes.
Yeah, absolutely. Really quick, I want to jump over to Albert. I know that he's giving away a Terrell Davis signed autographed football. He has it on screen right there. We're going to go ahead and we're going to get all your names entered in to win this evening. We're going to come up with a name here because I see that Tennessee is starting to get on the clock here, Mr. Kirkpatrick, as the draft continues to roll.
Yeah.
We're going to come up with a name, and we're going to go ahead and have you put that in there. Broncos or Giants will work, but we'll have one key name for these big giveaways. And that being said, we'll announce it tomorrow when you guys all tune in. That's the fun part of all this. We get to see you all tomorrow as well and the next day. So we'll give one of these tomorrow out of the hat, and the next will be the next day. So keep tuning in, keep entering, and get entered into all our small giveaways too.
Michelle chose the legend. You're getting a Champ Bailey, Michelle. We'll get that in a nice frame for you and send that your way. Thank you for being part of the giveaway. Glad we can give that to you. Pick is in, it's commercial, so I get time to talk about the Titans here. Hey, our Giants, we'll get to talk about them tomorrow a little bit too. I think the Titans have to go offensive line. The question is, who's their number 2 on the offensive line here? I picked offensive line as my position I was going to cover. You got Oli Fashanu on the list. He's a lot of upside. Played for Penn State. He can definitely be a guy they could be looking into to block for Will Levis for the future. Another guy could be this early. I'm hearing things about J.C. Latham, or maybe it's a trade back. Maybe this is a spot where somebody comes in for J.J. McCarthy. We're going to see. But again, J.J. McCarthy falling down. We had people had him as high as 2. We're on pick 7 now, and we're not hearing much about him. Could he be the Mac Jones of last year, of 2 years ago, I should say? So we're going to see, guys. Jody,
I got a question for you, just really quick, Kenny, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I want to get a 3. Since you did the offensive line, you did a lot of homework on these guys. Describe Joe Alt in 3 words. Joe Alt that ended up going to the Chargers.
Freak of nature. Right, Paul? Look at his size. 6'8", 322. I'll tell you what, the only weakness he has is if he doesn't adapt to the NFL, which I know he will because of the pedigree. But if he didn't, he's not going to be able to play guard at that size. So it's a must that he produces. It's not like, I can still play guard. No, if you don't pan out at tackle, you're not going to pan out in the NFL. So you better not be a bust. And I don't think he is. I think the Chargers got now Slater on one side and all on another. They're going to protect Herbert at all ends, and that's what I thought originally Harbaugh would do. So Jody's saying the pick is in. We're going to see when we come back, and I'll make the announcement. But, there's some good offensive linemen on here, and I think it's got to be Oli Fashanu. Maybe, later on you got Amarius Mims is climbing up a lot of boards. J.C. Latham's climbed up a lot of boards. You got Talise Fuaga, Troy Fatano. I'm going to be busy in the first round with these offensive linemen.
You are. I got one more question for Paul real quick on that Giants pick. You are most excited for Malik Neighbors since you got wide receiver blank.
Probably since OBJ. I mean,
Okay.
we haven't had a receiver over 800 yards in the last 5 years,
Yeah.
which is pathetic in this pass frenzy NFL nowadays. So to have a guy that can stretch the field is amazing, and we were too ineffective passing the ball, and now we have a guy that can stretch the field.
Keith, I'm going to get to a couple comments, and then I believe the pick is in, so I'll make the
Yeah,
announcement.
it's coming up right now, Kenny.
Roy Osborne saying Jay is falling to us, Bronco fan, J.J. Osborne. Ernie Mays is saying Broncos. Eddie Murphy, quick off-topic, NBA, Magic are winning by 38 late in the fourth quarter.
There you go.
And confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, a big riser. We were talking about this, Trevor and Scoops, yesterday. J.C. Latham to the Titans. Pick 7 is in. That is going to mess up some mock drafts of ours, I believe. So
that's messed up mine.
Yep, same with me. That was my
believe me, 4 to 8. 4 to 8's not doing too good for me. So, so these picks are coming in fast and heavy.
Yeah.
Scoops, what are your thoughts on the Giants, real quick? You're a little worried now that you better go get your number one corner now that we got Neighbors.
I wanted our number one corner before y'all got Neighbors, but yeah, I mean, congrats. You guys made the pick that I would have made if I were, picking as an objective Giant fan. I think that was the right move for them. I got nothing but great things to say. I think that he's the closest thing y'all have had to OBJ since OBJ. And I think that if he can just be a little bit less diva than OBJ was, I think you guys have someone who can really help elevate Daniel Jones and get more out of him than you've seen so far.
If I could just add my 2 cents and say, given the plethora of fantastic LSU receivers over the last few years, hopefully it continues with Neighbors.
Wide receiver university. All right, guys, I'm going to get into the Titan picks. So let me just describe J.C. Latham for everybody. 6'6", 360. 5'2", 40 for a guy that big. Can imagine a guy running 5 seconds and a 40 at that speed, at that height. He was projected in the first round a lot earlier than I thought. Amazing athlete for his size. Played for Alabama, Scoops' boys over there in the SEC, Sis's boys in the SEC. So he's played against elite talent. I think Will Levis is going to feel very secure with this guy blocking for him. I do not think he will be Evan Neal-ish, and I think he will succeed at 6'6", 360. Comparison would be Mekhi Becton, who didn't pan out very well, but the Jets are a disgrace of an organization anyway. So I think Brian Callahan's going to be a good coach in the NFL, and I think they got a good one on left tackle now for the future with Peter Skoronski. So they got a nice young bookend tackles there, guys. So pick 8 is on the clock. Dutchy, we're going to see our first defensive player off the board here, Falcons, or are we going to see a trade, or are they going to go offense, continue the offensive run here, Dutchy?
See, I had Joe Alt here. I think Joe Alt would have been a really good fit. So my draft list is totally messed up. So far, I only have 2.
Don't worry, I'm right there with you.
So yeah, you might even see a trade here.
Okay, trade.
It is possible, yeah.
Keith, do you think trade, like Dutchy said, could we see somebody, the Vikings maybe, or the Broncos, if they like JJ McCarthy? This would be this around the area we were talking for your Broncos guys to maybe think about it if he was on the board, right? 8, 9, 10 area.
I agree. It would have been nice, but from what I'm seeing, at least in our chat and what I'm seeing in our private chat, it looks like the pick is in and it's a confirmed pick. Am I right, Paul? I know that you're watching a little bit from home. Are we have a confirmed pick?
No.
No,
you're talking about you're talking about for the Falcons?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't have.
Interviewing J.C. Latham.
Yeah. Oh, very good. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
All right. I think
Chat,
there's a
we're
lot
watching
of
on NFL Network, so if anybody's watching on a different network, I'm sure it is in, like you're saying.
Oh
We're
yeah, it
watching on
just popped
NFL
up.
Network. It makes it easier if everybody's watching the same network. It makes it more fun for everybody to get that
Yeah.
pick at the same
It
time.
just did pop up that the pick is in. So yeah,
Anybody
couple of
think
seconds
it's somebody
behind.
besides, for those who don't know, as us, anybody besides Dallas Turner here, Trevor?
Yeah,
That's who I have.
It's not Dallas Turner, I'll tell you that.
Wow. Not Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
All right.
This is an interesting pick because I think a lot of things were on the table. They needed wide receiver. They needed an edge rusher. They have a perfect opportunity to possibly trade back, but we now know that this is going to be different. You know what I mean? Where the pick is going to be in. It looks like it's going to be the Atlanta Falcons. They have a lot of different ways to go. Dallas Turner has been the most mocked guy, I think, to a team outside of Caleb Williams. So if it's not Caleb Williams, then hey, it's going to be a shocker. So,
Trevor, you know who it is?
We both.
Don't
do.
you say it.
I don't want you to.
There, Trevor.
No, I don't want you to tell us. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I'll just say it's the shocker of the draft, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, for those who don't know, so we know the shocker's coming up.
The Dell's going to the podium.
All right, I'll make the official announcement.
Yeah, we got everybody in the chat, bud.
Oh wow! Could this be a pick for somebody else?
Wow! Holy cow! Good for him.
Go ahead, Kenny. Announce it.
Good for him.
The Falcons. I thought this was an April Fool's joke, but the Falcons pick Michael Penix Jr. at
Holy
pick 8.
cow!
What does this pick mean, Trevor? You were first to see it on X. What does this pick mean for Kirk Cousins, for the Falcons? Could this be a pick for somebody else?
Yeah, I think it's Atlanta's going to stick and pick here and take Michael Penix. It sounds like their owner wanted a quarterback in the pipeline. Just doesn't. We don't know about Kirk Cousins, in his injury history. That's what it sounds like to me. Not really understanding why at this pick you would do that, but I think Penix could have moved down the boards a little bit. It makes me wonder though, if the Raiders were going to be interested in jumping up. I wonder if this is a first shocker of the draft and a little bit of smoke between to the Raiders, because we've heard throughout the day that the Raiders were a team that was interested in Penix. So a little bit of a shocker here, but it sounds like Atlanta's owner stepped in and wanted a quarterback in their pipeline if Cousins isn't the guy.
I have a question.
I was just saying, Paul, I put the comments up real fast. Everybody's saying, wow, shocker. Roy Osborne's even crapping his pants.
Wow.
Love it.
Paul, what were you saying?
It's true.
Does anybody know how many years they signed Kirk Cousins for? What his contract called for?
Oh, I'm trying to recall, but really it's a 2-year contract is what they're kind of held to. There's going to be some dead years in that contract. So you basically got a 2-year contract with Kirk Cousins. So
I mean, I know he signed for a lot of guaranteed money, like it was 180 million, but there were a lot of it was right, but a lot of it was guaranteed. So that's why I'm asking what kind of wow.
Guys, couple things before I want to pass it off to Trevor for the next 4 picks. Mock draft 5 to 8 was wild. I'll tell you this much. 0 for me. Keith, how many did you have right?
Yeah, I went 0 for 4. I'm sitting 4 for 8 overall, man.
I'll give you the final score. I'll give you the updated scores after this. Trevor?
I'm 1 for 4. I got leaked neighbors, but that's it.
Paul?
I was 2 for 2 out of 4, so I have 6 out of 8 so far.
Nice. Dutchy, 0, right? A big ant like me.
Yep.
Scoops?
2 for 4, 6 of 8 total.
Okay, so Paul and Scoops are tied with 6. Trevor 5, Keith 4, Kenny 3, Dutchy 2. That being said, guys, my 4 picks was wild. Let's hope this draft continues to stay wild as I pass it off to my good friend at Denver Bronco Roundup, Trevor Saltzman, taking over the next 4 picks. And Trevor, I'll pop the comments on the screen if you want to read them. They're there for you, and I'll just leave them on and take them off as we go along. So
Yeah,
he'll be up there for you.
So I just want to get your guys' perspective on if you're the Chicago Bears right now. You have Odunze is on the board still. So I'll go over to Dutchy. Dutchy, do you think this is a possible trade back situation for the Bears? Or do you think that they stick and pick here? Maybe Odunze is on the board, or the first defensive player of the draft picked here.
No, I think now that you have Caleb Williams, you want to give him a weapon, and so I have Romeo Dunze here. I think that would be a very smart thing for the Bears to do, so that they really can get a cohesion together for the next coming years. I think Odunze would be here to pick.
Paul, what's your prediction here? Do you think the Bears stick here, or do you think they trade?
I have Odunze as my ninth pick for the Bears, so I think this draft laid out perfectly for the way the Bears wanted to add a weapon to go along with Caleb. So this is a plus for the Bears so far.
Scoops, what's your opinion? Bears stick and pick here, or are they trading the pick?
No, I think we're going to go back-to-back Washington players here. I think we're seeing Odunze here. It's not what I had in my mock, but I think that based on the way things have shaken down, I think it's the pick. I think it's the right pick.
Kenny, what's your thoughts? They can pick here, or are they trading?
Odunze would be a smart one here. You get the young receiver to go with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. The other option I could see is offensive lineman here. Goodell is on the podium, Trevor, so you can read the pick. I know you're watching on X, so whenever you want to read it, you can read it, my friend.
Okay. So I don't have the draft in front of me, so I'm just gonna. If you guys don't want to, if you guys
want me to, I'll throw it in the chat real quick if you see it.
Looks like the Bears are taking Odunze, Washington receiver out of Washington. They do stick and pick here. That's interesting, guys, because they have 4 picks total in this draft. So they really got to be loving Odunze here right here, not to be able to trade this pick back. So first thoughts. I mean, I'll go to Kenny. Kenny, what's your first thoughts here?
You know what? There was a good chance he wasn't going to be on the board in their minds at 9. So they got their star receiver, young receiver, to pair with Caleb Williams for the next 5+ years with this. I think he's got a chance to be the best in this draft. We saw what he did with Michael Penix. And look, Penix, Odunze, back-to-back picks in the draft. I think they got a stud in Odunze. I would have been happy with Odunze at 6 with the Giants. So Bears are having themselves a nice little draft. I know they don't have many picks, but they got 2 studs at 1 and 9. So they're fine with that.
Keith, what's your thoughts? Odunze to the Bears. What do you think?
You know, I had the Chicago Bears getting the 3rd wide receiver in this draft, but my 3rd best wide receiver was Brian Thomas Jr. here. I just thought he fit the profile for the Chicago Bears a lot better with the weapons they had. I thought they could use a guy more like Brian Thomas Jr., and he's been shooting up boards. So I was right in my thought process getting a wide receiver. I just picked the wrong one. Rome Odunze goes in there, and I think he's somewhat comparative to some of the weapons that they have there. So it'll be interesting to see how they utilize him with Caleb Williams now.
Yeah, Breaking news, there is a trade.
I just saw that too, Kenny.
I'll put it in the chat, okay? I'll put it in our private chat for you.
You have the compensation on that, Kenny?
Don't have the compensation, but I will tell you Minnesota is on the clock.
Looks like Minnesota's trading up for their quarterback.
So that's what it looks like.
They moved up
one spot.
Yeah. They must have thought Denver could trade up with New York.
Yeah, or the Raiders.
Or the Raiders, yeah, I was going to say, or the Raiders. So first thoughts, guys. JJ McCarthy, it looks like he might be heading to Minnesota. What's your guys' thoughts here?
I totally agree. I think they wanted to secure him. The Jets probably are looking to take Brock Bowers, so knowing that they probably are going to take JJ McCarthy, the Jets go back 1, probably get a 4th or 5th pick, and wind up getting their player anyway. And the Vikings know that they wind up getting McCarthy. So Trevor, it was a smart deal from both sides.
If you don't mind, Eddie gave us the compensation. I put it on the screen for you.
11, 129, and 157. Wow, for moving up a spot, they gave up. See, guys, that's exactly what trading up for a quarterback will do. There's a premium to pay for that. Even if it's just one spot, you're trading multiple picks back. So, I mean, that's huge.
Oh, yeah, I just see it.
Okay, so it gets 10 and 203. Okay. Thanks.
And they keep 23, though. But they keep 23.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They move up one spot. They move up one
for
spot.
One spot.
Yeah, exactly. So that's huge. What do you guys think of McCarthy? Is this a guy that if he is indeed picked here, is this a guy that would start day one, compete with Sam Darnold, or is he sitting here? Keith, I'll go to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be an absolute training camp battle. I'll put it that way. I think the kid is going to have every opportunity. I think you got a guy like Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, if that is the pick here with J.J. McCarthy. And I think that he has every opportunity to go in there and compete. Let's face it, Sam Darnold hasn't lit up the league. So these guys are going to be in direct competition with each other as far as I am concerned.
Paul, what do you think? Do you think that this is Sam Darnold's team, or is this J.J. McCarthy's team?
I think what they are going to do is Sam Darnold will start the season. He'll play 3, 4 games, 5 games. They'll get to a point, and then they'll slowly bring in McCarthy. And again, it's a great situation for a guy like McCarthy, who, even though he's a rookie, unlike someone like Bryce Young last year, you throw in a guy who's having, well, hopefully JJ is still there, but Addison as another receiver, you have a fairly good running attack. So you wind up throwing him in. Not, they just signed Aaron Jones. So you have an amazing offense built around for McCarthy. So I think Donald starts, plays a few games, gives him an opportunity to get comfortable, but then ultimately they put him in at some point, maybe a third of the way in, half into the season, and then he's their quarterback moving forward.
Great. Dutchy, what do you think? McCarthy here to the Minnesota Vikings. Is this a perfect fit for him?
Absolutely, because I already had them for the trading with the New York Giants at pick 6 for J.J. McCarthy. So if they do that, can I count this as a positive score for me? Because I have the Vikings with the McCarthy. and trading.
Yeah, I had him at pick 5, McCarthy in the trade. So
I have the Vikings taking McCarthy right after the Jets. Yeah. So, but yeah, let's call it yes.
Are we going the player or the pick? That's the question.
We were doing the pick. We were doing the pick.
Yeah,
we weren't doing the player.
So, I mean, only Minnesota only having to give up a 4th and a 5th round pick to go get McCarthy. So that doesn't sound like a lot of teams were in love with McCarthy. Maybe Denver wasn't in love. Maybe it was the Raiders. Or maybe it's a dark horse. I don't know. It doesn't really sound like anybody was too in love with him. I think if any team was too in love with him, they probably would have traded up higher for him. So that's very interesting here. So I guess we'll move off to the Jets pick, guys. What do you think the Jets are doing here? Is this a tight end? Is this a offensive lineman? Kenny, I'll go to you.
My opinion, and I was talking to Joey Clams, and we both agree. We think it should be offensive lineman. You got to protect Aaron Rodgers, but the way this Jets organization is run, I think it's going to be Brock Bowers. So it should be offensive lineman, but I think it's going to be Brock Bowers.
All right, Paul, what do you think here? Who's going? What are the Jets going? Are they thinking tight end or offensive lineman?
I have Brock Bowers. I think Joe Douglas and Salah are in a win now situation. I think Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets, had it up to here with, hey, it's not another year. We're not waiting another year. So if Rodgers is healthy, they need players to maybe make a deep run, especially with the way Buffalo has, I think, weakened themselves. I think it's a division there for the taking for the Jets. So I think they need a player to come in. We love Brock Bowers. We've been saying that for months now. I think Brock Bowers should be the pick for the Jets.
Scoops, what do you think? Brock Bowers here, or is it going to be offensive lineman?
Respectfully, I'm going to have to disagree. I think that after seeing what happened with Aaron Rodgers last year and he getting broken in half within a few minutes, I think they got to protect him as best they can. I expect Talise Fuaga to be the pick here.
Oh, yeah, that would make perfect sense. Again, the guys, there's 2 different spots this team could go with. We shall see what the Jets end up going with. Keith, what's your thoughts? Is this going to be Brock Bowers here off the board? Denver's pick right after this. Dallas Turner and Brock Bowers, the 2 guys are falling to Denver here.
Well, it's funny. I did have Brock Bowers going to the Jets overall, but obviously not in this particular order. So it makes sense. Get the weapons around Aaron Rodgers or any quarterback that might be coming in there in the near future. Kind of surprised that Brock Bowers did end up lasting, but hey, this entire draft has been a shock. I think though Brock Bowers, that's the way I would go. But hey, we'll see. We'll see. We still have to see where Minnesota goes, and then
They're
we'll
about to make that selection right now.
Pick is coming in, Trevor.
Hey, one thing I will mention, guys, while we just have two seconds, check out Morgan Trinkets. Morgan Trinkets is your headquarters for Southwest Jewelry and Pottery at our state gold prices. They're our fantastic sponsor over on Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Free shipping over $50 on Facebook. Real gold, 10, 14, 18 karat gold. Sterling silver starting at $10 all the way up to $2,000. Man, I'm telling you what, nationwide, once upon a time, 33 years experience, now headquartered in Colorado. Check them out on Facebook as we get into that Minnesota pick, buddy.
Thanks, Keith.
You have any confirmation of what they're doing yet?
He's talking. They're doing something special with a family. It looks like one of those special picks. So I like when they do that. Yep.
So I mean, again, guys, I mean, if they go back Brock Bowers here, they go offensive lineman, it's going to be tough. I mean, we were talking about Denver sitting there at 12, and they have not moved up for anybody yet. This looks like they're sticking and picking, or going to possibly move down.
Young girl's making the choice right now. So I'll let Paul, I'll put it in the chat when I see it so Trevor can read it because he's up, Paul. So it is who we thought it would be.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go.
Boy.
Wow, that's crazy. JJ McCarthy going to the Vikings. Wow. I mean, again, guys, it's absolutely insane that the Broncos. I'm a little surprising to go up and go get JJ McCarthy. Kind of shows what the maybe the Broncos are thinking. Maybe a couple picks down the line, but definitely curious to see what the Jets are going to be doing. But McCarthy to Minnesota, I had McCarthy to Minnesota too. But I also had Minnesota trading up higher to get him. But maybe there was a little bit of talk, I think, yesterday that McCarthy might end up dropping a little bit, and that's exactly what it looks like it's happening tonight. So very, very interesting stuff from the draft. Very interesting to see what the Jets can do. I think that's a nice thing for the Jets to do. They possibly move back and get more picks, and they still possibly get their number one guy, offensive lineman Fashanu's here as well. I mean, Fuaga's here. I think Brock Bowers is here. I mean, there's just so many different guys they can go with here. So it'd be very interesting to see what the Jets do here. So Keith, I mean, I'll throw it over to you. If you're a Bronco fan right now, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm happy because this is really kind of how I have it playing out. Like I said, not too far off of what my board. I had the Jets sticking with at 10 and Brock Bowers. I had Minnesota sticking in at number 11 and getting JJ McCarthy. So it's falling right in line if that happens to be the case. JJ McCarthy, I think, is going to be a fantastic opportunity, for again, the Minnesota Vikings and getting, I think, a fantastic prospect. I mean, a guy that goes out and completes 72.3% of his passes, 2,991 yards, 22 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, adds in another 202 yards in the game on the ground. This is a guy that's been a winner throughout all his entire college career. Take away one TCU Horned Frogs loss, and this guy's looking pretty dang good. Now, does that project all the way in? We'll have to see, man. But it's a great experiment. We'll see how it plays out.
If I could just throw my 2 cents in, I'm thinking about our friend and colleague and co-host Carson, whose Lions had a fantastic year last year and certainly is on the rise. But after what Green Bay did and now what Chicago has done and Minnesota has done, that division is going to be unbelievably competitive over the next few years. So, Carson, we love you, but you guys are in for a rocky division over the next few years with these additions that some of these teams are now adding.
Yeah.
Trevor, let me get a couple comments, and I've been slacking on that. Good friend, everybody's good friend Clayton here on saying, hey guys, smash that like button. Clayton, I gotta correct you. Smash the like buttons because K&K and Rocky Mountain at the same time. Big supporter of both of ours, Clayton. We love you. I'm just messing with you, but smash the like buttons and share, guys. Coach Breslin's agreeing with you, Paul. Leanna's saying the Jets pick is in, and we're just waiting. We're back from commercial on NFL Network. Trevor, I'll share it in the chat, private chat when it's on. Leanna wants to know, is it that a record to have 5 quarterbacks picked in the first 10 picks? It's a good question.
That's a great question.
I think that may
I think
very
it
well
is.
be. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great call out, Leanna.
Absolutely. And I'm caught up on the chat, Trevor. We'll probably have the pick coming up shortly. I'll send it in the private chat when I see him on the podium.
Can I ask the Denver guys?
Yeah.
Would you guys at this point consider Bo Nix right here?
Personally, quick hitter style, no.
Trevor?
Yeah, I mean,
Goodell's go. Yeah, let Trevor and Dutchy answer, and then Goodell's going to the podium. So maybe rapid fire it.
yeah, with Bowers and Dallas Turner on the board, I don't think so. I really like Dallas Turner here. If they trade back, then it's Bo Nix. But if they second pick here, I don't think it's Bo Nix.
Dutchy, rapid fire.
If Browers is here, it will be Browers. Otherwise, they will trade back.
All right, I'm going to put the pick in the chat for you. You did say it, Trevor, but just there again.
Appreciate it, Kenny. We'll wait for whenever the pick. Just tell me because I don't have it on.
Yep, I put it in the private chat. You should have it.
He already said the name?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so Olu Fushanu, the pick here to the Jets at pick 11. So we just talked about it, guys. Offensive lineman here goes to the Jets. Seems like they really want to protect Aaron Rodgers. First thoughts, Paul, what do you?
Yeah, I had Bowers. Obviously, I was wrong. He was considered one of the top offensive linemen in the draft. For whatever reason, I think after the combine, a couple of other players were considered higher. But yeah, he was solid. He was the Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year. Great pick by the Jets. Obviously, they needed to protect Aaron Rodgers, so excellent pick by them.
Scoops, what do you think for Shanu to the Jets? I know that you were high on Fuaga.
I was. I thought that would be the selection. I guess it's the similar mentality. They just seem to like Fashanu better. I don't think there was a massive gap in how most people felt about the two. And I think this is just a really smart pick by them. And I think it's something that Rodgers is going to really benefit from in the coming season.
Kenny, what's your thoughts for Shanu to the Jets? I mean, I know some of us had Brock Bowers, some of us had Fuaga.
Great pick. I'm going to make it short and sweet because Denver Bronco Roundup is coming up. The Broncos are on the clock. Lindy,
actually, that pick is in.
Lindy's Pro
my
Football.
gosh.
We're going to go right to Denver Bronco Roundup, guys. We're going to let the guys take over. You guys are up. Keith, take it away.
The pick is in, man. They're running up to the podium, guys. I cannot believe what I'm almost thrown back. I thought this was going to be a trade back for sure. I think cornerback could be out there. I don't think we go quarterback here. We could be getting an edge like Dallas Turner. I'm excited, guys. I think we're going to get an absolute playmaker because of the way this board has fallen and the needs we have. How about Albert, man? What are you thinking, Albert?
I really hope it's going to be Brock Bowers, because that is what we need. We don't need a quarterback right now. We need some playmakers that can start learning the system for a year, and then we need a quarterback. That is my opinion, and I really, really hope that this is going to be Brock. And by the way, a funny fact, I had Minnesota trading. I got that right. So they traded
there
with
you go.
And guess what my pick was for the Giants trade? Fashanu.
There you go.
That's funny.
Crystal ball
Trevor,
guy.
What is Trevor's opinion on pick 12?
Yeah, again, we got to trust Sean Payton, George Payton here. I mean, again, they weren't aggressive to go up there and get J.J. McCarthy, so it doesn't sound like they were really in love with J.J. McCarthy. So, yeah, trust Sean Payton, George Payton, what they know. Trust the process. Either direction they go. If it's Dallas Turner, is it Brock Bowers? Do they go quarterback here? We shall see. But, again, got to trust the process and see what Sean Payton wants to do. He has a plan. We shall see what the plan's going to be here.
I will put it in the private chat when Goodell goes to the podium. I'll keep the suspense until he goes up to the podium.
Can I ask you guys a question? What do you guys think of Jared Verse?
I love Jared Verse. I'll go really quick. He was actually my first edge rusher. I actually have him just going a few picks after Denver. But yeah, one of the top ones up there. But again, if you have Dallas Turner here, I think you would go Dallas Turner over Jared Verse right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, again, Jared Verse, I think he's a solid run stuffer. I think he's a he's a guy that really uses his strength to get after the quarterback and stop the run. I like Jared Verse. I think it would be a little bit of a stretch here to pick him at 12. I think he'll go later in the teens. I'm a fan of Jared Verse. Probably he's definitely not my number one edge rusher. I think to me, again, it's Dallas Turner, without a doubt. I'm surprised he's fallen this far, to be honest with you. Latu's another guy to kind of watch out for. But I think for where the Broncos are at, fit-wise, I think Verse would be the guy here.
Rapid fire, one-word answer. I'm going to throw a question to Keith, Trevor, and Dutchy. Bowers, Turner, Bo Nix. Who do you want, Keith, out of those three? Or et cetera, et cetera. Just give me a name you want at 12 here.
I'll go out of those three, I'll go Turner.
Trevor, any of those three or et cetera?
I'll go Turner here.
Dutchy?
Bowers.
Okay, we're going to see. Rich Eisen and them are still talking, guys. So please do your Denver Bronco roundup thing, man. This is exciting for you guys, man. There's some good names on this board that Trevor, Dallas Turner, we were talking about. He's still on that board if he was there. Brock Bowers is still on that board, guys.
Yeah,
there's some good players on this board.
We need to talk that, there's been talk if the Broncos were at this pick about taking a corner here. We still have Quinyon Mitchell that is sitting out there. We still have Terrion Arnold. They would be able to get the top cornerback if they wanted to in this spot. There's been a lot of speculation. Levi Wallace isn't the answer. PS2 would love to have a top corner pairing on the other side. So if you're looking at maybe not going the route of a quarterback, for instance, not going the route of a wide receiver, because we've already seen some of those guys going off, you got to be thinking cornerback with all the conversation that's been in that slot there for the Broncos.
They're showing the Bronco war room right now. Peyton was standing up, so it's getting close, guys. The pick is in, but Goodell hasn't come to the podium yet.
Oh, you know how it is.
How about Latu? What do you think of Latu?
Yeah, I mean, I think he has elite, pass rushing ability. My thing with Latu is I'm not in love with him athletically. I think he saw something to show there. Run defense isn't the greatest. He's got to work about on his tackling. He's a guy that tackles too high, in my opinion, and needs to get lower when he tackles more towards the legs.
Here he comes, fellas. I'll type it in when I see it, okay? So Goodell is on the podium.
Woo, boys.
Good luck.
Not 12 very often.
Guys. Good luck. We're getting some confirmations in the chat. We're getting some confirmations in the chat. We're gonna see. I'm gonna see if it's accurate.
I'm getting confirmations off to the sign on my fan on my phone here. Wow. It is
some shockers. Go ahead, guys. Take it away.
All right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll take it. The Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, man. I have quarterbacks here, guys. I didn't think that he would go this high. I think that we had opportunity to trade out of this number 12 pick and still have an opportunity to pick up Bo Nix. I don't necessarily see anybody jumping up to get him, though. I didn't see Michael Penix Jr. going where he did either, so that may have put pressure on this pick. But here's a guy, the last year, guys, third in the Heisman Trophy. But check this out, 77.4% completion, 45 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 4,508 yards, add another 6 TDs on the ground, 234 yards. Those numbers are really, really tough to beat out. 24-year-old, some of the biggest hands out there, 10 and 8-inch hands out there. So just a guy that's big, tall, can spin it, 6'2", 214 pounds. Bo Nix looks like he's going to be the quarterback of the future for the Denver Broncos. That's my first and foremost thoughts. I'm going to hit Albert and get his thoughts on Bo Nix, man.
Yeah, I'm flabbergasted. I don't like this. But yeah, this is what we have to deal with. Like Kurt says, we are in bed with Sean Payton, so that's what we have to deal with. And now we just have to hope for the best and that we make the best out of the remainder of the picks that we have.
Keith, you're getting some happy people out there and some not. This is going to be
Yeah.
a fun Denver Bronco Roundup show on Tuesday for sure. Clayton loves it. Miss Pearl hates it. Roy doesn't like it. Jody doesn't like it. Raiders pick is in already, by the way, so that's a quick one.
Yeah,
we'll get that up. But
For what
Scoops is going to be taking over, guys, after you guys have finished your Denver Bronco Roundup.
Yeah.
For
so
what
Trevor,
if I can,
I want
if
to
I
get
can
Trevor's
just,
thoughts. Go ahead.
if I can just add, for what it's worth, Kurt Warner thinks he's Drew Brees like, quote unquote. For what it's worth.
Real quick, so we don't lose track. I had 0 right in the mock draft contest. Keith?
I have not picked up a right answer since number 4.
Trevor, you get any right in these last 4?
I did not get any right.
Paul?
I just had 1 right.
Okay. Hey, that could be the game winner right there.
Yeah,
Dutchy. We still throwing X's, Dutch, me and you?
Now, if I can count the trades, then I have 2. Otherwise, I have none.
I guess, do we
Sounds
count the
like
trades?
none.
We didn't say.
It sounds like none.
I'm with you, Dutchy. Don't worry. My trades didn't come through neither. Scoops?
I had both the quarterbacks correct.
Wow.
He did. He did have Bo Nix. Yeah, he did. He did. So Scoops has a 1. Yeah.
Wow.
You had Penix right at 8?
No, I thought you were talking about from 9 to
JJ
12.
McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy. Oh,
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
I did not have Penix at. Oh, my God, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. So
You had Bo
McCarthy,
Nix. You had Bo Nix
Sean
going
Owen, Bo Nix.
to
yeah,
Denver.
He did.
Wow.
He did.
Here comes
All
the
right,
Raiders.
on the clock. Scoops is up hosting, so you take over, Scoops. However you want to run the show, it's yours for the next 4 picks.
All right, sounds good. Well, excuse me. We got Goodell coming up here, so you want me to start right after he goes?
Yeah, well, people are already chatting, so whenever you want to do it, Scoops, you got the TV on by you, so however you want to run it, so you can.
Yeah, I'll wait until so that I don't say anything that someone else hasn't seen.
Yeah. I think this is big though, at least from a Denver's perspective. But these guys
There we go.
backed up one right after the other, though, right?
Brock Bowers at number 13 goes to the Raiders.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wow.
So,
This is a
There's the
fascinating
2 tight
pick.
end that I've been wanting the team to do.
Yeah.
Mayer and Bowers now, like Jody just said in the chat. I've been wanting a team to do this with 2 tight ends. Wow.
Amazing. Wow.
What are your thoughts in the Jed Scoops? I'm sorry, you're running. I'm
you're
gonna
good.
I'm gonna run to the men's room, so I'm gonna take about a 2-minute break, guys.
All right.
All right.
See you in a second, Kenny.
well, I'll start with you, Keith. Based on where we were at quarterback wise, even if it wasn't at 12, who would have been your first choice left at quarterback?
Say that again. Could you repeat that question?
Sorry. Okay. Who at least for the Broncos, even if it wasn't at 12, would Nix have been your number 1 quarterback at least left for them to take, or would you have taken somebody else?
Oh, gotcha. At this point, I think that's exactly where at least where I have my board, because the guy that I would have had next would have been Michael Penix Jr., but he was already gone. So absolutely. I guess Bo Nix would have been the next guy. I didn't think there was anybody coming up to try to get him. I wish we could get Kenny to mute himself back there. So, but we'll continue on. That's my thoughts, man. Yeah, I think that Bo Nix is the guy, but I don't know if Bo Nix was the value at that position.
Got it. Question. Okay, I'm gonna ask this question, but I'm gonna ask it to both Mr. Dutchy and Trevor, and then I got a question for Paul after. But based on where you guys are at now, obviously you've still got a dearth of draft picks going forward. Is this the type of thing where we potentially see during the draft a guy like a PS2 traded to restock some of those draft picks because of the fact that they didn't trade back from 12? Trevor, you go first.
If you don't mind, because I want to get my thoughts on Bo Nix really quick.
I apologize.
No, all good. No, so I guess Denver ended up having Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels ahead on their board ahead of Bo Nix, but they had Bo Nix as a number 3rd quarterback on their board, their draft board. So they get a quarterback that they covet. I think, again, I've said this multiple times. I like Bo Nix. I don't like Bo Nix at 12, but it tells me that another team did. So I wonder if Denver didn't take him here, I bet he would have been off the board the next time they would have traded down. So they get their quarterback of the future in Bo Nix. I think he fits everything Sean Payton wants as far as everything down the middle and everything, getting the ball out quick. Bo Nix is that guy. But no, to answer your question, Scoops, really quick, PS2, I don't think they trade PS2 here. I think they were only going to trade PS2 if they were going to trade up for a quarterback. It's a little interesting to me that they didn't trade back because now you don't have picks. Until the third round. So it'll be interesting to see if there's another guy. Maybe Cortland Sutton's a guy they could trade to get a second round pick. But again, they get their guy. Sean Payton's got to be in love with next year. So the clock starts now with Sean Payton. He got his first round quarterback, but Bo Nix. Let's see what they can do going forward. And the guys out of So you have two former first round picks now, and Denver's QB room. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely, and excuse me. I think that makes sense. I think your point about Sutton, I think would probably be one that makes more sense in terms of if you're looking to try and bring in some more draft capital. You know my thoughts about Nix, so obviously I'm rooting for it to work out for you guys. I think that he smells like a Sean Payton type quarterback to me, just from what I've seen and what I know about him. But it sounds like it's a pretty controversial pick right now among Denver fans. So I'm curious to see how that'll shake out the next few days. I'm gonna be watching your show very closely the next couple of days.
Whew.
Kenny,
It's gonna be something.
Kenny, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, sorry. So I was just talking to the question that I had asked prior was, asking a couple of the Broncos fans as to whether or not he would have been their number one pick off the board. Now I want to ask about your Giants real quick. With the pick that they made with Neighbors, do you think that they still potentially are in position with one of their next couple picks? Could they still go QB in a later round, or do you think that they're going to just hold with Jones and Locke for right now?
It's a good question. I'm going to think there might be one guy that they're looking at, and it might be Jody's guy, Pratt from Tulane. Mm-hmm. I think he could be a fit for Brian Dable later on as a chance, or even the guy from Tennessee in a real late flyer, Joe Milton, big arm. But other than that, Scoops, I think we stand pat. I think I really got hopes for Drew Lock that he can succeed here in New York. I do.
All right, Paul. All right. My next question for you, because obviously the Giants picked several spots ago, but we were just talking not too long ago about how many QBs have already gone, and we're already at about a record-breaking number with still more than half the first round to go. Do we see any more first-round quarterbacks to go, do you think, or do you think that was the last one we're going to see?
No, I think those 6 went. I think that was the question: is 5 going to go, or 6? Now that Bo Nix was taken by Denver, I don't think you'll see any more until probably the second, or even toward the end of the second round, or the third round. Maybe Spencer Rattler might be picked at some point. Maybe the next quarterback up, but I think that'll be it for the first round.
Makes sense. Saints pick is in according to
no. We don't have it yet on NFL Network. I'll put it in the chat, Scoops. You'll see it when it comes up. Oh, you got it on your TV, so you're good.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I just saw what the text on the screen said. Yeah,
we're watching on NFL Network for those in the chat, so that's the network we're going on.
Yeah, the banner up is now. It says the pick is in, but it doesn't actually have the name of the player yet.
Could I just mention something about Brock Bowers? We didn't really talk about that pick. The fact that Kenny sort of alluded to it, but you add him with Devontae Adams and Michael Mayer. That's an unbelievable triple header that teams like the Broncos and Chargers and the Chiefs are now going to have to defend. And I think that adds so much to the way the Raiders are going to operate. And I thought that was an amazing pick. It was a shocker that he was still on the board, in my opinion. But the fact that he was there, I don't think the Raiders probably expected him to be there, but it was one of those, hey, best player available, and you swoop in and get a guy like that. So kudos to the Raiders to be able to take a guy like Brock Bowers.
Scoops, I'm putting Leanna's comment on the board for you, on the screen for you to read, because I definitely am on board with this.
I think next year you guys broadcast the draft live together at Lambeau Field. That sounds like a lot of fun. I've never been to Lambeau. I've never been even to Wisconsin.
That's where the draft is next year.
Yeah, no, I know.
Uh,
That sounds like a fun experience. Kenny, are we okay in the chat here?
Yeah, we're good. Yep, Patrick's saying hello. Keith, do you want to throw Patrick a little plug out there? He's always taking care of you over there, and me as well.
Hey, we are 2 hours and 9 minutes into a fantastic The Pick Is In draft show. And one of the reasons I'm so upbeat, ready to go, maybe if I'm not even like that excited about Bo Nix, but hey, that's okay. I'm going to get a little bit more excited because Lion Coffee, guys, Patrick Wilsey, he supplies us over at the Rocky Mountain Sports Network, Denver Bronco Roundup. And it's unofficial, but check out lioncoffee.com, man. I'm telling you what, guys, the best, man. Kona coffee you'll ever drink, man. I treasure it every single morning. Lioncoffee.com. Absolutely. Thanks, Patrick, for jumping in here, buddy.
Thanks, Patrick.
Has everyone seen the Saints pick was just announced. It is Oregon State tackle Talis Fuaga. So another tackle goes. Finally starting to get some of them off the board. This one, I think, a little bit later than some people expected. But Kenny, I'll start with you because you're the first one I see. What are your thoughts on this pick? We've got a new tackle in there to take care of the line for Derek Carr.
Yeah, I love Talis Fuaga. For Derek Carr, yep. Talis Fuaga, Oregon State. Love him. He thinks very flexible on the O-line. I compare him to like a Penei Sewell, so I think they got a real steal getting Talis Fuaga in this pick. And I'm going to mute my mic, guys. I left my glasses, my readers in the other room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh, no.
The Sewell, if I remember correctly, went, I think, 5 or 7 overall. So if they got someone of that caliber at 14, that's a heck of a coup. Excuse me. Trevor, we your question for you. We haven't seen a ton of defensive movement yet. Are you surprised by that at all, or did you kind of expect that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised a guy like Dallas Turner's not off the board yet. I mean, talk about a guy that I really love in this class. I think he's a complete edge rusher, in my opinion. Very athletic. I mean, I just really shocked that these teams are still passing on him. I think this is going to be the best edge rusher in this class. And now it's starting to push Burris and Latu down the board as well. So, very interesting how this is all shaking out. Just goes to show you, though, all these teams and what they rate these offensive guys in this draft. So I'm a little surprised that a guy like Dallas Turner has fallen this far, and one of the corners. I thought one of the corners might be gone by now as well.
Mm-hmm. So did I. I'm curious with that because that's what I'm watching now with Philly coming up is these next couple picks. I'm watching those 3 top corners, Arnold, Mitchell, and DeJean. But we were talking yesterday, you and I, about Turner, about Verse, a couple of guys that I think you said you had going in the top 10 or 12, somewhere around there. But even to have this sort of dearth of defensive picks at all is really surprising to me. I wonder what Coach Breslin thinks about that.
Scoops, before the Colts pick comes in, Keith, I think, ready for another giveaway, right?
I think I am, man. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to throw up on my screen first, man. This will be for the Broncos side of things. Go ahead and put up, how about a little Nick Benito parallel trading card. I'll go ahead and I'll put that up on the Broncos side. So anybody that's wanting to go ahead and get an instant giveaway, go ahead and type in Broncos if you want to be entered to win this Nick Benito. Look how beautiful that is. Parallel, man. We got to love those cards, man. So enter in Broncos. We'll get you all set up. Albert's going to be keeping track on this one. What do you got for the Giants there, buddy?
Yeah, put this one together for our Giant fans out there, or any fan out there. Coach Breslin's in the chat. You missed your question, Scoops, but you don't have to be just a Bronco fan, or you could be a Jet fan. I'll put something together for you. But for the Giant fans, or if somebody who wants a Giants, I'm going to put together this little Jalen Hyatt package here. I'm going to give you a 2-for. So what's neat about this is Jalen Hyatt, current number is 13. And in this card here, last year's rookie. He was wearing 84, and that was during preseason practice. So you got two different Jalen Hyatt numbers, same player. So I'll put a nice little Jalen Hyatt package there for the Giant fans. So Broncos for Broncos, Giants for Giants, any of your teams. So Coach Breslin, you're listening. Put Commanders in there, Coach. I'll put something together, Commanders, for you, my friend. I got a lot of teams. So if you're a fan of another team, Richie Katwika, if you're still listening, you were with us earlier, put Patriots in there. I'll find a Tom Brady for you, my friend.
Nice, guys. Get in there, get entered. Love to have you get all these different giveaways. And remember, when you're entering in these ones, we're copying your names down. They go into the big giveaway as well.
We'll do like a 5-minute countdown on that, Scoops, and we'll let Dutchy read that in between next picks. The Colts are on the clock, though. It's back to you, buddy.
Yep, I've got the Colts pick right there. Do you want me to hold off on that for a moment? Because there's also a report that came on.
Yeah.
There's a report that has nothing to do with the picks, but it just came in from Atlanta, from Jane Slater. I just didn't know if I was allowed to read that if it's not pick related.
You do it. It's your 4 picks.
Yeah, it's your
hold
time,
off,
man. If you
hold
see
off on
something,
the current pick until I see it on NFL Network. I'll put it in the chat. You see it on NFL Network. We'll do it that way.
Yeah.
But anything else you want to do? It's open.
NFL Network's Jane Slater says that there's apparently a lot of consternation and not particularly happy on the part of Kirk Cousins in the wake of that selection of Michael Penix at number 8. Sounds like that wasn't gone over with him prior to the selection, and it doesn't sound like that's sitting too well with his camp right now.
Uh-oh.
I don't blame him.
Me neither.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, so
if you might, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, to kind of shine a little bit of light on the Bo Nix thing for all of our scenario, all of our Bronco fans that are watching. Sounds like Bo Nix was Sean Payton's choice for weeks now. So it wasn't something that just came up. They did not want to risk him being off the board if they were to trade back. So we'll shed a little bit of light on the whole Bo Nix situation for our Bronco fans and for everyone.
There you go.
That makes sense. It's just I don't know. Just when I think of a Sean Payton archetype QB, it just fits Bo Nix just too well in my head. So I'm not surprised by that at all. And I hope it worked out for y'all, because y'all deserve to finally have a QB that's not 37 years old who can win games for y'all.
No reaction.
Appreciate that, Scoops.
No reaction from Kurt about the pick, Kenny.
There was. He's happy about it, and he probably will chime in when the Knicks game is over.
There you go.
I forgot that the Knicks were playing. I mean, I was on his show yesterday, and I said, "Hey, next week, what if it's a Knicks and Knicks show, Knicks and NIX?" Because it sounded yesterday like that was a good trend that was happening. So he can talk about Bo Nix and the New York Knicks next week.
Yep.
You can have an all Knicks show. That's awesome.
Yeah. We got the pick coming in for Indian. Oh, Kurt Valenti. Is this a quote from him, Mr. Dutchy?
Quote earlier. Yep, you can read it.
Kurt Valenti at 8:45 p.m. says, "Knicks, cockiness, winner, it factor, let's go."
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Our good friend Kurt Valenti.
Former Auburn quarterback, so he knows him from Auburn. Certainly.
And
the opposite side of things?
We just everyone get the pick now?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got UCLA's Laiatu Latu finally going off the board, edge rusher, to the Indianapolis Colts at number 15. So that's one of the few non-receivers or QBs we've talked about the last. Actually, I was looking at him as from the edge rusher perspective, and he was obviously somebody that I expected to go higher than he has so far, but that was the case for most of these guys. Still surprised that he went off the board before someone like a Turner. I know that Trevor and I spoke about this a couple days ago, but I think a lot of people had him as at least top 2 or 3. A lot of people had him going around in this range. And I think the Colts were trending as one of the teams that was definitely, I think Seattle up next is another one who a lot of people were expecting to go defense with their selection. So it seems like this makes a lot of sense here. But I'm going to kick this back over to Keith, real quick. Keith, what do you make of this one as finally defensive players starting to come off the board?
Yeah. We knew it was going to happen sometime, and it started loosening up. I'm surprised the corners are still stuck to this point. I thought these guys would be going early in the draft. Didn't see them holding out this long. I think that's a top heavy, but hey, same thing when you start talking about guys like Latu, man. He's a freak type of rusher. He's skinny. He's slippery. He can get after the quarterback. He causes havoc in the backfield. The funny thing is, I actually had him going in a trade at number 16, but here he goes at number 15. So I wasn't too far off as far as my guesstimation on where he's fit in this draft. But I think that Latu heading off to Indianapolis, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what he can do there on the turf. I think it's going to be fun and fast for him there.
Absolutely. No, I think that excuse me. I just looked at my mock. This is one pick later that I had him going, but I think, like you said, this is a player looking at his one weakness that people were looking at in terms of what I was able to find. There was some concerns about his run stopping in college, but he graded out pretty well in pass rushing and pass rush wins, and he had a lot of high marks on his hand speed and his pass rush moves and counters. So, and there was some raving about his competitive nature and his toughness as well. So, it sounds like somebody who fits in well with the Shane Steichen mentality. He's there, obviously, was a former offensive coach for Philadelphia, and knowing what he likes, this makes a lot of sense from a team coached by him as well. But there we go. This is one more minute for the drawing by Mr. Dutchy.
Let's do a count. Let's do a last call for anybody who wants to, Keith, show who you're giving away again for those who just came in.
Absolutely. Want that parallel Broncos Nick Benito card? Oh, yeah, baby. Looking beautiful.
And a little Jalen Hyatt
enter
combo.
Broncos.
Little Jalen Hyatt combo if you're a Giant fan, or Coach Breslin, I'll put something together for Commanders. Put your favorite team in the comments. Last call, and we'll let Dutchy make the drawing selection. There's Mark Calderio, last minute entry. Mark, if your son's around, I even got a Packer giveaway. I know he's a Packer fan, so I could put something Packers. So if it's Junior listening, let me know.
Hey, we're sharing on lots of different pages, guys. Sometimes it's a little bit tough, but I appreciate Michael Ronquillo is telling me that, hey, he dropped some stars over there on Facebook, Michael. And Michael, we appreciate that a ton, man. Helps keep the lights on, helps us keep plugging along, helps us join up with our good friends over at the K&K Sports Show and do fantastic shows like this. Appreciate it. Appreciate it so much, buddy. And we call him Roundup Royalty over there, guys, by the way, because he is absolutely coming in and killing it from time to time. We appreciate it very much,
He's
Michael.
Everybody's friend. He's friends of ours. He's friends of Kurt's as well on his Broncos show. We appreciate everything on our end. Michael, you're always a big supporter of ours, and we appreciate you. Dutchy, you ready to draw?
Oh, boy. The magic hat. The magic hat pulls out Michelle's Knoppers name again. It's going to be a real magic hat.
All right, Mark got it. All right, a Giant fan. All right.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, Mark, I know you well. I'm going to put your name down. Just give me your address, and I will get that out to you. I'm going to put this in two nice frames. Nice little Jalen Hyatt package from Mark Calderio. Congrats, Mark.
Congratulations to for Michael Ronquillo. He's kind of like Scoops. He had him. He wanted the Knicks. He got Knicks, and I'm glad he's happy that he got his quarterback. We'll all find out. I'm hoping that Michael, being so excited about Bo Nix, is the guy who's right about it all.
Oh, we got the pick. Got the pick in for the Seattle Seahawks just now.
Ooh.
Yep, we're at commercial.
We're waiting. We're waiting for them to announce it.
I don't. The player's not up. I'm just saying that the Chiron came up with the pick being there. Okay, Trevor just got. Okay. I'll wait for you guys to tell me when to bring this one in. But
yeah, just wait until NFL Network does it. But just if you want to, just ask or chat around some questions, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that actually I'll jump back to Trevor real quick on this one. Looking at where the board has fallen the last couple of picks. The defensive. Do you think that there's going to be a run that starts to happen on defensive players now, or do you think that it's still going to be, or it could still be a while before the next few guys, those defensive linemen we talked about, that 3 corners that we talked about? Do you think that this is still going to push them back a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, Scoops, I would start to think we're gonna start getting a run of corners. I think at some point in time we've got to start seeing the first corner come off the board. I wonder if the Rams wouldn't be that first spot where the corner might come off the board. I know that they kind of a need for that team. Certainly your Eagles are sitting pretty nice right now. I mean, I think that we have the Steelers that are on the board as well. Might be a team to watch for a corner as well. I mean, we've got Arnold, we've got Mitchell. And we've got DeJean still on the board. So, I mean, there's honestly, we should start seeing that run of corners coming up pretty soon. But still surprising, Dallas Turner is still not taken. I'm really surprised by that one. He is a follower of this draft right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's surprising me. Another player that's surprising me to have fallen a little bit is Quinyon Mitchell, the corner out of Toledo. I think that, like you just said, it feels like this first of those 3 seems like it has to fall fairly soon. And my guess is that will trigger a domino effect for the other 2. But like you mentioned with Philly, I'm excited because I'm looking at, there's 4 guys that I'm hoping that they'll take one of those 4, and they're up in 7 picks. So there's a solid shot that at least one of them will be available when Philly comes up on the board here. Is the
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Ms. Pearl says, me too. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want me to read that?
I'm just putting them up. You can read if you want. I'm just putting comments up. I've been doing
Oh,
it.
okay.
So,
okay.
yeah, I'm just letting everybody know I see the comments, just chatting.
Got it. But I think that actually, Kenny, going forward to the next pick for New York, I was talking to, and I'll ask Paul the same question. After having gotten wide receiver, if it's not QB, what are a couple of the other things that you think need to be main addressed? I know you've talked about it on your Bronco or your Giants show, but for some of the people who might be watching that haven't caught the most recent episode of that.
Good question. I'll keep it 30 seconds or less because the pick is coming in so Paul can get his thoughts in too. I could see secondary, whether it's safety or corner in the second round, Scoops at 47, or defensive tackle, like a Tavondre Sweat type of player also could be in play for the Giants.
And Paul, same question to you.
Yeah, I agree. They need a second cornerback, a starting cornerback opposite Deonte Banks. So I could see a cornerback being picked perhaps in the second round and maybe in the third round. They'll start taking running backs, and obviously Devin Singletary is a good replacement for Saquon, but they're going to need a complementary back to him. And there's some backs that probably around the 70 or so pick might be in play. So I could see a defensive back and a running back would be my picks.
If they're able to get a solid cornerback matching up against Deonte Banks, then all of a sudden that becomes a much more stout defense than it's been a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. But Mr. Dutchy, next pick. I know you guys don't pick for a little while, but you guys looks like you got your QB of the future. Where are you going next from here with your next selection position wise? And if there's a specific player.
Yeah, to me it would be a defensive lineman. I think we need a run stopper, and for me it would be Tavondre Sweat if he's still available. But yeah, definitely a defensive lineman. Mm-hmm. If Tavondre Sweat is no longer available, then let's see what is available. We could use an edge rusher, we could use a linebacker, and of course we also could use a corner, a center. We have so many holes to fill, so yeah, it can go anywhere, but my first one would be a defensive lineman.
That makes sense. And speaking of defensive linemen, we've got a defensive tackle coming off the board. Seattle has taken Texas interior D lineman Byron Murphy II. So it is, in fact, a back-to-back defensive selection here, as a good number of people were suspecting was going to happen around this time. I'll kick it back to Trevor. Trevor, what do you think about these last 2 picks finally starting to see some guys on the other side of the ball all coming off the board.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked at how I thought Murphy might be in one of the first two defensive players off the board, but I think that Seattle, they're fixing up that defensive line, and I really like Murphy. I think Murphy is a guy that can play defensive tackle. I think he'd also play defensive end, in my opinion. I think he's a run stuffer. I think he's a guy to get after the quarterback. So I really like this pick for Seattle. I think it's honestly, something they should be happy for and cheering for. Still can't believe Dallas Turner continues to get passed up here.
Got a trade. Breaking news. Good Scoops.
Oh, well, let me check.
We don't know the pick yet, but the Vikings are moving up to 17, guys.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, yep. There we go. Vikings jump.
Don't
up
know
to
the
17.
details yet.
Okay.
Dallas Turner going to the Vikings. You watch.
I mean, at some point, the guy's got to go. You know, I mean,
Yeah,
this is
I
a
mean-
guy that is right up at the top. I mean, we expected him. Everyone expected him at 8. I would be. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, Trevor, I know you and I were talking about Turner the other day, and even as a Bama fan, we talked about our differing thoughts on him, but the fact that he's still available at 17 to me is bonkers.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what some of these other teams are taking. I think honestly, what it is, guys, I don't think it's Turner, the lack of Turner being talented. I think it's just how great this offensive class is. That's how I really think that's the reason we're seeing Turner really fall here. But I'm surprised that lots would go off the board before Turner, because a lot of people had Turner into the top 10 for months. I mean, even I did. Just watching him on tape, I could tell this guy's a stud, and I'm a little surprised. I think this could be a pick where teams probably regret passing on him being this far down in the draft.
Scoops, we got to pass it back to Keith because he's up for the next 4 picks. Back to hosting.
Got it.
Picks go fast. I'm telling you, 4 picks and it went fast. And Trevor put it in the chat, Keith, so you can announce it because Goodell's making the announcement as we speak.
All right, man. Well, here it is. Dallas Turner to the Vikings, and the guy finally goes off the board. Here he is. He is the talent. He is the guy. I got to go over to Trevor. I know that you started talking about him a lot. I'm going to do the same thing I did to Kenny. 3 words. How do you describe Turner, who goes now to Seattle?
Elite, dog, and just athletic. I mean, that's how I would explain it. I mean, this guy that I think could be the next Danielle Hunter for the Vikings, in my opinion. I mean, they got Greenyard in the offseason. You're getting another elite edge rusher, in my opinion, the best one in this class. He can just do a little bit of everything. I thought he was a complete package as far as player. And Keith, before I move on, I do have compensation going back to the Jaguars. So let's pick 23, going back to the Jacksonville Jaguars. A 5th-round pick in 2024, a 3rd-round pick in 2025, and a 4th-round pick in 2025, going back to the Jacksonville Jaguars to move down.
Mortgage in the future, man. Mortgage in the future. The Vikings knew who they wanted. They saw their guy. And let's talk about this, man. The pairing that they will now have, Kenny, the pairing that they'll have now on that defensive line, the pressure that they'll be able to get now with Dallas Turner. Talk about how big that is in that division, especially as you're, might be struggling a little bit with a brand new quarterback too.
Huge. You pair him up with Danielle Hunter, and like Coach Breslin's saying, going to be super motivated now, Keith. Really pissed and have a bigger chip now. This guy's going to play fast, man. He's going to be playing fast, and he's going to get man-to-man, not going to get double-teamed, or they're going to double-team him. That's going to leave Danielle Hunter open. Bookend tackles, bookend edge rushers, just like Paul and my Giants. I love it. Love the move by the Vikings. I'm sure Carson's not liking it too much right now.
Yeah.
You know what?
Fair enough.
I'm going to make a little bold prediction, though. Carson's going to be happy because I think his GM's not afraid to make a move. They need corner as well. Quinyon Mitchell, a couple more picks. He lasts. They're going to go get that number 1 pick. Bold prediction, trade.
No. Detroit doesn't want him.
Keith, real quick.
Go ahead.
Can I catch up on the mock draft contest? Again, 0 for me. Yeah. 0 for me. Keith?
I'm an over as well, man. I don't see this getting back on track.
Trevor?
Oh, Give me a few seconds to look at it, if you don't mind.
Okay. Paul?
I'm 0.
Dutchy?
I got a whopping 0.
There you are.
Scoops?
No, I laid a goose egg on that one.
All right, so 8-7. Looks like it's going to be right now between Scoops and Paul around a little over halfway through the first round.
Yeah, Kenny, I got 0. I got a big old goose egg, 0.
All right.
Well, yeah, it gets tough. This has been a shook-up draft, guys, and talking about shaking it up. Private chat, is that to the podium announced now?
That's still Dallas Turner up there right now.
Dallas
so
Turner's still up there. We're still waiting for the Cincinnati Bengals are going on the clock. I'll just say that really quick, guys. Hey, Dallas Turner may not be the guy that I expected to be going to the Minnesota Vikings. This is a team that needs an outside linebacker. They need offensive line help. They went out and they got their quarterback. But, when the value and on the board lines up, when you have that guy valued that high, you find a way to do it. This guy was obviously high on the Minnesota Vikings board. And Dallas Turner, like you said, pairing him up, on that Minnesota Vikings line, I think he's just going to be an absolute game wrecker. It changes the way the Minnesota Vikings go. But now we're on to the Cincinnati Bengals, guys, and there's lots of different ways we could go there. I'm going to go over to Dutchy. We haven't heard from Dutchy in a while, man. Any thoughts about how the Cincinnati Bengals might go with this pick, sir?
I had them trade with the LA Rams, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen. But about the previous pick,
Yeah.
Are you guys all telling me that they have a Dallas Turner that can be compared with, what was that, number 2 pick again several years ago? Von Miller?
Oh, yeah.
And now they have him at 17. I think that is a steal.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This is a guy that was mock top 10. You nail it there, Dutchy, man. This is a guy that everyone expected to go much faster, much higher. And we weren't expecting him to fall. I don't know if I was expecting the Vikings to be this motivated within the draft, guys. They've been cooking. I guess is the best way to put it, man. Moving all over the board and now getting their guy. But going on to the Cincinnati Bengals, Trevor, I'll throw that over to you as well, man. What do you think the Cincinnati Bengals need to do here?
Yeah, I think they need to fix their offensive line. And I thought they might move up for an offensive lineman in my mock draft. I actually had them moving up to 12 with Denver, and then Denver moving back to get Bo Nix. But Bo Nix ended up going to 12, so that kind of ruined that plan. But I think at tackle, they got to protect Joe Burrow, and so I think they're going to go with the tackle here. And they got some other needs as well on the defensive line, but I think they got to secure their franchise quarterback because again they can't afford for Joe Burrow to be going down and missing a full season.
Offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver. Kenny, if you had to choose one right here, which direction are you going for your Cincinnati Bengals?
I'm going offensive
or not
line.
your Cincinnati Bengals, or the Cincinnati Bengals. Sorry, buddy.
Bengals. I had them in my mock trading with your Broncos for an offensive line, but there's one on this board that I am jumping to the podium for. And that's, I know, guy you're high on, Keith, and that's Amarius Mims. I'm jumping right to that board with the upside that this guy has, blocking for Joe Burrow. It could be a home run at this pick right here. That's who I'm jumping up and down for right now if I'm Cincinnati.
The funny thing is, Amarius Mims is who I did have going number 17 overall with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So I have him right here as well. I personally, and I don't know if you guys want to steal. We can talk about our mock draft. I'll start with Scoops. Who did you have going to the Cincinnati Bengals in your mock draft?
Cincinnati Bengals. Here, let me pull this back up real quick.
Yeah.
I had the Bengals taking Olu Fashanu, the tackle out of Penn State.
There you go. A guy that just didn't end up falling, but a guy that obviously had the tackle and was needed on the offensive line. How about Mr. Paul Rosen? Paul Rosen, who did you have the Cincinnati Bengals taking here?
I had Thomas, the wide receiver from LSU, not knowing what T. Higgins is all about.
Very good. Wide receiver is definitely a need for the Cincinnati Bengals. They could certainly use that upgrade there. Trevor, did I ask you where you had Cincinnati going here?
Yeah, I had them going for Shanu here. I thought they were going to go after a tackle too, just didn't know when and if they were going to wait to get one.
There you go. Kenny?
Amarius Mims, I got a shot.
Oh yeah. You already said that. Amarius Mims,
I got a chance to get up the board.
Yeah. Is the pick in? Is it official as of yet?
It is in, but Goodell hasn't reached the podium.
Oh man, he's a slow walker, guys. I tell you what. It's again, we're going to have those opportunities where those guys are running up to the board to the podium, and we're waiting the full 10 minutes because they love their commercial time. They love to go ahead and promote. Hey, just like us, guys, check out Morgan Trinkets. Morgan Trinkets is your headquarters for Southwest jewelry, pottery, and estate gold at wholesale prices. 33 years experience. Telling you what, guys, you need to check those guys out. They're over on Facebook. You can do all of your transactions through PayPal there. And if you happen to catch them at one of their fantastic shows in Northern Colorado, Southern Wyoming, they take all major credit cards. But we'll do our promos if the NFL and wants to do their promos and take up a little bit of time. So
and here he comes.
He's got the slow walk coming up. I'm telling you, offensive line,
in the chat.
defensive line. That's the way I think it should go. But it's the way that Kenny went. I'm gonna let Kenny start to talk about it and talk because he's our expert on offensive line, and he's also got the pick of Amarius Mims right in the mock draft. Talk about Amarius Mims there, Mr. Kenny Kirkpatrick.
Big. We talked about Joe Alt being a freak of nature. Well, he's right there with them. 6'7", 340. He's running a 5'3", 40. Highest ceiling, I think, guys, in my opinion, in this draft for offensive linemen. Hurt some of last year. I think he's playing in Georgia, so he's going to be playing in that SEC against high talent, Dallas Turner type edge rushers. So he's playing against elite talent. I think he's disciplined over at Georgia. He's got good hands. A weakness I would give him, maybe, again, too big and oversized to be considered guard if it doesn't, if he ends up not adapting to the NFL. So you can't, like where Evan Neal, if he's not working out for our Giants, he's moving over to guard. You can't do that with a Mims type of physique. But I think he's going to be good. I think it's what the Bengals needed, and they get a guy that's going to have the pressure on him to block for their franchise quarterback. I think they got one.
Absolutely. I'll head over to Dutchy next then. Dutchy, Mims, that bookend tackle that they've been looking for quite some time in Cincinnati. Does he go in, he get the starting job and start to protect Burrows right off the bat? Mr. Dutchy? Oh, not hearing Dutchy, so
you're on mute there, Dutch.
I'm here again.
No, there we go.
Well, what's the question?
The question, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to have you busting in like that. Question was Amarius Mims going over to Cincinnati. We've been looking for offensive line help there for quite a while. Is he's the guy that's going to be able to protect and be that solid tackle for years to come for the Cincinnati Bengals?
So here's the thing: if they take him at this position, then they must have very high value of him. So I believe that is the case. Then we don't know. I think it is a good pick. It looks like a solid pick, and it could be one that could be very productive and very fruitful for them in the next coming years.
Yeah, I agree. Paul, I don't know if I've gotten your opinion on Amarius Mims. What are your thoughts of him? How do you think he suits up and fits the scheme there?
Yeah, I mean, great upside, huge, as you guys have said. The only thing is he has not that much experience. I think he only played 8 games last year, but I think his ability and his potential is there. So I think the Bengals were able to get him at 18, and I think he's going to be brought along, and when he's ready, they're going to put him in, and he's going to be an all-pro for them. I think that's how good that some of the so-called experts think of his ability.
Keith, you're getting love. You guys are getting love from Ernie Mays saying great Broncos podcast, and Michelle's agreeing.
Oh, thank you guys, man. I tell you what, Ernie's been a great supporter, and hey, how can you not love Michelle? Not only just a wife of our host, but a fantastic supporter of all of our shows. Michelle, thank you so much. Thank you, Ernie, as well. Guys, I'm going to switch it over. Trevor, Los Angeles Rams are on the clock, and they outperformed what a lot of people expected last year. Sean McVay goes in there. He turns that team up, turns them around. A lot of people thought he was out the door, and he gets quite a bit out of the Rams, but they have needs. They have needs at cornerback. They have needs at tackle. They have needs at safety. What direction do you think the LA Rams are going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think they can go in a lot of different directions. I think, corner, defensive lineman, edge, just a lot of different ways they can go. I do think that there's something that we need to think about. Aaron Donald his loss being as big as it is, I do think they need to get after the quarterback more and really attack that defensively. This is their first round pick that they've had in a long time, so they really got to make this pick count. So I would expect them to go with their highest ranked defensive player on their board that's still on the board right now.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I mean, lots of help needed all the way across the board. Love to be able to replace an Aaron Donald, though that's almost impossible to do. But Scoops, what are your thoughts as the Rams are on the clock and they need to, they need a lot of help, a lot of different places?
Yeah, this is another pick that in this range that I expected to be a defensive selection. I know there's a couple of guys who are still highly rated. I had Murphy going here. Obviously, he didn't last, the defensive tackle. But I think that there's a couple of places here where, like we just talked about, there's defensive edge rushers available. There's still the interior lineman, Dejon Newton from Illinois, who some people are higher on, who could be in play here. There could be, obviously, we talked about a couple of the cornerbacks that people are still surprised haven't gone yet. So,
yeah.
But I think that it's a pretty strong pull in my mind that this is going to be a defensive selection.
Yeah, for me, I look at this and, for my pick, I did have them going in a cornerback. Of course, I had cornerbacks going a lot sooner. So I think there's a perfect opportunity for a cornerback to be able to come off the board. All the hype of Quinyon Mitchell, being up in the top picks, all the hype of Terrion Arnold, be it in some of those top picks. It's amazing that these guys have slipped down, and a need like cornerback for the Los Angeles Rams would certainly make sense. Let me know when the pick comes in, guys.
Here, you can read it right now as we speak. You can read it right now.
Well, there you go, man. It's going to be heading over to Scoops here in just a second because he was our guy on edge rushers. Jared Verse ends up heading off to the Los Angeles Rams. I know that Trevor was talking a little about getting pressure on the quarterback. Here's that pressure, I think, Scoops. Talk about what you see in a Jared Verse.
Yeah, so this was definitely, it's still the defensive line. I obviously had an interior lineman going, but I've got an edge rusher from Florida State here going, Jared Verse. Very highly graded pass rusher. Little bit more room to improve is seen in his defense of the running game. A couple of the places where he's spoken highly of are his balance, his play strength, his body control, and some of those intangibles, competitiveness. His hands have a lot of high grades as well, and his first step explosiveness is described as NFL caliber. There's less leverage in his game right now from a 2-point stance, so he's got work to do there. And he's not considered as flexible laterally and still has some stiffness there, and they want to see some more fluidity out of that. So looking at this pick, though, I think a lot of people are surprised that he was still still on the board here at number 19. And I'm sure this is going to be a really highly graded pick for the Rams to get this value here at number 19.
Yeah, a freak athlete. I loved his motor, always going. I think he's a alpha dog type of mentality. I want to get Albert's thoughts real quick, and I'm going to go around the board a little bit more too. Albert, Jared Verse, what are your thoughts there?
I'm glad that he is going there because he will have a really nice team to work with. Too bad that he could not line up with Von Miller. That's a little bit too late, but that would have been a dynamic duo.
No kidding, man. I love this. I love this pick. Like I said, I really like who Jared Verse is. I had him going higher. what do you think? I'll head over to Paul Rosen. Paul, Jared Verse. I know that you're down there in the Florida country. You probably got to see quite a few highlights down in your neck of the country. What do you think about Verse?
I was Keith. Now we're back in New Jersey, but that's
well,
okay.
there you go. There you go. He's all over the place now.
But ironically, that being said, I love Jared Verse, and actually in my mock draft, I gave him to you guys at number 12. So that's how much I love Jared Verse. Yeah, I think he's a great all-around player. Came from actually Albany and transferred to Florida State, and the guy is just tenacious. I thought in some instances he was even better than Dallas Turner, but great player. I think the Rams made an excellent pick. No one can replace Aaron Donald, but this guy's going to come in and really compete, especially with a lot of the other young players that the Rams had from last year when they had a couple of good defensive linemen in their draft. So great pick by the Rams.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to quickly go over to Kenny. I know that we're on the clock now with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, Kenny, what are your thoughts, man? Pittsburgh Steelers, they've been wheeling and dealing in the offseason, got a lot of things done. But where do they need to go? And what's your feel? Is maybe your mock draft? What do you have going here?
This will be the second biggest shock if they don't go secondary corner in this spot. Heard all day today they were in talks with the Broncos to move up to 12 for Quinyon Mitchell. Terrion Arnold still on that board. Cooper DeJean. This is where you're going to see the run of corners go off the board. Philadelphia's coming up soon. Detroit's coming up soon. Here's where it starts, and I think these teams are waiting to see that first one go off the board, and then you may see another trade come up in this first round, guys. So this is going to be the pick right here. The only question I have, Mitchell, DeJean, or Arnold.
Very good. I'm kind of in the same ilk, but I want to get Trevor's thoughts on this. Trevor, Pittsburgh Steelers, man, a lot of different what directions they can go. They're a franchise that's trying to build something there. What do they do? Which direction do they go in order to continue to build?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Kenny. I think they have to take a corner here and then improve that secondary. I think this is a dream scenario for them. They get to pick up whoever they want, Mitchell, Arnold, or DeJean. I mean, just again, they have to depend on who they take. But I think they are definitely liking what they are here. That's probably the reason they aren't trading up. I think that they knew who was going in front of them, and that's part of what these teams do. They get intel what picks are going in front of them to see if they got to trade up. And I think that this is a great position for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They got to pick up whoever they want at corner.
Yeah.
Oh, Keith, breaking news.
Yes, sir.
PA Scratcher Guy's a Steeler fan. Who would you like, PA Scratcher Guy? He's one of our followers on Kick. Who would you like to see here, PA? You got a preference, like his thoughts? And then I sent you something in the private chat, Keith, if you want to make that announcement.
This is amazing, man. Our good friend Carson Shears was supposed to be going down to the NFL draft. We were hoping to have live picks coming out of there, but there's a reason he wasn't able to make it, guys. Can you imagine this? 275,000 people packing into the NFL draft in Detroit right now. Last I heard, it was like 30s and 40s type of temperatures that they're going to be hanging around in. 75,000 of them. That's a way to stay warm. Stay warm, I guess. You could be packed in there like sardines. I can't even imagine trying to get near the stage for this draft. But congratulations. Just goes to show you, the NFL is not stopping. The NFL keeps getting bigger. And for anybody that's upset about these big contracts and all this money that's getting paid, there's 275,000 people at the draft. And think about us. Think about all the podcasts. Think about NFL Network, ABC, and the whole conglomerate reaching around the globe, and how many people are absolutely, locked into what's going on right now. It's huge. 275,000, brand new record. Congratulations, NFL. So, continue with the Steelers talk, guys. I just want to talk about it. Like I said, wide receiver is a big concern, I think, still for the Steelers. You got to be thinking at some point they need to start to address that. We talked about that cornerback, and you guys are right. Like I said, I had cornerbacks starting at number 6, to be honest, going to the New York Giants overall. So, number 6 with Quinyon Mitchell. And I thought that was going to be a perfect fit for them. So to be sitting here and still talking about cornerbacks, that's one thing. And then defensive end, right? Defensive end and is another pick. But it looks like we got the pick is in. Is that right, Kenny? That's official.
Yeah,
we got
Trevor
it
made
off
official.
the board.
I'll make it official.
All right.
Yep.
So the pick is in. Troy Fontenot. Troy Fontenot is the pick for the Steelers, going a completely different direction.
Second shocker of the draft.
Yeah, I got to be the second shocker of the draft. Let's go ahead. I'm going to get reactions. Let's say 5 or less word reactions, Kenny, to Troy Fontenot going to the Steelers here.
And I apologize. The pick is in. Not official on NFL Network. They got the man of the year on. I thought it was. He looks like Troy Fontenot, so that's why I said. But it's confirmed by Trevor as well. So
okay, very good.
5 words or less. I think they got a first round talent right where they are. But I'm a little shocked that it wasn't corner here.
Yeah.
PA Scratcher guy says I'd like to see a corner here. I guess he's a little disappointed as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. I guess we don't have to make it 5 words or less, but Paul, first reaction to Troy Fontenot being the pick here for the Steelers.
Actually, I had an offensive lineman going to the Steelers in my mock draft. I had Graham Barton going, so I'm not that shocked that they looked O-line. So I think he's a very, very good pick as an offensive lineman. I mean, let's face it, they've got to protect Russell Wilson. So they're going to build around Russell Wilson at least for this year. They've got to build up the offensive line, which was, as you guys know, a disaster last year for the Broncos. So he's not getting any younger, as we all know. So I like the pick for them.
Likes the pick. Quick reaction. Trevor, what are your thoughts?
Not surprised they went offensive lineman here. I thought they could have went corner as well, but they have Dan Moore Jr. as their left tackle right now. Fontenot would slot in right there at left tackle for them and protect, again, Russell Wilson, the guy that tends to hold on to the ball more than any quarterback in the NFL. So I'm not surprised they went tackle here. I think it's a solid pick for where Steelers are at.
Very good. We'll go Scoops. We'll go Albert. And then I got to turn this back over to another host here. Right, Kenny?
Yeah, to 4 picks. They go fast, my friend.
Yeah, they do go fast. So Scoops, really quick, your reaction to Fontenot going.
I actually had Fontenot going here at number 20.
Wow.
So,
congratulations.
Thanks. So yeah, no, I think this makes a lot of sense. Definitely wanted to have some protection in there for Wilson and, Fields if that were to be the route that it goes. But I mean, they've built up some, defense and nice weapons and now got their QB. I think building up those trenches is kind of the last, if you want to call it, piece of the puzzle or however you want to say. And I think that he was the best tackle available by most transferable metrics. So I think that this was a really solid pick for them. And I'm excited for the pick that they made.
I want to go ahead and turn this over to our next host here. So, Albert, what do you got? Like 15 seconds. What do you think about this pick, Fontenot to the Steelers?
Well, I had Fontenot for the Miami Dolphins, so I had Brian Thomas Jr. as a wide receiver for the Steelers.
So you had him right in that range, buddy. You had him going just 1 pick later. And speaking of 1 pick later, that's the number 121 pick. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pass it over to my next host. Kenny, who do we have as our next host? I don't have that in front of me.
I'll take over. I think I'm going to take over the next 4, but Scoops is going to take over for the Eagles when the Eagles are on the clock. Is that correct,
Sounds
Scoops?
great. Fantastic, buddy.
Okay, so real quick, I had 1 correct last 4 picks. Keith, anything right?
No. We'll continue on that track.
Trevor?
I do not believe so.
Paul, anything right?
Unfortunately, no.
Dutchy, did you get one right?
He's going to be silent on the matter.
I guess that's a no. And Scoops got 1 right. So
yeah, I got Fontenot.
I gained 1. Scoops is leading by 2 right now, but this could be where later on in the draft it might get a little interesting here. But The pick is in. We're waiting for them to come back from commercial. So is this where we see? It's going to be a recurring question. I'll go to Keith. Is this where we're going to see the corner go off the board first? I know good friend Victor Munoz, your good friend Victor Munoz is saying hello, Keith.
Yeah, absolutely. He's more saying let's go. He's also going in and saying, he's saying let's go, not just saying hello. So I love that. It's got to go here at some point. You'd think that it has to break loose.
Yeah.
I am so shocked. You know who's sitting just excited and ready to go right now? The Philadelphia Eagles, man. This board couldn't be sitting better for the Philadelphia Eagles and their needs.
Unfortunately for us.
if Miami doesn't take a corner right here, talk about sitting with your pick of the litter and not even needing to do anything. They're going to get the cornerback they want. Either way, I think they're going to get the cornerback that they really, really like. But it'll be interesting to see where Miami goes. They have a lot of different needs as well. They could go out and they could get that wide receiver. They could go out and get that defensive end. But you're right. Cornerback, it's on the table as well.
Hey,
Keith, I want to real quick, Paul, real quick.
Yeah.
I just want to address Victor Munoz because he's a big follower at Denver Bronco Roundup. He's saying, let's go. Zach and Bo, he just arrives, by the way. So Zach and Bo under Sean, just bring in Breeze for training camp mentorship. And
wow.
Go ahead, Paul. Just wanted to get Victor's comment.
I was going to ask Scoop a question. With the Gene, Mitchell, and Arnold, Trader Man, Howie Roseman, could you see the Eagles trading back a couple of spots, knowing that they still had an opportunity to take one of the defensive backs that might still be there, and maybe get a pick or two, knowing that at least one of those defensive backs is still there?
I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if they do that with how the board fell down. I think that they were trying to move up, but that not seeming to be necessary. If they jump now, the only thing that I would say is Jacksonville and Dallas, I think, are both going to target defensive backs potentially. So I think that they would have to be, because I'm sure Dallas is not going to want to make a trade with them. But I think that it depends on how far and which team. I think it makes a lot of sense for them to try and do that. But if they go too far past Green Bay, I don't think that that's something that they would be comfortable doing.
And they're showing scoops on the NFL Network, by the way.
Oh.
And we should be having a special guest for this pick as well. And speaking of, I might as well, with pick is, while we're waiting for the pick, we might as well bring him in. Special guest for this pick, gentlemen, the one and only. Mike McDaniel himself.
There you go. Coach is in the parking lot making the pick.
If I look at a gotten son in the last 15 years, that would be uncanny.
Mike, what's the pick here?
I think this pick's got to be. I think this pick has got to be an offensive or a defensive tackle. I think that this is a selection where offense has been such a name in the game the last couple of years. I think beefing up that defensive line, I think, would be our best play here.
Okay, guys, Roger's at the podium as we speak. I'm watching it right next to me on my phone. Give me a drum roll, Keith. He's making the announcement. It is Chop Robinson, boys. Whoa. Another shocker. Whoa. That gave me chills on the shock there. Scoops, you're the defensive line guy, the edge guy. Why don't you give us your thoughts on Chop Robinson here?
Yeah, Chop was one of the guys who I saw being kind of more volatile in terms of where he was. Some people had him around 20. Some people had him at the very end of the first round and sometimes even falling into the second. There's a lot of love for his first step, his flexibility. Again, going back to some of those intangibles, his competitiveness. Some of the weaker marks are on sort of his pass rush moves and his tackling ability. There's belief that he has a bit of a detriment and a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to his length. And he struggles sometimes defending the run when he's going up against a tight end in a matchup. So there's definitely some things to improve on, but they definitely see a lot to work with there. And he was one of the highest graded pass rushers and even run defenders in the same or in this class. So to finish in the top percentile for both of those is very rare for a defensive lineman in this class.
Nice. And it wouldn't be a New York Giants football talk show without Eddie Murphy throwing one at Paul. Hey, it's time for Rosen to get to bed, LOL. Keith, other side of things, I know
It's
you
getting
aren't
to be
very
that
high
witching
on.
hour, Eddie.
Yeah, it's getting close. Paul's waiting for a late trade from the Giants. I know he's still waiting for that. So
there you go.
He's hanging in there. Keith, I know you weren't
Right.
happy. You weren't high on Chop Robinson. So what do you? Is this is definitely high in your mock 21 for him, and then we'll get to Scoops because the Eagles are on the clock. So we're going to let him take back over after this.
Absolutely, we'll give Scoops a little bit of time here. You know, it's funny. I first off, I was looking at my card wrong because I have on my knees written down. I grabbed the wrong card. Tight end, edge rusher, offensive line is who I had for the Miami Dolphins. So they get one of those needs just checked off the board right here with a Chop Robinson. I wasn't as high on him, but that doesn't mean he wasn't a fantastic prospect. I had him going number 23 overall to the Minnesota Vikings when they still had that pick in my mock draft. So just a couple of picks off with this talent. He does have a great motor. I think he does have ability to transfer in. I would like to see a little bit more from a guy that is in the first round, and I think they had an opportunity to maybe go a couple of different directions. That being said, the best tight end was off the board. Offensive line had been flying off the board as well. So going out there and trying to get one of the best edge rushers on a lot of people's boards, Chop Robinson made sense for the Miami Dolphins for me.
Let's give Scoops a couple minutes here. The Eagles are on the clock. Scoops, give us your top three players you would want here and you'd be happy with the Eagles taking in this pick 22.
It's really any of the three top corners because DeJohn is the one that I wanted but thought was the least likely. Mitchell I had going at 8 overall in one of my most recent mocks. So the fact that he's at 22 is insane to me. And of course, you know, the Eagles have been showing an affinity recently for Alabama players. And as a longtime Tide fan myself, seeing Terry and Arnold there, I really don't think they can go wrong with one of those three players. I thought that there was a chance they might go offensive tackle here, but I don't think that with Barton being the best available there, I don't think that would be my optimal choice. I would much rather see them go with one of those three corners right now.
I'll throw one more question out, and then I'll let the other guys throw rapid-fire questions at you. Scoops, we'll go rapid-fire style, K&K style. But
sounds great.
Who would you not want them to take here?
I would probably not want them to take I wouldn't really love to see an Adonai Mitchell or a DeJohn Newton here. I think that I could see them being talked, thinking about it from losing Fletcher Cox, picking up a top defensive interior tackle. But they've needed corner and secondary help for so long, and they've struggled to get it right since the Nnamdi Asomugha days of over a decade ago. I think if you put in somebody who can opposite Slay and then can fall in behind Slay once he's not in Philly anymore, so I would prefer to stay away from a wide receiver, for example, or an interior lineman that I believe you can get solid value on in round 2 when you have 2 picks at 50 and 53.
I have a question.
We got 4 other people. I was going to let everybody go, Paul, so I'll let you go first. I was going to go to you first anyway. But Scoop's got to answer rapid fire. We want to get them all in before Goodell comes to the – No, that wasn't rapid fire. But before Goodell comes on the podium, let's try and get 4 questions in, starting with Paul.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, yes or no?
Yes, not as much of a yes if these 3 weren't available.
Trevor.
I think they go corner. I think they go
no, you got a question for Scoops? We're going to let Scoops take over for Eagles here.
Also, Scoops, what other position would it be if it's not corner here for the Eagles?
Offensive tackle.
Okay.
Dutchy, you got anything for Scoops?
Madison to the Eagles.
And Keith.
How disappointed would you be if they took the top linebacker in this spot?
I may have to turn off my camera for a couple minutes.
Very good. Very good. Tells you the strength of that class. I've been looking at them a lot, so I just wanted to get your opinion. I appreciate it, bud. I think it's got to be a cornerback.
Look at that.
The
They're
fans,
showing.
the fans representing Philly are really all out.
We're almost there.
What would you expect from the Philadelphia Eagles, man? If you're going to go ahead and didn't they pelt Santa with snowballs? You know, yeah, they're going to be
50 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, that talks about that fan base, though, man. They are a rampant fan base, man.
I don't disagree with that, but it's just so funny because like it gets talked about so much. It like feels like I was there, and it was like 30
Goodell
years
is on.
Here comes Goodell, by the way.
Okay, I'm not looking at X. I'm waiting to see it live.
Yes, man. We got to get excited, man. Philadelphia, man. How you feeling, Scoops? How you feeling? Nervous?
No, I don't think the board could have fallen any better, honestly.
I can't disagree there.
How about a cornerback you don't want?
Corner I don't want.
Nate Wiggins here. Would you be disappointed?
I'd rather not see a guy like Sandstrill. I think that I think this is a little early for him.
Very good.
I'll let Scoops announce the pick. He's the Eagle fan, so when it comes up, he can announce it.
Awesome. Sorry, I didn't mean to take over for a little bit there.
It's all right. He's talking about something. I can't tell what.
Would you go to Sao Paulo to see the opening game of the year?
If I had the ability to, that would sound a lot of fun.
Amazing.
Trevor, look at my private chat. I'm coming up in a second.
Nice.
Ooh, my
man, I'm excited for you guys. I'm excited for you guys, man. I think this is going to be a big one.
Kenny, I agree.
Live from Australia, the pick is being announced.
Wow.
Jordan Malala. Oh.
I love him.
Are you ready? Are you ready, buddy?
Look at
Philadelphia Eagles on the clock.
And now, is he going to announce it or is he going to just cheer?
Let's go!
There you go.
It's Quinyon Mitchell. He didn't announce it. Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo goes to the Eagles.
Hey, Scoop.
Sorry.
I got that one right on my mock.
That's amazing.
Hey, catching up. The only one behind there, Paul.
Oh, my God. Kenny.
Scoops, your thoughts.
How ironic is that?
I'm really excited. Again, I had him going to Atlanta in one of my recent I don't remember if it was this current one, but I had him going to Atlanta in one of my recent mocks. I did not think he'd fall to 22. Which might be the guy who I thought we would have to trade up most for, and I'm ecstatic.
Yeah, Paul, you just stepped away. No, I'll get you in a minute. You step away. It's all right.
Yeah, let me just run to the back.
You're good. As a Giant fan, the NFC East, man, I'm hats off to the Eagles, man. Fell right into your laps. We got a playmaker, and you got the corner, so it's going to be a fun little competition. Fun matchup for sure. Fun matchup for sure, and congrats to the Eagles. I think they hit a home run here.
Hey,
now
can I ask a quick question? Oh, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely.
A quick question for Scoops, man. What does Mitchell bring that Terrion Arnold doesn't? What do you like about Mitchell over Arnold?
I think – sorry, my connection's a little bit choppy. I think when you're looking at Arnold and what I saw from him, like just playing at Alabama, he's inconsistency with his leverage. He's got a high ceiling, but he's not someone who I would be super excited about coming in and playing day one. And I think that where you're at with Philly right now with their roster and where they're at with teams like Detroit and San Francisco, I think that you want someone who has more of that ability to jump in, and I think that you see more of that. I think with Quinyon, and he also can get a little bit too. He can lose body control a little bit too much on some plays, especially in press coverage, and that's not something that I'd be really comfortable with in season one in the scheme that they're running on defense now.
I tell you, Scoops, I covered corners secondary in this one, and I had him listed as my number one. So, I think you got a good one here, unfortunately, for our Giants, but we're going to see Neighbors and Mitchell for years, Paul. What are your thoughts real quick? Good move by the Eagles, I think.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, Slay and Bradbury, you saw toward the end of the year, they were getting beat consistently. So it was a great pickup by the Eagles. They needed to address that. They needed some young talent in the defensive secondary. And they got arguably the number one defensive back on the board. So good pickup by Philadelphia.
And I don't hear it anymore. Does somebody have their TV on? Maybe Scoops
we're all
when the
good
Eagles
now.
pick came on. We're all good.
I had it on
That's
when they were
fine.
making when my lotto was on.
All right, no worries. Breaking news: Mr. Valenti's going to join us in a few minutes. He's going to hang out with us
Nice.
for a few minutes. So we got a
Hey,
guest
just-
coming on.
Really quickly, who's on the clock right now?
Who's on the clock now? Remember the trade earlier? So
Jacksonville.
it was
Pick
Jacksonville.
it in.
And Trevor gave me the pick, but it's another shock. I thought we were going to see Terrion and Arnold maybe here, a run of corners, but the Jaguars, man, this is a nice one for them. But we'll wait. I'll wait on it. But because Kurt comes in, we'll get him on. But
I have something great for Kurt. A little bit of information on JJ McCarthy's Broncos. I'd love to share this.
we could do whatever we want when Kurt
Love
comes
it.
on. Open agenda when Mr. Valenti comes on. Carson saying phenomenal pick, Ryan.
How you doing, Carson? Hope you're having fun.
Carson, couple corners on your boards. Could the Lions be looking trade up as soon? Terrion Arnold is still there. He's another one that I think was very shocked to see still on the board. But that being said, let's say hello to our guest, Mr. Valenti. Yes, he's a guest tonight.
Hey,
K&K Sports Show. Let's talk Broncos.
Clap it up,
Mr.
baby.
going on?
Clap it up, Bo Nix, baby. Bo Nix.
We're in bed with Bo.
Kurt, I'm going to pass it off to Keith, Denver Bronco Roundup style. Let's talk Broncos style. Congratulations on the pick. When the Jaguars officially make the pick, I'll interrupt you guys, but you guys have some fun. Do some Broncos stuff, guys.
Yeah. Well, Kurt, we got to get in here. We got to get your reaction, man. I know you're a big JJ fan. We didn't go up. We didn't get our guy. We held at 12. We ended up getting Bo Nix. We didn't trade back. What was your reaction when you found out Bo Nix was wearing the orange and blue, buddy?
You know what? I watched it, and Jen was home, so she came home. She had conferences tonight, and I said, if it's not Brock Bowers, Bo Nix, and I said, if maybe what's his name? Dallas
Turner.
Yeah, Dallas Turner. I said, but I want Bowers, but I want Nix. I want to get it done. And when they said Bo Nix, I just said, I got to do it. But there it is.
Ooh.
No one's coming on the show with this tonight. I can tell you that right there. Nobody's got that
sir.
right there. But no,
What?
in all seriousness, hey, you know what, guys? It's finally over. There's no more. We have our guy. And you know what? We have Sean Payton's guy. This is what he wants. And listen, this is going to get him fired or keep him as the coach. And that's what it should be. And, hey, I'm all in with it. It's his guy. It's, I don't know. Is it the closest thing to Drew Brees that has come out with the completion percentage and stuff like that? But I'm all in for it. And let's go. But here's the thing. This is the key. No competition. No splitting. He's the quarterback from day one. He's not going to learn anything from Jared Stidham. So just cut Jared Stidham. The only thing Jared Stidham should say is War Eagle, and then see you on my next team when I'm gone. Zach Wilson's the backup. No competition. From day one, he's the starter. I don't want to hear Jared Stidham didn't throw a pick in practice. I don't want to hear that. That's not what we do now. We invested in him, play him. He sinks or he swims, and that's it. I don't know what you guys think about it, but that's my opinion on that.
Let me get the pick in, and then we're gonna talk some Broncos. We'll go around the panel. Brian Thomas Jr., a little shocker there to the Jaguars. I thought it would have been a corner. So they're getting another weapon over there for Trevor Lawrence, guys. They lost Calvin Ridley. They pick up a Brian Thomas. Could be the sleeper wide receiver of this draft. So Jaguars get a nice addition there on offense. A couple hellos, Kurt. Carson saying hello to you, and Michelle Knoppers is saying welcome, Kurt.
Guys, first off, before Kenny, I don't want to interrupt you, but you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I just want to say I've been in and out watching the Nick game. I'm disappointed, but hey, it's okay. Watching the draft,
lost.
watching you. Yeah, they did. And watching you guys, but you guys have done a phenomenal job. All of you guys, it's just not only because you're obviously like we all love you guys as friends and everybody and stuff like that, and we're all family, but the knowledge and the stuff you guys, it's just tremendous show. So hats off to all you guys tonight.
Thanks, Kurt. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
so much, Kurt.
I'd like to get a question from Albert to Kurt. Albert, what do you have as far as Bo Nix and the pick to the Denver Broncos for Kurt?
So the big thing is, what did we do? Or what didn't we do? What didn't we do, Kurt?
We didn't trade any picks. We didn't move anywhere.
Yeah, indeed. We didn't mortgage the future. We stayed where we are, and we got what we got. And if that is what Sean Payton wants, he wants Bo Nix. And guess what? He most likely has 2 Bo Nixes now. So we should be happy.
Yep. And you know what?
By the way, the Cowboys are on the clock, by the way.
I don't think we're done. And you know what? I don't think Sean Payton, and I think I say this every week, and I don't think Sean Payton's in the long, worried about the long term. I really don't. Hey, let's get in the second round tomorrow. Let's move and get in the second round, get a tight end. Let's go. Let's do it. Why not? What are we going to wait for? We got, if we're going to play Bo Nix, we have to give him as much talent as we can do. I know we got a lot of money and stuff next year, but let's get him. If there's somebody we like, why not, guys? Let's get into the second round tomorrow. Why not?
I like it. Trevor, your question for Kurt, man. I mean, we've been talking quarterbacks for quite some time. We end up getting it. So take it away, buddy.
Kurt, were you surprised that Denver did not trade up for JJ McCarthy?
At first I was, but then I know I read up, I was reading again on Twitter, Benjamin Albright said, he always had Bo Nix over JJ McCarthy. I think he said it was Caleb Williams, Daniels was 2, and Bo Nix was 3 on his list. It came out, I think he said tonight. So, I mean, I like JJ McCarthy, but listen, he's the head coach, right? I mean, he's the one getting paid $18 million. And if he says he'd rather have Bo Nix than JJ McCarthy, we all got to ride with him. And I'm supporting him. I'm with him. But I want this kid to play right now. I do. I think this kid is special. I think this kid's got the it factor.
Yeah, and that was Sean Payton's list. That was where the Broncos had Bo Nix, was 3rd on their list behind Caleb Williams and Jane Daniels. James Palmer, I want to throw this because we're talking about the Broncos right now and their quarterback situation. James Palmer said the Broncos were never high on JJ McCarthy, like the media portrayed to be. They were always in love with Bo Nix, and that sounds like they've been in love with Bo Nix for weeks now. So kind of shed, again, just a little bit more light on the whole Bo Nix, JJ McCarthy, and the Broncos quarterback situation.
Okay, I'll let you take it back over, buddy.
Not like it?
Well, you got anything for Kurt?
I was going to say, I think the reason is his experience and his age, I think, was a big factor in them taking him as opposed to, say, JJ McCarthy. I mean, let's face it, Sean Payton is win now. I mean, he's got to start winning or else he's not going to be there for long. So I think you bring in a guy that's had the experience that Bo Nix has had, and you can put him right into the starting quarterback position as opposed to maybe JJ McCarthy not having that prior experience as much as Bo Nix does.
Breaking news, and we'll get this news in a minute. It has to do with our guy Carson. It's funny that he's in the chat. He's going to be very interested in this pick because breaking news, the Lions just traded up to pick 24. Is that correct, Trevor?
Yes,
Oh.
they traded up to pick 24.
Yep.
Lions. There you go.
With the Cowboys.
Terry on Arnold here. I just said a couple minutes ago, guys, right? This guy's not afraid to move up, and this is the best corner on the board in a lot of people's eyes. It was a 1-1A between him and Mitchell.
Could definitely be the pick.
We're gonna have another happy person coming in maybe in our chat in a couple minutes. Here it comes. The trade is in. I'll get you the name in a minute. As soon as I see it come up on my feed here. I'm gonna say Terry and Arnold. Anybody gonna go something different here, guys?
DeGene?
Yeah,
Cooper?
I'm gonna go Dijon or DeGene, whatever it is.
Yeah.
The GM Detroit making a splash.
Wow.
You're going to see
Just looking over to see if I have-
200,000 Lion fans either cheer or throw trash. Here it comes.
It's got to
200.
be. It's got to be one of these top corners.
How about Kool-Aid?
I feel like they could have gotten Kool-Aid at 29.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid might fall the first round because of that broken foot or that injury that he suffered. He might fall out of the first round.
There's the details real quick, and then we'll get the pick.
Yeah.
Dallas is getting 29 and a third-round pick. Lions are getting next year's 7th-round pick. So they're moving up 5 spots for this guy and giving up a third-round pick. That's a lot. So this guy was very high on their board, probably a top 10 guy on their board. And there's Carson saying OMG. So he's ecstatic. Terry on Arnold going to the Lions, guys.
Wow.
There you go.
I got chills from that one, Kurt. I got chills from that one, man. That's a top 10 pick right there.
Great pick.
Carson, congratulations, Carson. Give you the K&K claps for you, my friend.
Love it.
This is good. I mean, I don't think anybody Jody's not happy about Bo Nix, but everybody else is okay with the pick.
I like it.
Paul and I are ecstatic about Neighbors. Scoops is ecstatic about Quinyon Mitchell. Carson's ecstatic about Terry Arnold.
Terry Arnold away from Dallas.
Very
That's
good.
the best
Good
thing.
point.
29. We'd like to see Dallas, mess this draft up. That'll be nice. But that being said, Kurt, you're still hanging out with us as long as you want. You could hang out for a minute,
I got
10 minutes,
a couple of minutes just because Jen's sleeping in that room right there, and if I keep yelling, I'm going to be waking her up soon. So
all right. So I'm just anyway. So real quick, Trevor, you're going to take over the next 4 picks. So I'm going to pass it off to you. But Kurt, you're with us. You have any questions for us?
No, you again. Just wanted to see you and Scoops and Paul's reaction. Kenny, did you guys think at all? You guys quarterback at all? I mean, you guys, McCarthy was there, Penix, Bo Nix. Any chance, or you guys were like no quarterback? And
I did think it could have been Drake May, but I didn't think it was McCarthy.
Okay.
Throughout the afternoon, there was talking about possibly New England trading. But apparently Minnesota and the Giants were both inquiring, but they wanted too much. And but when it came to 6, we thought perhaps it might be JJ. He did spend a lot of time with the Giants, but ultimately we were ecstatic that the Neighbors was picked.
Kenny, can I ask my Bronco friends a question real quick before I go?
For sure. It's Denver Bronco Roundup, and it's New York. It's Denver. Let's talk Broncos. Carson's joining us in 5 minutes. Let's go. We got guests coming on now. I love it.
Start with you. Next thing you want done in this draft is what?
I'm sorry. Who is the question for?
The next for you, Keith. The next thing that you want the Broncos to do.
Who? Boy. For me, I guess we need to go out and we need to get a weapon. I still think we need to try to find that tight end. We need to try to find that wide receiver. Cortland Sutton maybe not happy. Who knows if he ends up being a trade at some point, because you got like Sean Payton out there that loves to trade players in the draft. That's still an open possibility. So, yeah, I think we need to go out there. We need to find a weapon. And I wouldn't even rule out getting a running back, a top running back, as they were going to be, in that 3rd, 4th, 5th round. There's going to be good value there.
Trevor, what about you?
I think they need to trade up to the 2nd round. I think there's too much talent in the 2nd round just to sit back and let that talent go off the board. Because thinking about it, you're picking at pick 76, so a long time to wait. So they got to be aggressive now. You got Bo Nix at 12. You got to be aggressive now. Got to build a team around him and help this defense out. So they got to be aggressive with the second round, in my opinion. Trade up.
And Albert.
Hold on. For me, it is a defensive lineman. I would really like to see if they get Tefondre Sweat. That would be my pick, the next pick.
There you go.
All right,
awesome.
Mr. Kirkpatrick, Carson will take my spot.
Well, we appreciate you hopping on with us, Kurt. Tomorrow as well, if you want to come on anytime, of course, the invite's there. Congratulations on Bo Nix. Show everybody that jersey one more time. Show everybody that jersey one more time.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, Bo Nix and Jared, 2 Auburn quarterbacks on Kurt's Broncos. That's awesome.
Exactly.
The only thing is he wants one of them gone.
What numbers do you pick? What number is he going to be, Keith? I mean, does Zach Wilson give him 10? What's going on?
Oh yeah. Everyone's talking about Zach Wilson 10 now. What are we looking like, a Kyle Orton 8? I don't know what the lineup is on the numbers. So it's
Trevion
it's
Arnold sporting that bright pink, by the way, flashy pink suit there. Pretty wild there.
But you know what? It's over. It's over, Kenny. We don't have to talk about this anymore. We got our quarterback, and let's go now. Let's go. Right, Keith? Trevor, Albert,
Yes.
it's like, amen, let's go. And now we build around this kid, and let's go.
100%. Couldn't have said it better myself, Kurt. Always knowledgeable. Appreciate you jumping on. Thanks. Tell Jen when she wakes up, hello, and
She's
go
out,
Broncos, go Giants.
There you go. Kenny, Keith again, and the crew, Paul, Scoops,
Yep.
Trevor, Albert, you guys are doing a tremendous job. I'll definitely jump on with you guys at some point tomorrow night.
Appreciate you, Kurt.
Have a good night, Kurt. Thanks for coming in.
I said hello.
We will.
We shall.
Have a good one. Go Broncos.
Go Broncos. The one and only Mr. Kurt Valenti joined us. Great to see him. And like I said, we got Clarkson coming on in a few minutes. He's going to be
Nice.
giving us, we'll do a little NFC North now because the Packers are on the clock. But Trevor, we're going to get to you in a second. Pearl just joined us, Keith. So why don't we put up Morgan Trinkets again? Give a little plug for Morgan Trinkets real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. We've done this a few times, though, but we have a fantastic sponsor over at Rocky Mountain Sports Network, Denver Bronco Roundup, and that's Morgan Trinkets. Tell you what, guys, they're located in northern Colorado. They've been out there doing this for 33 years. They started in 1990. Now they like I said, once nationwide, now just southern Wyoming, northern Colorado shows, and you can find them on Facebook. Just like it says, follow us on Facebook. Morgan Trinkets, it's your headquarters for Southwest jewelry and pottery, as well as estate gold at wholesale prices, guys. Free shipping for anything over $50 that you purchase online. And if you check them out on one of those shows, follow them on Facebook, you'll know exactly where they're at. They do all major credit cards as well. Morgan Trinkets, your headquarters for all that Southwest jewelry, pottery, and estate gold at wholesale prices. Thanks, Kenny, for letting me do that plug.
Well, you're welcome, Keith. And I want to do one more thing. I think Dutchy's been throwing it in the private chat. Let's throw another giveaway out, Keith. Let's go.
Let's do it, buddy. Let's do it.
It's been a good first round for all of us. So let's do another first. I'm going to go first this time.
You go first.
Dutchy wants to change it up a little bit. For those New York Giant fans, he wants everybody to say pizza, or any other fan wants to say the word pizza or Omaha. Those are your two key words. This one, we're going to throw a little Kayvon Thibodeau, little Zenith Kayvon Thibodeau. I'll put that in a frame for somebody if they want a New York Giants player right there. So got a little Kayvon, little card there for somebody, a little framed giveaway, Kayvon Thibodeau for our fans.
Yeah, Kayvon Thibodeau, the guy that I once labeled probably the biggest bust in a draft, now proving me wrong left, right, and otherwise. You guys got a gem. So I'll eat my words on that. Ernie Mays is coming in for Omaha. He doesn't even know what we're giving away. Well, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll do.
Didn't you say you're giving away an Eli Manning, Keith?
No, I'm not giving away. No, Eli Manning.
Kidding, Ernie.
How about this? I'll go ahead and I'll throw up a big one here at the end of the show. I got one of these guys right here. That's another John Elway figurine, 1998 edition, 12 and a half inches tall. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ship this out to anybody. We're talking Omaha here. Right now, Ernie Mays is the only guy in here with Omaha that I can see. Let's pile it in, guys. Let's give you a John Elway figurine, stack on your shelf, make your wife or a girlfriend upset that you're taking up space on her bookcase. So let's get it taken care of. Omaha, Omaha, Omaha.
And you know what, Keith? I'm going to change my mind just on top. So I'm going to give our Giant fans a little 3-4 because it's the end of the show. We're near the end. That Fran Tarkenton's back up, Eli Manning, and Kayvon. So a 3-4 for our Giant fans out there. Let's go.
Done. Pizza, man. I'd be in there as well, man, if I were you. So pizza for those New York Giants guys. Want to get it? Or hey, you don't have to be a Giants guy. Talk about a Fran Tarkenton. Talk about Kayvon Thibodeau. We're all fans of NFL players, man. What a great giveaway. Same thing, man. If you want to get entered in on that, Denver Broncos, side of things for that John Elway figurine, man. Omaha, man. I'll let you take it back over.
Kurt needed 30 more seconds, guys, so he's back.
Guys, I'm back. I missed you guys so much, but I just saw something that made my night. I went on Twitter. I was about to shut down. I went on Twitter. 104.3 The Fan. My buddy James Marilat just posted it, and they showed the video of Bo Nix getting the call. And I guess George Payton is the one that called him. So the first thing you hear him, he picks up the phone, and all you hear Bo Nix says is, "You want to win a Super Bowl?" And then Sean Payton comes on and he says, "Are you ready to roll?" That's the guy I love. The it factor. Hey, Mahomes and Kelsey, your party's over, boys. Enjoy it one more year because we got a guy coming for you now. We don't have Jared Stidham and Simeon and Teddy Bridgewater. We got a guy with moxie and the it factor. And when he says, "You want to win a Super Bowl?" Damn right I do, Bo. Let's go. Boys, have a good night. Go Broncos. That fired me up.
Round 2, Mr. One and Only Kurt Valenti.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. No. I'll see you guys. Go Broncos, baby.
I promise, Trevor, we're going to get the hosted in for you to interview in Terrion Arnold. One more thing, guys. Keith, have any right for our mock draft?
Do I have any right? I've got nothing. I got nothing. Here,
I had the right pick for Thomas Jr., but the wrong team. Trevor, anything right?
Yeah, I have Quinyon Mitchell to the Eagles.
Nice. Scoops?
I got to find my mock draft. Hang on. This is 21-24.
Yeah.
No, I butchered this sucker.
Okay, Paul gained the point on Scoops. It's 9-8. That's who the competition's between. Trevor's got 6, an outside shot. Me and Dutchy, we ain't even keeping track anymore.
I just want to say that I was so good with the Eagles that I had them trade with the Broncos for Quinyon Mitchell.
Dutchy wins the consolation prize for most trades right, but just the wrong.
Yeah, no kidding. That's true.
Hey, if we got a guy that Dutchy had getting traded for at number 12, I'm happy.
Let's pass it off to Trevor because the pick is in already for the Packers. So let's get it to Trevor and let him take over the next 4 picks here.
Well, have they announced Goodell went to the podium yet or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So Packers here are taking. With the 25th overall pick, the Green Packers are taking Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle from Arizona. Wow. What a pick! See, that's another pick. Add another point to that one next time because I got that pick right. Heck of a pick by the Packers. Yeah, got that pick right.
Are you?
Dang.
Oh my God.
One of the few that I've gotten right. So hey, celebrating. Yeah. No, but first thoughts, guys. Packers. Invested in that offensive line. Scoops, what do you think? Jordan Morgan, the Packers.
I like the pick. I had them going OT here, but not him. I had them taking Graham Barton out of Duke. But no, I think it's a solid pick. They have been allergic to drafting this, certain positions for the last few years, especially on offense. I'm sure that they at least had the self-awareness and the wherewithal to say, hey, let's not do to Jordan Love what we did with Aaron Rodgers. And let's protect our young guy going forward, especially off of his remarkably monstrous development last year. I think that this is a really solid pick for them. I'm looking forward to seeing how Drew Love develops in this next year.
Paul, what do you think of Jordan Morgan to the Packers?
Yeah, I think it was a good pick. I had Morgan actually going to the Ravens a little bit down toward the end of the first round, but I thought it was a great pick. I had actually DeJean going to them. They love those Iowa players, but I think they needed, like Scoops just said, you have a young quarterback, you got to protect him. So, excellent pick.
Yeah, and they released Spectari too. So they needed an offensive lineman.
I keep forgetting they did that.
Yeah. So this is a good pick, I think, for them. Albert, what's your thought? Jordan Morgan to the Packers.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I had a defensive lineman for them, a defensive tackle. I had Jazan Newton there because I think he could shore up the defensive line as well a little bit. So, yeah, either way, it's a good pick.
Kenny, what do you think about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? What do you think? What position do you think they're the possible target here?
I think they can go corner here. The pick is in, but we'll wait for them to come back live. We got our next guest in coming in. If you guys are ready to bring him in, I'm ready to bring him in.
Absolutely.
Okay.
What's up, guys? How we doing? What's up,
Hey,
boys?
Carson.
Let me
You guys doing a
introduce.
hell of a job, man. Way to go, guys. Covering the whole draft takes a lot of hard work, man. What's up, guys? How we doing?
Yeah,
Good.
we're
How are
doing great,
you?
Carson. I want to introduce you for those who don't know you on the Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Carson Shear, he's a member of our K&K Sports Show. He's a member of Carson Shear Show. Could catch him on YouTube. He also has a couple other YouTube channels. Ticket Time, Carson Claus, Detroit Lion fan. He was going to be live at the draft, but you saw, guys, there was 275,000 people there, Carson. Not to count the ones that are outside, right? So probably about 500,000.
Yeah, my
there,
friend
so.
actually, he parked about a mile away at a casino. He is currently still on the 9th floor waiting to get out, and he's been there for 2.5 hours getting out of the parking garage. So that's just goes to show how many people are downtown. So I think I enjoyed it at home.
Yeah. Carson, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let everybody, Trevor's doing this portion of the floor, so let him go around the horn here, and we'll ask you some questions on your Lions and NFC North for sure. So, Trevor, you're up first, and then you go the order you want to take it, my friend.
First of all, congratulations on trading up for Terrion Arnold, Carson. That's
thanks,
awesome.
Trevor. Appreciate it.
That's perfect situation, almost like a movie. I mean, being able to trade up for a top corner like Arnold, he falls to you. Draft in Detroit, so what an awesome man. So proud of your Detroit Lions. Scoops, you have a question for Carson?
Absolutely. So, Carson, in
What's
that
up, Ryan?
position, how you doing, boss? So, in that position, was that the position you would have targeted? And if so, would you have gone Arnold or would you have gone DeJohn or somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, I think when the draft was going, you saw it was just mostly offensive players. I really love your boy Quinyon Mitchell, man. That's who I really wanted to get, and the Eagles got a hell of a pick right there. But I think Terrion Arnold was the second best option. I mean, you saw we gave up a 3rd-round pick to move up 5 spots. That's pretty bold from Brad Holmes. That's now the 3rd straight year in a row where Brad Holmes has taken an Alabama player in the 1st round. So you can tell he loves these Bama guys. I'm absolutely stoked. That was my second best player on my mocks. I wanted Terrion. I'm so happy we got him.
I'm excited for you, brother. Congrats.
Kurt
Thanks,
saying
Ryan.
congratulations on your pick, Carson.
For sure.
Dutchy, what's your question for Carson? Got any question for Carson?
Which pick would have made you cry?
Oh man, maybe cry. Probably an offensive lineman. I know you can't go wrong with them, but we really needed a corner, especially with the whole Cam Sutton situation and off-season moves. But I'm super glad we got Terrion. But yeah, probably somebody that was injured or just totally was a bum. So I'm glad we didn't draft the bum.
Kenny, is Goodell, has he went to the podium yet?
Not yet. So we got a couple more of us
Keith,
that can ask questions to Carson.
Keith, what's your question, Carson?
Yeah, I just want great to see you, Carson, man. I'm so happy for you, man. And it must be fantastic. You probably hear the cheer of the fans from where you're at right now. But that being said, does Terrion Arnold fit the bite the kneecap type of mentality that Dan Campbell wants? Talk about that.
Yeah, I think 100% he does. Again, just going back to what I said, Brad Holmes absolutely loves Bama guys. They just consistently produce day in and day out. Nick Saban's done a great job. I think he had so much high praise for Terrion Arnold in the offseason during his interviews. So I think definitely he fits the mold. Dan Campbell, bite and kneecap mentality. He's going to be hopefully cornerback 1. He's got a lot of work to do as a rookie, but I think overall, long term, he's going to fit right in.
Trevor, the pick is in if you want to announce it.
Pick is in. So with the 26th pick overall, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are taking Graham Barton, center out of Duke.
Nice.
Paul, what's your thoughts on Graham Barton? You think that it's a great pick for the Buccaneers here?
Yeah, I thought that was a great pick. I had him going to the Steelers even earlier in the draft. So versatile, could play inside, can play even outside. For Duke, had him at tackle and center. Not too many centers can go outside. Usually if they do move, they're going to go to play guard. So great versatile pick for the Bucs.
Kenny, go ahead, Kenny.
No, I was just going to say let's extend this little giveaway a little more. We got sidetracked, not rightfully so. Carson's joining us. No, we love you, Carson. So glad you're here. Keith's giving away a nice little Elway thing. He's been putting that up on the screen. And I got a little 3-4. Just type in pizza or what was it? Omaha, Dutchy?
Omaha.
We got France Harkington, 1970. We got Eli Manning, and we got our defensive stud, Kayvon Thibodeau. I'll put those three in a 3-4 frame for somebody if it's on the Giants end. But now, give you guys a few more minutes for the giveaway, and like to give this prize to somebody that can enjoy this. So let's go.
Nice.
I have a question for Carson.
Yep,
yeah, what's up, Paul? How you doing, buddy?
Good. Doing well. I'm glad you had a great pick. So now that you have the defensive cornerback you need, what do you think they'll go in the second round tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's going to be probably wide receiver. Now that Josh Reynolds, Kurt's boy now with the Broncos, I think you got to get a wide receiver 3 now to go with J-Mo and Amon-Ra. So I'm thinking probably wide receiver or maybe even offensive tackle tomorrow.
Okay.
And Cardinals jumped to the board, Trevor. So go ahead and announce this one, man. They jumped really high for this guy, and I think he's going to be good. So go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, so a little bit of a shocker here, honestly. The Cardinals at pick 27 are taking defensive end out of Missouri, Darius Robinson at pick 27 here.
Wow.
PA saying hello, Carson. We're giving you the
What's up,
claps
PA?
for your pick there.
Nice.
PA's been hanging out with us. Always appreciate PA. My question, Carson, is where do you go now and tomorrow? Not just round 2, but what are you looking for tomorrow for the Lions?
Yeah, I think we really desperately needed to address the cornerback position. So I'm glad we got that taken care of. I think pretty much most of the fans here knew it had to be defensive back. But yeah, we traded up 5 spots, gave up a 3rd rounder for it. I love the pick. I love the aggressiveness from Brad. So yeah, I think tomorrow we can just kind of chill out, relax. But Brad has worked some magic in the past. He got Brian Branch last year in the draft. He's been a stud. Amon-Ra St. Brown win the 4th round. So in these middle rounds, this is where a lot of talent gets overlooked. So I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow. But definitely, I think today was the pressure pick. Get it right. I think Brad got it right. And tomorrow we can kind of just breathe a little bit more.
Trevor, you mind if I read a couple questions from Kurt for Carson? And we'll get some. First one from Carson. He goes, Lions going all in, Carson. How many years is their Super Bowl window?
Hey, what's up, Kurt? Yeah, I think next year. Why not? I think literally we were a couple pieces away from being great. I mean, you saw we blew a lead that still breaks my heart in the NFC Championship game. Should have beat the Niners, but we didn't. But I think, we're right there, man. I think especially now you're paying guys, Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, $250 million altogether. So I think it's win now. So I think at least the next 2 to 3 years, you got to win a Super Bowl.
Man, this is a great time to be a Lions fan, man. Yeah. They are doing it right, man. I tell you. One more from Kurt, Carson.
Sure.
And then you're more than welcome to hang out with us as long as you want throughout the stream. So if you got to go, we understand. If you want to hang out with us as well, that's fine. It's up to you. He wants to know, how much better did the Bears get?
Yeah, I think the Bears, man. Everybody pretty much knew Caleb Williams is going to be the guy. We got to face him for probably the next decade, unfortunately. So congrats to the Bears fans. But they got Rome Odunze. I think he's a great receiver. Kenny, you were high on him when we were talking about our mocks. I think they're on the rise. They're legit. They got Keenan Allen, who's a really good wide receiver. The NFC North is going to be tough, man. Even the Packers are making moves. Same with the Vikings with J.J. McCarthy. So NFC North is no joke, man. That's going to be a really tough division, and the Bears are on the rise too.
Carson, do me a favor while you're on. Type in pizza or Omaha. I got a nice little Lions package if I'll put together for you. If you win this giveaway, I'll put something
cool.
Lions
Awesome.
related. So go ahead and type that in. We'll get you involved. I'll put something Lions together. I've been doing that for everybody coming on tonight. I want to say one more thing. Again, Carson, hanging out with us tonight. Great to see you. Great, sure. Congratulations on the Lions. Please, for Keith and Rocky Mountain and Denver Bronco Roundup followers, please let everybody know about the Carson Shear Show.
Carson Shear Show. Just put it in the chat. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, everywhere. Mostly Detroit sports. I'm doing the NBA playoffs right now. So any news that breaks, I kind of give my thoughts and reaction to it. But yeah, the Carson Shear Show. Appreciate you guys having me on. You guys clean up, man. I'm liking all the suits and ties. Dutchy's rocking the bow tie. I like it. Keith with the glorious beard. Trevor, Paul, Ryan, Kenny, you guys do a great job. So thanks for having me on. And yeah, man, you guys keep killing it.
Absolutely, Carson. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, my friend. We'll see you soon. Good luck
Killing
tomorrow,
too, my friend.
For sure.
Kansas City just traded with Buffalo.
There you go. There you
Man,
go.
I got this pick right, but I'll just say that. But not at this pick. I had the Chiefs taking this guy.
I just want to chime in just really quick. I had Arizona taking Darius Robinson. I get my first one right on my mock draft, and I don't know how long.
Congrats.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near right on this. But Dutchy, why don't you go ahead and pick that winner? Maybe you got Carson in there. You got anybody else? Last call in 10 seconds. Omaha or pizza? Anybody?
Yeah, get in here. Get this fantastic John Elway figurine, 1998 edition. You want it? Omaha, it is, man.
A little 3-4, or if Carson wins, I'm gonna go put together a nice little Lions package for him that he'll
No,
like.
he gets Giants.
So I got 5 names, and the winner is Pearl.
Hey,
Nice.
Awesome. Congratulations, Pearl.
Hopefully she's
Love
listening. If not, we'll message her and let her know. That's awesome.
Great.
That's a nice little prize from Miss Pearl. Love that. All right, Trevor, you're back up. We got a couple more going.
Trade.
I'm going to send you guys something in the chat.
So what do we think about the Chiefs trading up here, guys? Are they trying to get in front of Buffalo for a Buffalo wideout, or what do you think about this, guys? We'll start with Scoops.
Yeah, no, the excuse me. The reports the last couple of days, or at least the sounds the last couple of days, was that they were going to try and target replacing some of the speed they've lost the last couple of years at wideout. So I could definitely see that being the play here. Yeah, that would be my guess, basically.
Keith, your thoughts on the Chiefs trading up?
Yeah, for me, I actually had a guy right there for him. I had Troy Franklin at the number 28 pick for the Buffalo Bills. Like you said, wide receiver I think needs to be a concern here, and there's a few of them on the board. Troy Franklin was my guy. If they were worried about Troy Franklin going, maybe that's the guy on the pick right here.
Yeah, Kenny, what your thoughts on Chiefs trading up?
Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it for the people in the chat, but trading up, and I saw in our chat, this was the guy I had them taking, and I don't like it if I'm the Chargers, Broncos, or Raiders. I'm telling you that much. I don't like it. But the Chiefs got somebody that they can use here, man. I'll tell you that much.
Paul, are you a little surprised that the Chiefs end up trading with Buffalo? Because it seemed like Buffalo need a wide receiver as well. So just kind of curious on your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, if they felt they wanted to target that one player that maybe the Bills were going to take, that's why they probably made the trade. But I also had a receiver going to the Chiefs at the end of the first round, so maybe they felt they didn't want to wait any longer and let's do it right now. So it'll be interesting to see when Kenny makes that announcement who it is.
Yeah, and it looks like the trade, getting a little bit of trade details in here. So it looks like the Bills are trading pick 28, pick 133, and pick 248 to the Chiefs, pick 32, 95, and 2021.
The 95 is what did it. That's what did it.
Moving up like
you can't
40
say
spots.
no to that. Yeah, you can't say no to that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well done. Appreciate it, Scoops.
Goodell hasn't went up to the podium yet, Kenny, right? Or is he?
Where is Roger Goodell? That is where in the world is Roger
Kirk Cousins'
Goodell?
agent? Kirk Cousins' agent just put out a statement. They are not happy.
Wow.
I heard that he did indicate that they spoke with him right at the time that they were making the pick, or they were considering the pick. So they made him aware of it, whether or not he's happy or not. It's not like they made the selection and they didn't at least confer with him.
The quote says, "Yes, it was a big surprise. We had no idea this was coming. The truth is the whole league had no idea this was coming. We got no heads up. Kirk got a call from the Falcons after they were on the clock. That was the first we heard. It never came up in any conversation.
Wow.
Dang. There you have it.
Yeah. Wow.
Breaking news right here, man. The Kirk Cousins experiment in Atlanta is off to a rocky start. And plus, guys, keep in mind, Atlanta might be fined a pick for all the tampering in getting a Kirk Cousins. That is still on the table, up and coming as well. This could blow up in their face.
All right, Trevor, they got a special guest announcing this pick. So maybe in about 30 seconds, you can take over, and then you guys take over because this is important for you guys. AFC West Chiefs, very important pick here.
Yeah, very important pick, Kenny. And again, I'm a little surprised that this is happening. But I'm a little surprised that Buffalo is actually trading with the Chiefs again. I thought Buffalo needed to take a wide receiver here as well. So I think that obviously the Chiefs are going to have to up their price. I think a lot for Buffalo to even consider this trade. So surprised in a way, but the compensation, looking at it, I guess I'm not overly surprised. But yeah, I mean, the whole Falcons thing, it's really surprising too. I can't wait to hear you guys' surprises and maybe not surprises after we get through the
Yeah. I had a feeling.
What do you guys think Cowboys are going to do here? They're on the clock here at 29.
Well,
seem like
hold off on that, Trevor. Go ahead and make the announcement. Yeah, go ahead and make the announcement first, and then we'll do Cowboys.
So the Chiefs are trading up with Buffalo Bills at pick 28 to take wide receiver from Texas, Xavier Worthy. Wow.
There you go.
I'm a little surprised that Worthy went ahead of Mitchell. But first thoughts, Scoops, go ahead.
Well, shucks, there's your speed at wide receiver. I mean, this guy just ran a 4.21, in the 40, just broke the record. Obviously they're looking at this and hoping that he works out better than the John Ross pick for Cincy some years back, when he was the big name out of the 40-yard at the combine. But I think if anybody's prepared to get as much out of him and his speed as possible and maximize his abilities, I think it's Pat Mahomes and Coach Reid.
Dutchy, what do you think about this Chiefs trading up for Worthy, wide receiver?
Yeah, they needed help on the wide receiver there, and yeah, I truly believe that they are missing number 11. What was his name again?
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill, because that was a big detrimental for them, and now they have a speedy guy again, and that just works in favor with Pat Mahomes.
Keith, your thoughts? Worthy to the Chiefs, man. It's going to be tough to cover for the Broncos.
He is going to be tough to cover, and the reason being is because everyone fell in love with that fantastic speed and what he was able to do, after his college career. But if you look at this guy and what he's able to do on the field, he's more than just a speed guy. This guy can run routes. He can go out there and make it very difficult on a lot of different defenses. And then you add in the fact that, hey, he's going to be now be one of the speediest guys in the NFL on top of it. It's going to be difficult for everybody in the NFC West, and maybe even the Buffalo Bills who gave him the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So I guess we'll move on to Cowboys pick at 29. Paul, I mean, again, this is a division rival. What do you think they're going here?
Yeah, I mean, they've lost some key offensive linemen over in the free agency. It would be shocking if they didn't take someone on the offensive line, a Guyton or someone along those lines. But you never know with Jerry Jones, with his drafting situation sometimes. But you would think that they would take some type of offensive lineman to replace the ones that they lost in free agency. So I'll leave it at that at this point.
Scoops, I think this is your pick actually to take upon. I think I've got all my picks in, so I think you're taking over at 29. I apologize.
No worries. So we've got the pick in for down. I don't have it showing up who the selection is yet. But this pick,
Goodell is going to the podium right now.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now. Just trying to see if it's going to be one of those. He goes right up and makes the pick, or there's 27 other things that happen first.
Hey, I guess we shouldn't break anything in right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's announcing it real quick. So go ahead, Scoops.
Okay, they're getting offensive tackle Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma.
That's what I just said.
So I'll start with the other NFC East guys. Kenny, what do you think going up? We just talked about the offensive line for Dallas, and now here they come in getting Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma.
Yeah, best offensive tackle left on the board. Am I ecstatic about it? It's an pick for me. I'll give it a C. You know, he's about pick where I've had him late first, early second round.
Yeah.
Dallas, it's what they needed. They dropped back a couple spots in a trade earlier with Detroit, and they got a third round pick out of it. So, good move for Dallas, I guess. But we'll see.
Yeah. Paul is the other NFC East guy. What is your analysis on the situation?
Yeah, I picked Guyton to go to them. So, like I just said before, he's a big dude. They needed offensive line help. Finally, Jerry Jones did what they should be doing, is filling in a lot of their weaknesses, which they had last year on the offensive line, especially then after losing him on free agency. So, it was a need met value at this point.
Yeah, I had you all right, bud?
Yep.
I had Amarius Mims as the selection for that before the trade and all of that happened, but he obviously was long off the board since then. Excuse me. Trevor, question: do you think we've seen our last trade for the night, or do you think we could still see a little more shaking up of the board these last three picks?
Yeah, I mean, again, some of these wide receivers are kind of dropping a little bit. I mean, Franklin, we got Adonai Mitchell's dropping a little bit. So Nate Wiggins. I mean, there's still a talent on the board. I think all the way around. Wiggins obviously being a corner. Maybe San Francisco. There's a chance they trade up, but I think we'll see the board pretty much stand pat the rest of the way, unless someone in the second round wants to trade up for wide receiver or possibly a corner.
Well, Baltimore jumped really quick. Their pick is in, but it's not. Goodell's not out there yet. He's taking a smoke break. But I'm looking at the board. You got Jerzon Newton, Cooper DeJean, the wide receivers, McKinstry. So I'm curious to see, Scoops, who they're going to take here. So
am I. And before we find that out, Keith, I want to just ask you real quick, since excuse me, who of these guys that they're showing here, or somebody else, is there anybody that really is shocking you, that specifically is one player that they have not fallen off the board in these first 29 picks?
Kenny was starting to run down my list. I started looking at some of the guys that are still on that I thought were go off. Jerzon Newton, I think, was one. Nate Wiggins is another one that I have in here. I know this was an outside pick, but I even had Cedric Gray sneaking his way in to the linebacker, sneaking his way into the first round, which was, I know, probably not on a lot of people's boards. But, a lot of these names went off the board kind of like I expected, just not to the teams or in the places that I thought they would. So overall, I think teams did well in comparison to my top 100 or best fit when it comes to all these teams. So it'll be interesting to see what Baltimore is doing here, though. I did also have Tyler Guyton going at 24 to Dallas Cowboys, but for all that said, I thought the Cowboys were going to be quote unquote all in. I haven't seen that as of yet.
Yeah, no, that was. I mean, they picked up that third round pick, but if you're believing that you're a Super Bowl contender, I don't know how much of a difference a third round pick is making with that. But yeah, no, there's so many flashing lights. I'm trying to see what's happening, if there's someone going to the thing or not. But
it's Roger.
Say again?
It's Roger.
Yeah. The spotlight keeps jumping all over the place, and I'm trying to, and doesn't look exactly anybody there. But and then Mr. Dutchy, going into excuse me, these last couple picks, is there anybody who you're looking at, you're saying this would be the right pick, I think, for San Francisco or Buffalo?
I had for the Niners, I had Bo Nix for the Niners.
Oh,
because I think the quarterback that they have might not be the quarterback for the future. So I had Bo Nix there. So I would say that they could use a wide receiver there. It's never because you cannot just rely on just one receiver that they have. You need an extra weapon there, and I think Brock Purdy could use another wide receiver there.
That makes sense. I didn't want to cut you off. We've got the pick in now for Baltimore. Cornerback Nate Wiggins is in going to Baltimore from Clemson. So he is another one of the corners, not in that big three, but he's probably that first corner out of that group that people were waiting on, and he goes here to the Baltimore Ravens.
And by the way, Keith, Nate Wiggins must have thought it was day 3 of our draft show. He would see what he was wearing. No, you're not watching. He's got jeans and a jean jacket on. So that's the way you dress up to an NFL draft. He wasn't at the draft party or wherever he was at watching it, but he's wearing a jean shirt and a jeans. So yeah, way to represent there, Nate Wiggins.
That's called the Canadian tuxedo, if I remember correctly. So.
I had a denim jacket on before we came on tonight.
There you go.
And I had Nate Wiggins going to the Lions.
Yeah, I did too.
Oh, that makes
Where
sense.
did I have Nate Wiggins? By the way, we got Paul. You said you had Cowboys Guyton.
Yeah,
Was that a 24 or in a trade?
that was in that trade, but he was my pick
Yeah,
for the Cowboys.
we didn't specify that earlier, so unfortunately,
That's a zonk, just
yeah.
like a lot of mine.
Okay.
Went to the right guy, just the wrong spot. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't even know where I had. Oh, I had Nate Wiggins to the Jaguars earlier.
I had him going to the Buccaneers at 26.
No, I'm sorry, Packers, 25 Packers.
Okay, so you had him one spot before me.
Yep.
19 to the LA Rams for me. So
The amount of guys that I'm missing by one draft slot is insane.
I agree, man. I'm like so close on a lot of these picks. I wish. I mean, it's like that minuscule, a pick or two away, man. And you're right there, man. But
Latu was another one. He went. I think he either went 15 and I had him 14, or vice versa. But
Real quick, I just put up our guest earlier was.
Oh, for heaven.
And then for the Chiefs, I forgot to mention we had our other special guest for the Chiefs.
oh wow!
Swifty Scoops is in the house for the Chiefs. I got sidetracked. I forgot to mention Swifty Scoops.
Nice.
A little preview of what we got coming up on the Rocky Mountain Sports Network and K&K Sports in the future.
I'll give you this. At least you chose a good picture of me. I appreciate that.
There you go.
But
a little fun for everybody at the end.
It's tough.
No, that was hilarious. I'm trying to figure out this next selection here going into Buffalo. I feel like they just keep making I think they're going to trade back again almost for some reason. I just have this weird feeling they're going to trade back again.
Buffalo's on the clock at 30. Since I'm following along with you guys.
San Francisco's on the clock right now.
It's on at 31, and then Buffalo's at 32. And I'm not seeing anything that says that. It's just in my head. I'm just, for some reason, I feel like they're going to trade out.
Did I miss the Baltimore pick?
Baltimore was
Nate Wiggins.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. We just got done talking about that. I'm sorry, now.
I wonder if San Francisco wouldn't go receiver here because they have been talking about Ayuk in trade talks. So I wonder.
Yeah,
if they
Ayuk, and they also have been recently discussing Deebo Samuel as well.
Yeah.
To trade Deebo Samuel?
First of all, let me step in, guys, if you don't mind. I want a big shout out. By the way, Nicole Gizzy Scoops, your friend, said about them Cowboys a little earlier.
Yeah.
Let's give a round of applause to our chat and posse, man, hanging out with us all night tonight. I mean, it's going on 4 hours that we've been here, but you guys have been here with us, man. So much love, like Keith's showing right now. I'm just looking at a few people: Pearl, Ernie, Nicole. I'm just going to scroll up, and I don't mean to miss anybody. Michael Ronquillo is in here. Carson, Leanna has been on with us all night. PA Scratcher guy. Albert, you've been in here. How about that? Kurt, Kurt, Leanna, like I said, Ernie, Michelle. Go back a little further. We'll find some more people. Mark, Eddie Murphy. Again, if I miss somebody, I'm just scrolling up really high. Victor, Clayton, Coach Breslin. Lots of love for everybody, man. Just want to throw you guys a shout out. Roy Osborne. Let's keep going back. We'll get as many people in here as we can find here.
Love them all.
Absolutely. And again, if I missed you, I apologize. I said Michael, Jody, hats off for hanging out with us. Hopefully we can get it fixed and get you on live with us tomorrow. The technical difficulties you had. And congratulations to the winner, Patrick. Patrick joined us. Always great to see Patrick. But you guys want to say anything else about the audience real quick?
Yeah, actually, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to give you mentioned her, but I just want to give a specific shout out again to Nicole Gizzi. For those of y'all who don't know, she designed my What's the Scoop logo. She's been, really involved in commenting and helping me promote my show in different groups and whatnot. She's just incredible. So Nicole, if you're still watching, just want to give you another shout out. You're a really great friend. The only thing we don't agree on, obviously, is your Cowboys, but nobody's perfect.
Yeah, we'll give her a clap. Hey, I'm glad she's a Cowboy fan. We can have some fun when the season comes.
Hell yeah.
And I want to definitely give a shout out to Richie Katwika. He's been a long friend and followers of ours too. So again, if I missed anybody, I apologize. I just wanted to acknowledge everybody in the chat like Dutchy usually does, but I just figured it'd be a long 30 minutes for Dutchy if he had to read everybody's name tonight. So I figured I'd save you a little time, my friend.
I do have them.
They announced, the 49er pick.
Oh, yep. 49er pick is in, Scoops.
I'm a second behind.
Very good. I'll just give a quick shout out and say thanks to Pearl, who came in and has been a great sponsor to us. And thanks to Patrick Wilsey, who was in earlier and is powering us with this line copy real quick.
Yes, and I love the vanilla macadamia nut and tea as well, Patrick. Thank you so much for sending some my way. Amazing stuff. I will agree.
For me, go ahead, sir.
So it's wide receiver from Florida, Ricky Pearsall, I think is how you pronounce that.
Pearsall.
So they're saying he had just under 1,000 yards in 2023, 65 receptions. I've got a thing on him right here, and I just had a glitch on his screen. Okay. His strengths are shown up as nuanced and savvy route runner, quick off the line with good release. Toughness is rated very highly, as is his route running. His agility is a little bit weak, and his player comp is Julian Edelman.
Trade coming up, boys.
Yeah.
Carolina is jumped up to the 32, one spot. So they must like somebody a lot here at 32 to move up one spot. And it's probably going to be a wide receiver, I would expect.
I would think.
You're the wide receiver expert on our panel. Buffalo and Carolina trade, and Carolina's jumping for joy. Who is it, Scoops? I'm going to say wide receiver. What do you guys think? I want Scoops. Scoops is the wide receiver guy. So who would be off the board here?
No, wide receiver wasn't one of my positions.
Trevor, right? You were wide receiver.
Yeah.
Who is it, Trevor?
I think it's Adonai Mitchell or Troy Franklin. It's got to be one of those two guys, my opinion. If them to trade up, but Ricky Pearsall is a guy that I've been high on for months now. This is a guy that I really like. I'm glad San Francisco got him. I thought this is a guy that's going to drop into the mid-second round. So a little shocked he got picked in the first round, but talk about a dog or two and a guy that's very athletic and does catch everything. It comes his way. I really like Pearsall. I like all three. Of these guys. They're still on the board: Franklin, Pearsall, and Mitchell. I mean, all three of those guys. I think a team would be a little crazy if you didn't have a pick that was pretty close to here, like the Panthers do, to not trade up and get some of these guys, one of these wide receivers. Man, these wide receivers are very talented. They're still on the board.
Scoops, take it away. Pick is in, but we got a couple minutes, it looks like.
Okay, sounds good. All right, I'm going to just do this. Well, I guess if you want to call it rapid fire, but I'm going to start with Kenny. Your favorite pick tonight that wasn't made by your Giants?
Ooh, that's a good one. Favorite pick. not me, my Giants. Rome Odunze, man, he was my guy. I was very high on him. I'm the Bears. I'm okay with him going to the Bears. So Rome Odunze, excited to see what he's going to do with Caleb Williams.
I honestly like that pick for them more than their Caleb Williams pick. Paul, your same question to you for but excluding the Giants.
I'll continue to go with my Golden Dome or Joe Alt. No doubt, guy's going to be an All-Pro.
Makes sense. That I should have picked it up on the connection on the Fighting Irish. And Mr. Dutchy, outside of Bo Nix, who's your guy from tonight that you were excited about the pick?
It is a double-edged sword. Brock Bowers going to
Fair enough.
Because he was one of my favorite players, and now he's going to an opposing team that we face twice a year. I'm not very happy about, but I'm very happy for them.
No, that makes sense. I'm curious to see how he does there. And of course, last but not least, Trevor, same question to you, buddy.
Ooh, man. I'm going to say Dallas Turner to Minnesota. I think that was a heck of a pick. I guess from what I heard, his medicals didn't come back the greatest. So that's why a lot of teams pass on him. I think he's a guy that's stealing the draft from Minnesota. You get your future franchise quarterback and one of the best possible edge rushers in this class. I think it's a home run pick for the Vikings and a great day for Minnesota just in general.
No, I agree with you. I'll make it quick because the pick looks like it's going to be in any second. But and I hate to say it, but to me, it's Washington taking Jaden Daniels at number 2. If Kingsbury is able to unlock him, he's going to be a nightmare to face in the division for the next 10 years.
Looks like we still got some time there, Scoops.
Okay, we got it. We got a second.
I mean,
you okay?
I'm good. Yeah.
Sorry,
I'll let you know when it's up.
Thing for a second.
I got a question I can ask Scoops.
What's up?
Well, Goodell's coming up. Rapid fire. Who are you surprised is possibly going to be in the second round? For me, it's Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, same with me.
I'll let you ask. Anybody different that they're surprised is going to be a second round pick? Scoops take over because the pick's coming in.
You said the same guy I was going to say, by the way. But
yep.
Here's Goodell.
Kool-Aid. Shock. I gotta say, another shocker for me.
All right, it's South Carolina wide receiver Xavier Legette or Legette. I'm not actually sure how you pronounce that. Legette. Okay, thank you.
Thinking of somebody else. Never mind me. It's late. I'm thinking of Lassiter for a reason. I don't know why I was thinking Lassiter the corner, but it's the wide receiver Legette. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Guess we got to pass it back to Trevor. He's the wide receiver guy.
Yeah. I'll kick that over to you, Trevor.
Yeah, I think I think he's a guy that has a ton of upside. I just don't know. This is the greatest team for him to go to because I think there's a lot of pressure on him to be the number 1 wide receiver day one. But a little surprising from the Panthers standpoint. They're trading up to get Legette here when you have 3 wide receivers still on the board. Probably could have kept your other picks and still got a very good wide receiver. So I'm a little surprised by the pick, but I think this guy's got a ton of upside. Kind of a 1-year guy. If I was them, I probably would have went with somebody that's a little bit more, more of a track record. But I think Legette's a fine pick here. Getting a ton of upside. I think his floor is really low in this class, in my opinion, as far as wide receiver. A very athletic, very fast wide receiver. It's definitely going to help, I think, Bryce Young. They need to get Bryce Young some help anyways. So I do not mind the pick here, but I think they could have waited in the second round to still get a very good wide receiver and save those picks.
Oh, look, his comparison is A.J. Brown, who just got an extension from Philadelphia a few hours ago.
Yeah.
My guess is that there was some sort of weight that was held there by the fact that they'll now trigger the 5-year option for drafting him at 32 instead. But that's the only thing I can come up with as to why they would jump up 1 spot for him.
Guys, Ernie May's giving us a shout out saying awesome podcast. Thank you, Ernie, for being a part of our mashup podcast, which we're going to be bringing to you tomorrow and Saturday as well. So
Yeah.
please, if you're around, come join us. And we got tons of more giveaways, right, Keith? Including including our big ones that we're going to give away tomorrow.
Absolutely got the big ones. Albert, you got it handy, the big giveaway. Give a little teaser for tomorrow there, buddy. I know that there it is. Terrell Davis signed football. Trying not to get any fingerprints on it, man. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a fantastic giveaway for one of our Broncos fans. Can't wait for it. What do you got, Kenny?
Little Super Bowl turf from 36, our Super Bowl MVP there, Eli Manning. So put that together in a nice little souvenir case for somebody. And, we're going to have fun tomorrow as well. There's a lot of good names on the board, guys. Looking at the time, 11:55. You guys want to go right to midnight, and we'll call it a night for everybody?
Yeah.
Does that sound good?
Sounds good for me.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I have a question.
Yep. Go ahead, Paul.
Who received A's in the first round tonight?
You want to just go in order? As you want me to take?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you see it on the screen, Paul. So I guess I'm up
Kenny.
first.
Yeah, you first.
Chicago Bears, because they got a number one wide receiver with the number one quarterback. So Chicago Bears for me.
Keith.
Yeah, just to go off a little off script, I'll go Vikings. Vikings were big in the moves that they made and be able to take care of both sides of the ball. I'll go Vikings.
Yeah, Dutchy.
I have to go, with the Broncos, because they didn't. Everybody was speculating they would mortgage the future, and they didn't do it, and they got the quarterback that they wanted. So I give it to the Broncos.
Trevor.
I'm going to say Buffalo because I know they didn't pick in this first round, but they got picks. The first pick in the second round, and there's still a ton of wide receivers on the board. They were able to trade down, get more picks, and still get a very good wide receiver. I'm going to go Buffalo here.
Scoops.
Since I already talked about Washington, I'll go Arizona. I think there's still a really strong argument to be made that Marvin Harrison Jr. could be the best prospect in this class, and to get him at number 4 without having to make any moves and pair him with Kyler Murray going into an ascending roster on coached by John Gannon. Don't like Arizona, but it's not going to be a team I'm going to be excited to face.
Okay. I'm going to say the Raiders getting Brock Bowers where they did.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was going to go that low, and the fact that they were able to get him was, I think, a great pick. So,
yep.
All right.
Why don't we do some final thoughts, Keith? We'll you want me? I'll take over the order. I'll go. We'll start with you, Paul.
Okay. This was phenomenal. Just to hear everyone's positive reactions to it. It was great. Thank you guys for a wonderful evening. It was an amazing evening. The knowledge, the expertise, the everything was about it was just great. And for all the hard work that you, Kenny, Keith, and everyone did, it just showed, and very, very appreciated.
Thank you for hanging out with us tonight, Paul. It was a pleasure to have you on, as always, my right-hand man on Giants football talk, Yankee and Mets talk, and the K&K as well. So always appreciate it. I'll go right below. We're going to go to Mr. Scoops for his final thoughts.
Yeah, guys, I couldn't have asked for a more great evening to be drawn up. I mean, I came on and I said genuinely, I hope all of our teams, make us excited tonight. I think that definitely is what happened. And like they say, that the teams that separate themselves are the teams that nail not round 1, but rounds 2 through 7. So the biggest names may a lot be off the board, but draft's only just getting started.
Awesome. I'm going to go to Dutchy next.
Yeah, it was a really blast to be here and to be participating in this. And I'm sorry for Jody that it didn't quite work out. But I do also want to thank the posse. And I have the names here, and I'm going to read them because they deserve their moment of fame as well. I want to thank Pearl, Cody, that pass scratcher guy, Roy, Ernie, Nicole, Kurt, Mark, Luby, Michelle, Adam and Kayla. John Thomas was in there, and John Thomas is my boss, by the way. Little Sis was there, Ed Murphy, Joe Brisling, Jay Anderson, David Burns, Rich, the Carson Shear Show, and Clayton, Patrick, Michael, Mark, and Victor. Guys, thank you for being there because I cannot say it enough. It makes our life so much easier. You are an inspiration for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dutchy, because I did apologize if I missed anybody, and I did miss some people. So I appreciate you doing that, Dutchy, and always appreciate when I hear my name mentioned as well when I'm on the Denver Bronco Roundup. So we do love it as part of the posse as well. So glad you were able to read those names. Trevor, my man, shared some mock drafts with me and been filling in for Paul when he wasn't around last week. It's been an honor, Trevor. The draft's finally here. We still got 2 more days, but your final thoughts, my friend.
Yeah, I just want to first off and say, I mean, it's an honor to be here with you guys and all of our fans. You guys are absolutely amazing. All of you guys are. All of you guys have great knowledge and different perspectives, and I just love hearing all of that type of stuff, and love hearing from our fans as well, from what their perspective is. So, what a great first day of the draft, and can't wait for the next 2 days. It's going to be exciting. Again, it ain't done yet. There's a lot more excitement to come, and can't wait to spend it all with you guys. And just thank you all for everything. It was a crazy night in the draft. A lot of movement. A lot of players fell. And I think it's going to continue. The craziness will continue over the next couple of days, I'm sure. So can't wait to spend it all with you, and thank you guys for everything. Much love.
Same, Trevor. Love. Great job of great analogies by everybody tonight. I want to go to Keith Brugman next, and I want to thank Keith for putting this together. We put this together, and Keith, Rocky Mountain Sports Network, can't thank you guys enough for being our cousins and making, on the mountainside there on the West Coast. And we're family, and, much love to all you guys at DBR and Rocky Mountain Sports Network. So Keith, please, your final thoughts. And thank you again, my friend, for everything you did to put this together tonight and the next 2 nights.
Yeah, exactly, Kenny. I'm going to have to echo that right off the bat. First off, K&K Sports Show, our cousins on the East Coast. Doesn't matter if it's Paul, doesn't matter if it's Kenny, doesn't matter if Carson's jumping in, doesn't matter if Kurt's jumping in, doesn't matter if we're sharing scoops, both on the RMSN as well as the K&K Sports Show. You guys are amazing. You made this night happen. Kenny, I know that you put a lot of work in behind the scenes, but then I look at Scoops and the work that he put in, and Paul and his knowledge that he brought to the show, as well as Carson and Kurt coming in here, being all fired up, man. Wouldn't be a show without you guys, man. Love pairing up. And I got to give it up to my guys right here on the screen. And the one that wasn't able to quite join the show like we wanted to, Mr. Jody Moncrief, but Mr. Trevor Saltzman, Mr. Albert Knoppers, the Mile High Dutchy, man. These guys are my right-hand man. They hang with me every single week, man. It's what makes the magic happen for our shows. And, man, I'll tell you what, Trevor got all the knowledge. Albert, knowledgeable, passion. These guys are fantastic. And I said, these are the guys that make it happen. But I'm telling you what, all those names that Albert listed off, the posse as we call them, those guys in the live chat, it's the reason we do it. We do it for you guys. We love you guys so much. And thanks so much for having a great evening with us. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Couple of compliments, Pearl. Thank you all for a great evening. Going to be there tomorrow for part of it. We love having you, Miss Pearl. And Nicole saying congratulations, guys. Awesome job tonight. Thank you both.
You, Nikki.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Keith, I'm going to echo your words, and then we're going to get out of here. I want to thank Paul and Scoops on K&K side, but I do want to thank you guys as well. Like I said, Trevor helping me out with the mock drafts, and Dutchy, everything you bring, knowledge and writing down everybody's names and doing all these giveaways with us. And Keith, everything you've done these last couple months when we put this together. And I can't wait to see what we got in store tomorrow, because I know Keith's going to have it set up. We're going to be on the Rocky Mountain Sports Network side of things tomorrow and Saturday. And I can't wait to see what you guys got in store, because I know it's going to be a fun one to watch as a posse. So please tune in. Plenty of giveaways. Michelle's saying, what a great show. Love it. Can't wait to see the surprises tomorrow. Like Scoop said, a rarity. We're all happy, pretty much. Not terribly upset with our picks in the first round. So
there you go.
So everybody, have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow. What time are we planning tomorrow, guys? With the
half hour before the draft, right?
Half hour before the draft. We'll do another pre-draft show like we did tonight, and see everyone tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody, and thank you so much.
Good night,
Good night, everyone.